Meow, meow, meow. Meow, 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 meow. Hello, hello. Hello, hello, hello. Long time no see. It's been 2 days. Wow. I'm a little sick today. That cough wasn't me being sick. That was just a cough. I feel a bit feverish. I feel very feverish today. So if I'm not peak form today, please forgive me. I know it's been a bad few days for Miwa health, Miwa of happiness. But I am here, we are here. Also, thank you for the raid. And Ali, hello, hello. I hope you had a good stream. Loopers. Oh, so I felt a bit sleepy and a bit, you know, just a bit dazed. Please forgive me. Yeah, I'm not doing the best right now. mentally, I'm pretty chill, but, yeah, physically, I'm not doing so good. Last night, I was in the most pain I've maybe ever been in my whole life. It was horrible. It was horrible. Mezcal, like, put me into bed and was like, she was like stood in my doorway as I was laying in bed going, oh. Did you get sick because you went to Mount Everest? Yes, I did. This is altitude sickness. Also hard, thank you for the sub here. Thank you. I hope you guys had a good Tuesday and a good Wednesday. Well, actually, no, I did see you on Tuesday, but not for long. Oh, sorry. I need to put my phone on airplane mode. There we go. But yes, if you've seen the title or the thumbnail, or maybe heard by word of mouth, aka my mouth, because I've spoken about it. Today, we are watching someone climb Mount Everest. And as you guys know, I love this freaking topic. I'm very excited. It is a 4-hour, 50-minute video. So, it might take a... Your homeland! What? You're from Nepal? Are you actually? That's so cool. Well, actually, Mount Everest borders a few countries, doesn't it? Really? That's so cool. Holy moly. You're like the human version of my special interest. But yes, I love Mount Everest and mountaineering very, very much. So I'm excited to show you this video. I will give a warning. The guy whose video it is a bit of a dude, bro. He's a bit of a dude, bro. So he'll be a bit like, oh yeah, bros. But from the stuff I've seen of him, I really like him. I guess I will tell you a bit more as we watch, but seeing as it's such a long video, maybe we'll just get into it, you know? It's not gonna be anything crazy. I kind of just wanted to do like, it's kind of like a really long watch along, except I will speak over it sometimes. Just because if you don't know anything about the mountain, I don't know, maybe you guys want to. Maybe you guys want to know a little bit about it, and I'm excited to show more people, and I think this is one of the coolest videos about Everest out there. And in just over a month, he's gonna be climbing. The same guy is gonna be climbing K2, which means we'll get another video we can watch in a few months, and I'm so excited. But yeah, maybe we should just begin because it's a very long video. Let me move over to this screen. And I have my little snow outfit on today. You see. Look, I'm all wrapped up. You got me wrapped up around your finger. What is that song? Yeah, sorry, I sound really poopy. This guy's a climber too. Yes, this guy is actually very cool. Let's
climbing Mount Everest, so I've revamped and put the entire journey into this one single
video. Is this a good
video.
volume?
From the trek in,
volume check, volume
Khumbu
check.
Icefall, moving up every camp, and hopefully summiting at the very end.
Is this loud enough?
Here in a village called Lukla, we just helicoptered in, and this marks day 1 of the journey, so enjoy.
This is the most dangerous airport in the world.
The Everest journey starts here in Lukla.
Are they so quiet?
It's a little village,
like this?
where is the first place you start trekking into Everest from. And,
he looks so young. He is.
Show you around a little bit.
He's only 19 here. Isn't that crazy?
So basically, you fly in from this little valley over here. Pretty nice. You can see the helicopters. They're pretty loud. I don't want to get too close. But you enter this village.
Yeah, he's only 19 when he climbs Mount Everest. And his story is actually really interesting.
Really nice, so it's kind of clouded up there.
I will tell you about it because
anyways,
this is...
From here, we start trekking upwards.
Yes.
Kind of light trekking because we have like yaks.
This is the trek that I said I really want to do one day.
Once we get to base camp, we're climbing Lobuche,
Thank you for the
that's how it's pronounced, which is a smaller peak. Let us acclimate, and then we're going to start working our way up through different camps.
I'll turn him down while I speak. But yeah, basically, he's just about to do the hike to base camp, and it goes through several villages. And this is the trek that 30,000 people a year do. But only like 300 people actually go up Mount Everest.
Every break we try to get 300 plus calories in an RX bar and a fruit leather.
Wow, yeah, they eat a lot of fruit leathers. But before we begin, I'll tell you a little bit about this guy's story. It's very cool because, he's 19, he's very, very young to be doing this. Is base camp pretty far up? Base camp is at like 5,000, I think, which is super high.
9,000 something feet right now, so it's actually already, the air is much thinner already.
But yeah, his story, sorry.
Deep nasal breathe.
His story is that he was a famous Minecraft YouTuber. Not that I knew of him. I'm sure you guys didn't know of him either, but he has a popular YouTube channel for Minecraft. When he was like 16, and he like hardcore grinded that, and he was like at his PC all day, and he became overweight, and then one day he was like, what am I doing with my life, bro? And then he made his goals to like get in shape, and then he like set his sights on Mount Everest, and I think it's really cool, especially because he's so young to change his life around so fast. But yeah, I'll turn it back up now. But I think his story is very cool.
Nothing too crazy yet. At around like 9,000. Actually, we're going down right now.
Is this a good volume?
9,000-ish feet, so it's a little bit. You feel the altitude a little bit, but it's nothing crazy. So just kind of stick on these trails.
Yeah, he changed his life around so fast. Like most people take their whole life to do that.
Think there's civilization on the way to Everest, but there's tons of it. You got the little village houses over there. These guys right here. It's like a whole
see,
economy.
This is what I was explaining to you. You go through loads of villages.
That's all climbing equipment. And it's actually really interesting. So
it's so beautiful
as
nice well.
Trail to walk on. Not any crazy elevation for the next 9-ish days. then it kind of gets more real.
Why did I think it was like a fully snowy area? Only the mountain is snowy.
For context, there's about 30,000 people who do the trek each year and around 200 to 300 that climb it. So we're going to be seeing a lot of people.
Oh, there's a bridge right here. You can see all the way over there. All the porters. Look at those. They're tanks.
Yeah, the porters are crazy.
You should see some of the stuff these guys are carrying.
Porters are local people who, well, port the items that people are using on the mountain. So they do the whole trek back and forth with lots of supplies, like people's luggage and stuff like that.
We're walking on a bridge.
Sherpa gang rise up, yes. And
it looks safe.
before we go further in, a lot of people think Sherpa is the name of a job, but it's actually the name of the ethnic group.
But anyways, it's pretty mellow.
This is very important. Do not misuse the word Sherpa.
Through the villages, got people coming down. Hello.
And a lot of people who climb the mountain with the help of Sherpas say that
how much do you think that weighs?
Sherpas are some of the happiest people I've ever met, which I don't know. Cute little fact for you.
Heavy?
They're working in like
100 kilos?
the most
100 kilos.
awful environment, but they're
That's more than
still
I
so
weigh. That guy was
friendly.
carrying, so absolutely crazy. But anyways,
100 kilograms.
a couple hours into this trek right
Yes.
now. Still just been this
I don't know too much about the science of it, but of course these men are very strong.
We're on
But
another one of these bridges. Squeaky bridges.
I think they also
our lodge is up there. Pretty light,
Sherpas
no
especially
tents, some
also
lodges, so
acclimatize a lot
that kind of
better,
concludes day one.
so they are
Tomorrow we will
stronger
continue
at
getting
higher
after it.
altitudes than the average
And
person.
yeah,
That's
cool
why
little village
they're
this is
like
actually
the
sweet.
kings of the mountain.
Alright, good morning y'all. We're currently in a little village called Fakding. This is where we kind of stayed last night. Honestly,
Isn't
pretty
it?
chill, so.
When I first watched this, I was so surprised at how
today's gonna be a
built
much
up
harder
the
day.
track
I
is.
think it's gonna be like 6 hours, but it's not that heavy, so nothing we're not really prepared for. So we're gonna get after it. Feeling pretty good. We're not too high in elevation
Have
right
you
now,
had the
but I've
book
been having
in
my
Sinner?
salts
No,
and
I
hydrating.
haven't. What's
Here,
it
we got
about?
we got some mules coming through here. What's up, gang?
Cute.
Oh, there's a guy there. I didn't realize.
But yeah, I would super love to do this trek one day.
Let's move
You
out of the
check
way
for
the
like,
donkeys.
as you just said, he's doing 6 hours today, so
Hold up.
there's a lot of
They're
trekking
gonna
to
run us
do.
over.
But as you can see, you don't need any equipment really. It's just a simple hike.
Must
But
be
I would love to do it one day.
cautious around these guys. Please don't kick me. So anyways, not really sure where the trail heads, but
Miwa climbs
sure we're
Mount
going that way.
Everest. I would never
gonna
climb
be a
the
good day. We got about
mountain.
2,500 feet of elevation gain, so we're getting up there.
If
Anyways,
anything,
let's go.
I'm pretty
By the end of the
against
day, we
climbing
reach
Mount
a village
Everest.
called Namche,
as
which
a
is one of the
concept.
biggest villages that you'll go through. Really excited to see that. And yeah, the trail is pretty tame. Once again, a lot of people, a lot of porters. You can see they're carrying gear up, most likely going to Namche. So really impressive.
All right, little update. We're on the move still. Probably about 3 more hours till we're in Namche.
But yeah, this guy's video is
Just a little
especially
bridge over
cool
there.
because if
Very nice day. It's kinda
if
hot
I
out.
remember correctly,
I'm just enjoying it while I can. Look at
nobody
these
has
mountains.
like documented
Crazy.
it as
And these aren't even, not even close
So
to how
really,
high
is
we're
this
gonna get
guy?
up, so. The elevation gain will start coming
you know,
soon.
he's got his GoPro on like
And we'll be on
of
the
the whole
glaciers.
mountain. It's really
Yeah.
cool.
Look at the glacier
excited
water,
for you
though.
to
The little
see.
runoff, it's all blue.
It's sad the stories
But same thing
they
as
have of
yesterday,
climbers who
on these
go
little
up
trails.
there. Yeah,
No,
there's a few
it's
dead
chill.
bodies in this
No.
video, but they are censored out.
It's crazy how much
Um,
stuff there is going on up here.
They're censored
Like
out,
all
but
the porter systems going back
so
and
no,
forth.
don't worry. There's nothing
These guys are crazy.
bad
I could not
in
I
this
can't even
video.
fathom. It's mind blowing what they do. So, carrying the gear up and down the mountain. Look at the view is really nice. I'll probably put a couple of videos on
My
screen of what
Logan
it was,
Paul,
but
isn't it?
we're going kind of deeper in here now into these woods. I don't know where we're gonna head up after this. Interesting. I feel like we're about to make some massive elevation.
One of my
gain up
favorite
this.
Netflix
Not really
documentaries
sure.
is where a guy climbs the 14
Anyways,
tallest mountains in the
ego.
world all in
Look at that
7
guy just
months.
chilling
Wow,
there.
that's so cool.
Just enjoying himself. That's what it's all about.
It's very beautiful.
I fear this will collapse at any moment.
These bridges are so spooky.
Oh, here we go. Nice view now.
I'd be freaking out.
We're down there.
But yeah, we won't actually get onto the mountain for honestly
just
quite
down
a
there
while, a few
making
more
some weight
days.
gain.
Like, it will be a while before we're
I
actually
think we're
on
almost
Mount
at the
Everest
little village we're
because
going to, so
the trek is
I'm just clocked in.
many days, and then
Taking a
they
little break right here.
also acclimatize
monster
on one
still.
of the nearby peaks.
Probably went a little bit faster than I needed to, for sure. Well, I for sure did, but
But
nice. It kind of reminds me of just, I mean, like when you're looking at
you
this,
know,
honestly, a trail back home.
maybe
in
you're
Massachusetts,
thinking,
when you look
Miwa,
up
why
there,
would
okay, that's
you
not
not skip
Massachusetts.
the trek? But
But anyways, we're moving nice. Just gotta stay hydrated.
I think
Keep
it's
eating.
important for you guys, if
How long
you're
have we been going for?
interested,
I
to
can't
see
the
that
If I were to guess,
you don't just spawn at the base of the
5 hours maybe?
mountain, you know?
4
Like,
and a half
it's
so
it's a crazy physical
it's quite the hustle. Today's a
exertion, you
pretty
know,
hard day,
to
but
even just get to the base
only
of the
harder to come,
mountain.
so
You have to trek
you're
like
wondering what it's
6
like.
hours
Just these trails
every day
over
for
there.
like a week
You kinda
just
come
to
up
get
this. It was
there,
like
which
this the
is
whole way up, so
crazy. Do they camp in the woods at night? No.
let's finish it off.
Because
Alright.
on this trek,
Well,
as you
this
see,
is the start of Namche.
they're going
It's
through
our
many
destination for today, so we're
villages.
gonna
Like, this
walk
is
through here. It has,
Namche.
honestly, big hill.
So
Maybe we'll get a view
what
actually up
people
here.
on this
But
trek do is
we're gonna kind of go along that
they
road.
stay in
See
like
people on
tea
there.
houses along the
And I
way.
think where we're staying is like
Because
on the other
remember,
side.
this is a
So,
very
I think we're
commercialized
at, like,
trek.
I don't know how high this
Um,
is. It's probably like
it's a very
11,000 -ish.
commercialized trek.
So honestly,
So
solid day.
you know, the
The heat was
locals,
getting to me a little bit. Tripping
it's
over
their
rocks
job
right now.
to try provide for
But
these
here we're gonna get like an
climbers,
actual
and
view
you
of how
know.
high we came in a second.
But sadly, it's very
Hi.
seasonal work. So
Look at this just little like town,
yeah,
little village.
maybe he'll speak
There's
more
music
about
playing. Okay, this is
Sounds
it's like
boring.
something out of
But it's
Jurassic.
not interesting for
These trees are in the
everyone.
way, but it's like
If
all the way down there.
you don't like it, you don't
So
have
it's
to
been
watch it.
quite
But
the
I
hike.
find it interesting.
Yeah, that's kind of it.
Because
No way
before
I'm
I
stepping
started getting into all of this, I
so
thought Mount
So this is
Everest was just
Namche.
like a big up and down,
Actually, so beautiful.
a big
We got
block
some
of
clouds
ice.
moving in a little bit, but look at
It's
there's
so
like a whole
beautiful.
civilization down there. Everything's going down. Super interesting.
See, like,
There's
look at
probably
such a
little
big
shops down
village
there
in the
for climbers and everything.
mountains.
But yeah, we got up here.
The
So I
seasons
think it is
matter when
11,500
climbing Mount
feet, which you'll
Everest
start
in terms
feeling
of
some
safety.
altitude
Yes,
symptoms.
absolutely.
I actually just did some Wim Hof
Basically,
breathing.
there's
Hold on, I need to switch hands right
only
here.
one
I have a camera in my
season
other hand.
a year when people climb
Wim
it,
Hof breathing.
which
I
is
think
the
it's huge.
season's just
If
ended
you're ever
actually.
doing altitude hiking, there's
Very
a highest mountain
exciting.
area. Plan not to take Diamox. So Diamox is like it's like a drug that makes you
Yeah,
sort of
the
heavier. And that way
it's
it kinda, like,
pre-monsoon
forces you to breathe
season
heavier. You don't even
because
really realize.
you know you want to avoid the
It helps you
monsoons,
acclimate better.
which
But
is
I wanna
March
see if I
to
can
May.
through deep
So
nasal
everyone that
breathing,
has been
through deep nasal
on
breathing, and
Everest
just
has
Wim
pretty
Hof
much
breathing whenever
climbed
I
it
feel
already.
symptoms that I
And
can sort of
another
not
exciting
need
thing
to
about
take
this
it. I
guy's
didn't need to take it on
video
Aconcagua, so
is he's just
doing
speaking.
it just
Sorry,
you
I'm
feel
speaking
so
over him.
relaxed after. It's actually just it's fun to do. Tomorrow is
Can
a
you turn on
rest day,
CC?
I think.
Yeah,
There might be talks of
my bad.
hiking up this hill for a sunrise. Sounds kind of fun.
What was I
Higher
saying?
you get, the
Oh yeah,
better. So
what's
you can come
exciting
back
about
down,
this guy's
your blood
video
body
is
rest
that
after getting more getting
um
into thinner air.
as I just said, it's done in certain months.
And
He
rest day,
is
then we'll
actually
push up,
one
then we
of
have
the
a hard day
later
the day after.
groups.
So probably similar
So
to what
when
it is
he's
today.
coming down the
So
mountain at
anyways,
the
that's
end,
day 2.
everybody's
Just
already
gonna
left,
hydrate, eat,
and
check around this village a little
Day 3 was an active rest day, and we're gonna head up to hopefully
he,
an Everest viewpoint
you can
so we
see
can
the
see it for the first
mountain
time.
melt
We got
a
the
lot
glasses out
more.
for today.
It's very exciting.
Don't make fun of me. I can't be wasting
I
contacts.
got accepted into my university.
go,
Wow!
Chrisley.
Congratulations!
Chrisley's climbing the mountain with us.
Congratulations! That's so cool.
We were all the way down there. Can't really see where it was.
Good
Rest
job,
day, by
good
the
job.
way. So we're, yeah, active rest day. Every rest day must be an active rest day.
Yes,
Gotta get
that's
the blood
very
flowing.
important.
And the lungs open.
Even if they have like quote unquote rest days,
A lot of people
they
coming
have
up.
to be active rest days because you know you have to keep your
Yeah,
body
I
in
don't know, something
motion,
went wrong with my
especially
contacts.
at these
Some of them
high
are dented.
altitudes.
I don't know how.
You know, you gotta
I
really
don't know
keep
what it
pushing
was.
your
I think I
body every
compressed them
day.
too much, so there's like 5 that were damaged. I'm not risking it. So you never know if you might need them later on. So every active rest day, I'll wear glasses instead. Probably best to give my eyes a rest anyway.
That is crazy. He's
So right
wearing
now-
contacts.
On said active rest day, we're going up this giant hill. Pretty sure this will be what we go up when we actually make our move. But we're going to an Everest viewpoint.
If you press
As you can see,
W, well, I don't
we're
want the
definitely gonna
black
be able to
box
see
to
it.
disappear.
There's like mountaintops up there. That looks crazy. Yeah. It's a little difficult. Pushing into 12K right now, probably.
Oh,
think-
you
is
mean
this
I
it?
see,
I
I
don't know.
see.
It's like a little area
Just
over
around,
here.
I see. I thought you meant it would fully make the black box disappear, and then I was like, well, how do I see the letters?
So I don't know, yeah, it's kind of just this chill trail. Perhaps we'll see a view of Everest. Unlikely. You have to manifest it. Anyways, I was about to say, this looks like where I'd get a Christmas tree. Oh wait, they're resting down there. She's just still going.
Some of
Still on
his
the altitude, we're yapping a little bit.
commentary is,
Look at literally looks like I get my Christmas tree here. What is this?
some of
Big
his
ass green up there,
commentary is,
bro. Who's living up there?
um,
I wish
how
much
should
does
I
that real
say,
estate go
not,
for?
informative,
I think the
it's
viewpoint is that
silly,
little
it's more
radio tower up
silly,
there.
but,
But look at this. We're getting into some
we
deep
must remember his
territory right
origins
now.
of being a
Pretty cool.
19-year-old
I can notice
Minecraft
how, like,
YouTuber.
All the shrubbery is thinner. It's
We
actually
have
getting
to
a little bit
forgive him,
cold, so
okay?
Probably put on a jacket if I stop moving.
What he did
So
is
you
still
can kinda
very
just see like
cool.
the trees so slowly go from more thick, and then it just keeps getting less and less. Hello. So Everest is supposed to be there, and I just showed a video on screen. There's nothing. There's literally nothing. It's just clouds. You can see them kind of like moving around you. Wait, it's actually kind of scary. I'm being consumed right now. You got like this.
He's being void
Look how
by the
fast they're
clouds.
moving. You got like this little bit of wind around you, and it's like pushing the clouds.
He's a
Unfortunately, they do
recovering
not move out of the
Minecrafter.
way.
Yeah, he also
See
has
the
a
mountain?
video
Which, I
on
mean, you gotta
how
get a clear day, 'cause it's so big.
he used to be like a
So it's,
super
like,
big like
unlikely
grind
it's
set
actually gonna
bro.
help you. We were able to see a little bit. We were able to see it kind of
and
peeking
he
out, so
is like trying
I gotta get out of
to
this wind
come
right
out
now.
of that.
I need more protection.
Like he used to,
Anyways, I'm about
he
to
has a
head
whole
back
video
down.
about how he used to watch like
Holy crap, my thumb
grind
is
set
literally
edits,
cramping
and
up
you know
holding
that's
this.
how he's so successful because
I need more sun.
climbing this mountain and all of his
Sometimes my
gear
fingers will,
cost
like,
over $100,000, you
Because
know,
of the elevation,
and he
you're just, like a little dehydrated,
of course paid for
more
it all
electrolytes.
himself
That's why we take
with
a
the
pinch of
money he earned
Himalayan
from his
sea
Minecraft
salt.
channel.
But anyways, we're gonna head back down. Nice rest day.
And
We have
before
more red blood
this,
cells now, so
okay,
we're ready to go
so
up
we're
higher
just
on the
watching
mountain.
Mount Everest,
So, yeah.
but before he's done
Don't know if I'll
this,
include this, but it's kind of cool.
to prepare yourself for Everest, you have to climb many of the mountains. So he's also paid for all of those mountains. And he funded it all through his Minecraft channel that he built when he was like 14. I think it's a very cool story.
You have all these little like stores, so.
So not
Yeah,
only
I
is
thought it's a
it
little
a
bit more
cool
than just a climb.
concept just to climb Mount
We'll
Everest,
do a
but
little
you
bit
know
of
he's
all
also
around
got
here.
a cool
Again, stuff. There's like literally stores for everything. Clothes.
story.
Over there, there's like shoes.
What's
That
this guy's
toilet
name
paper?
again? Ryan
Huge.
Mitchell. I have his
You never know, you
video
might just find
linked
yourself out
in the
here, and you need
description on
stuff that you
YouTube.
don't have, so they just kinda
He
got
has
you.
lots of
Pretty
other
interesting.
videos that are
That's a little
interesting.
update.
If you're
It's literally
interested
raining
in
out here.
mountaineering, at least.
But look, it's
He also has
The
a
city
side
of Namche
channel.
lit up at night.
So
It's honestly
pretty.
pretty scenic. Very relaxing with the rain right now.
A super unique experience to find yourself so young. Yeah.
Whenever I go on these expeditions,
The way he's always described it is he says, you know, I could have retired and bought like
This is what we're waking
a
up to this morning
Lamborghini,
here
but
in
instead I
Namche.
chose
We're about to
to
leave, though. But
climb Mount
hopefully,
Everest.
if you watch day 3s, we didn't get any view of Everest. So we're gonna, here, let me show what's going on. So we go up there, that area, and you get to an Everest viewpoint because Everest is over there. We didn't get to see anything, so it's so cloudy, but it's literally pure blue skies today. So hopefully we can see something, kind of see where we're gonna be heading, and that'll be super interesting. So we're gonna eat, and we're gonna get an early start.
Seems really
7:45, not that early
fulfilling.
compared to what you'll be doing later on, but pretty nice. And it'll be a long day. I think it's like literally 6 hours, maybe 7. I don't know how much elevation gain, probably a few thousand if that's gonna be
6
how
or
long
7
it is. So
hours, I'd
it'll
be
a little bit
dying.
tougher.
Do they
Gotta
eat proper
breathe,
food or
hydrate,
dehydrate
eat.
and stuff?
But while
Right
trekking
now.
through these villages, this is the classic breakfast. Porridge
Here
and
you go,
juice.
here you
Can't go
go.
wrong with it. It'll get you to where you need. But anyways, we left
Yeah,
Namche
along
and we hopped on
this
little
route,
trail that goes across
you know,
the
there's
side
still
of the mountain.
little
So there's a few
villages,
helicopters that are
so
going by, and you could
they're
see
eating decent
distant
food.
mountains that look
And when they
extremely
get to
beautiful.
base camp,
So
the
yeah,
company
we just had a long
he's
way ahead of us
with
until we get to the next
has
villages,
chefs,
which
so
is Pangboche.
they're still
Another
eating.
helicopter.
It's just when they're
Tell all of them are going
actually
to base camp
climbing
right now.
higher that there's
Either
less
bringing in
food.
people or supplies are going to get either one of those.
Yeah,
Close to
helicopters
get
are
to this,
super
it's such a
common
beautiful
on the
day. We're
mountain,
definitely
so
gonna see
you
Everest, kinda
might
where
hear
we're
and
heading.
see a lot.
There it is.
Wow!
I think. Kind of doesn't look like it from this angle, but that is Everest.
Wow!
Huge. Another
Wow!
like 18,000 feet to get to that point up there.
I
We
could
shall be there
go up
soon.
that in like 1 hour.
Taking a stop here with this view of Everest. Kind of want to show what we got in the pack. So obviously I'm not just
Many rescues,
out here for
I
hours, so you gotta
assume.
pack things. Basically, if
Oh,
you're wondering, always
I'm
carry.
not too
Probably,
sure.
I got 2 liters for today because it's a bit longer. And then, I mean, like really, this is. Nothing.
I'm really bad at
Once you get up
like
higher, you're not gonna
gauging.
have as many porters or anything. They won't be carrying your stuff. This is my little specialty here.
Gauging heights.
We got some.
What is this?
Looks a little bit sketchy, but some pure
It's cocaine.
Himalayan pink sea salt.
Oh
Pretty on
yeah.
theme because we're in the
This is
Himalayas.
instead of
So I'll take a pinch of that,
electrolytes.
wash it down with water,
Yeah.
and then kind of as you're going, you just like try to eat every.
I don't know
hour,
why he
hour
has
and a
so
half.
much salt.
So then, what we
If
got
he's only
here-
having a pinch, then
yeah.
that's
Here we
funny.
go. The best RX bar. in my
Yeah,
opinion,
this is
AM bar,
pretty much
probably
what
have some of
he
that.
eats all the time.
That's like 200 calories. A zest fruit leather. Sorry. Yeah, these are good. Nice. And then, you know, maybe I'll have a little bit of dark chocolate if I'm feeling it. You know,
Yeah,
if I'm feeling like I'm
so
burning a lot of calories, I'll have some Hue.
you know
dark
that
chocolate.
exerting
All
their
real
bodies for
calories.
hours and
Beautiful.
hours and hours a day. So every time they
take a
break,
little
I
rest
kind of
here,
spoke over him
and,
earlier, but
by the
every
way, I know it
break
looks
he
like I'm alone,
has
I'm
to
in a
eat
group of, like,
300
I think I was like 10
calories.
people, but you know, straight trail.
Just
can
to,
go
you
along.
know,
So
fuel his
like to go on
body
my own
because
pace,
he's
that's what I
burning
thought.
so much.
check these out. Some hillless territory here.
I'd be scared
Looks like
because
they're
there's no
mostly
railing.
for animals.
I can head out now. Good night, Ali. Thank you for the raid.
I might be able to see where we're heading for today. So that little village is Lobuche, I think, maybe.
Desuuuuu.
Is that where we're going? It's kind of far, not gonna lie. Nah, it's definitely like. That seems,
Does
it's
Uber
pretty
Eats
far, so I don't
deliver
think
up
that's
here?
it. But if it is, that's another
I think you
5
should go
hours,
and
maybe.
try, maybe.
Lovely.
Now as we're trekking to the next village, just got to give a quick shout out to all the porters. Look how savage this is with all that weight on their back. I just don't know how they do it. It's insane. I could not.
This is pretty interesting. The sign right here. 21 hours of walking until we get to base camp. Just on the sign here.
Those bags are
This way.
huge. Yeah. Whenever I
Someone
see the
out.
porters, it just makes me really
it's split
sad,
up
to be
over
honest, because you know they're
6 more
carrying
days.
stuff
It's
for.
about trash cans.
It's pretty much just for
It's on the
rich
trails.
people who have come to climb the mountain, so
Pretty cool stuff
they're
here.
just
So
carrying
obviously you have
like
the big villages and
other
everything, like
people's
Namche, but
equipment, or they're
kinda just
carrying
trekking through, you also
food for
come
like
across these small little
people.
ones.
And all they
Just
do
chilling in the-
is they do this trek we're
in the
watching
shadows
now,
of the mountains.
back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. It's really sad. And
Been
then
going down for like
porters
15
are
minutes,
usually younger.
which is nice when you're done. going up. But it's like,
They're
we're gonna have to go
usually
back up
younger
this
people that dream of becoming
today, probably.
mountain
Just like using our
guides.
gains.
I watched an interview with one, and he was,
Come on,
even though
Miwa.
his job was so horrible in my
But on the
opinion,
trek in, there's a lot of varying
that made
terrain.
me
You
jump.
might be going down for
He
several
was really
hours, sometimes you might
excited
be going
about
up,
it
sometimes you
because
might
he
be
was
going
like,
flat.
one day I'll climb the
Versus kind of
mountain.
later on when we're actually pushing up the Everest camps, you're usually consistently going up, unless if you're going through the Khumbu Icefall.
On one of these bridges. Look at this.
Oh,
Look how
this
much
is
poundage
like,
on this. I'm hopping on.
this
Call me
is
a
like a
madman.
super popular
I'm
picture
contributing like
spot for
300 pounds of
this
muscle
trek.
to this right now. It gets a little wobbly. I feel like I'm like dropping stuff. These are fun to go on. Where else in the world can you find this? Actually. Alright.
But also,
to the end.
maybe you don't know this, but
We
you
got
see,
here. Little shop here.
you see all of the
Pretty cool, you
colorful
can stop by
flags
them on the way.
around? They're
Do not be in a
actually
calorie deficit.
very common
So we
in the
got some
Himalayas, and they're called
honey
prayer
ginger tea,
flags. They're prayer
Some ramen
flags.
noodles. That's I don't know.
So yeah, they're
Something
kind
like
of
that.
just,
Not really getting the protein macros in. 1 gram per body weight,
you know,
but still good.
asking for
we're back
peace
on the
or
move.
strength or
Been
wisdom.
relatively flat all day today. Kind of on this trail right now, and apparently you can kind of see through these trees.
Looks like the whole trek from
Now we
where
have to
he
make
is
a
landed
fat haul
up to base camp is on Google Maps.
2,500 feet of
Really?
elevation
That's so
gain
cool.
to
I
get
want to do it.
to a village called Pangboche. I think that's how you pronounce it.
Pangboche.
Yeah, I don't imagine there'll be much of a view until we get to the top. So we kind of just got to hustle up these slopes.
There's also a lot of newly built trash cans on the trail, hopefully to solve a lot of the trash problems you may hear about.
We were all the way down there, literally like an hour and a half ago.
Damn.
Maximum gainage. Back above the clouds almost, actually. In the mountains once again. How is this thing? What the? Dude got the new skin. How much did you pay for that?
He wants to try.
Okay, you are
Okay? Okay.
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 Which one? Which one should I do?
Look how huge the packs are.
How much? How heavy? 30?
He's so American. And I feel like only an American would ask to do it. It's so crazy that they carry it on their heads like that.
Okay, see you up there, guys.
Want me to keep going? Yeah, I'll stop right here. My neck.
Go. 10 minutes.
Okay.
Go.
You guys deserve it.
You will try.
That porter's having like the best break of his life.
You have to look down, you can't see. You gotta get your neck used to it.
Yeah.
Little laughs are so funny. Yeah, it's like what I said earlier. Everybody said that these men are like some of the happiest people they've
Alright, we made it
ever
up that
met.
giant hill, somewhere back there. You got this cool monastery here, just
Wow.
built up on this little mountain, and up there, Everest
It's
view
Mount
once again.
Everest.
And believe this, listen to this. So we've already been going for like 4 hours. You think like, oh, maybe we're at our destination.
Are you feeling okay? I'm still sick. I have
we're right here.
Oh, I just have a
where we
fever
gotta
and I'm
That
poopy.
That's Pangboche. That's how you pronounce it. I don't want to hear
Holy
it in the comments that I'm
Miwa,
pronouncing these
yeah,
wrong,
this
okay?
is the best
I know
stream
I
for a
am.
sick day.
I guess we gotta go that way. So
I'm all
boring
wrapped
day.
up. Well,
Now we drop back into the woods.
I'm wrapped up, but I also have a
So
fever,
we're
so I have
continuing
my
down.
fan on.
As you can see, we kind of went down, and then we'll get to the village that we need to get to. Look at all these native trees. We're seeing a lot of pine trees. Supposedly those aren't native, but these ones actually are. Okay, we have our last suspension bridge here for the entirety, well, until we come back.
Luckily, after this bridge, which I couldn't see yet, but Pangboche was pretty much right around the corner.
It's all right. This one's a little bit jumpy, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, that looks super
We've
scary.
arrived
The
at our
squeaking as
destination.
well.
Pangboche, this little village in the mountains. I think we've been going for 6 hours.
I see,
I
I
don't know at
see.
this point, but
And
I'm
no
a
well
little tired,
wishes.
not gonna lie. So,
Look at my cute little
so
scarf.
at one point it just kind of gets to you after going for so long.
If my nose gets
We made
runny
it.
because I'm climbing a
So we'll
mountain,
see what
I
it's like
can
in there.
wipe my nose.
Yeah, pretty similar to Namche. Actually, not really. A lot more quiet in this little village. All right, so once again, we're in Pangboche. Very nice little quiet village. Staying in these
I wonder
lodges
if
right here.
Shay means
really
village,
awesome. It's
because
so-
all of the
so
places have
peaceful
been
up here.
called
It's awesome that you get to stay
Shay
in
at
places
the
like this
end.
on your trek up to Everest Base Camp, of course. It's day 5 out here. Look at this view. Lodge right there. And we have Ama de Blanc.
I'm just going to voice over the next 3 minutes because I talked extremely confidently thinking that's Ama de Blanc, but that is not Ama de Blanc. Doesn't even look like it. It just looks like a little nub sticking out. Ama de Blanc is to the left, as you can see here. But anyways, today we're going to the monastery, and we're going to get blessings. I don't know if it's a puja ceremony or if it's just a different type of ceremony, but yes, it's going to give us safe passage up the mountain.
Yes, the people around here are very religious. So if you are
Crazy view.
um
So yeah, we got ourselves our
hiring them as
bead
your
necklace here
guides,
for our blessings.
I think they will request that you join them for some of these ceremonies,
I actually know the town we're going to now.
which I think is very
It's called
sweet.
Pheriche. It's only a couple hours from where we are right now, so it's a pretty easy day. Look at both of those helis going into Everest Base Camp. Beautiful view of Ama de Blanc. Not the fraudulent one that I thought was it.
That's so embarrassing.
Anyways, we're gonna trek up
That's
to this
funny.
village. I don't know what elevation it is. You don't think about it. The more you think about how much pain you're in, or
I love how
the
you
altitude
kept
you're
that
gonna
in
see,
though,
the more you're
because
gonna feel
if
it.
I had said something wrong in the
We're getting
video,
into
I
some
would
interesting
actually just fully
territory.
cut it out.
Anyways, we've been out here.
And you would
What is
never
that,
know.
day 5?
I would never. You would
Shit,
never
it
know I
hasn't even
said
been a week
anything wrong.
It actually feels like I've been out here a long time. I kind of miss my dog, honestly. Such a, like, you know, my family, they know what I'm doing, right? My dog just thinks I disappeared. He could think I died. I don't know what goes through their heads, so. It's crazy, it's not, I don't even, we're like 1/10 of the way done. Still so long to go. Helicopter. We got some inclinage here. Headed into the valleys. That mountain right there is Namche. So that's the other 8,000 meter peak next to Everest. Can't see
Doing the
Everest
ceremony
anymore.
before the climb is probably a test too. Like if you're not willing to do this for them, then you'll probably not listen to them while on the mountain.
I decided to take a break here.
Maybe.
I gotta get my
Yeah.
macros in, so. You know, I think.
I mean,
I
I'm
have the fruit
happy you're
leather right
better
here. I
enough
don't
to
know how I expire, so, like,
stream.
gonna try for
I'm not really too
First
good,
actual
but
break. I don't know, because then I
I'm
took a break.
here.
I'm thinking I'm gonna start eating, right?
I was excited
look
for
over here.
today's stream.
I think
And,
that's
you know,
Pheriche. It's like this small little village
I just gotta watch
between the valleys here. I mean, Everest, Namche,
And I really hope you guys enjoy this. And I'm sorry I'm speaking over
I'm
him,
just
but
chilling, taking cover by the wind.
I'll try
Every
not
time you
speak when
break,
he's saying
gotta throw on
interesting stuff.
something warm, so.
Well, everything he
I'll
says
head
is
over there in a
interesting.
second.
But you know.
Gotta keep the energy levels up. Honestly, And you know, it's beautiful. I like all these surroundings, and you can actually see the mountains much up closer, but you know, it kind of looks, like you like feel it get real as you're like, really? What are all these small
I took the
shrubs
day off
growing
so
to
I
trees
could
already?
watch. What the hell?
So,
I'm so glad
yeah,
I
this is what it's gonna be looking like
was
from now
well
on.
enough to
Until we get
stream
onto
then.
the glacier, which is gonna be pretty fun. And yeah.
I still find it really
Hold on a second.
depressing about the trash problem on the peak of
So right
Everest.
now it's
Yes,
pretty chill, right?
this guy is
Protection by that rock and that rock.
see, even though he's so young, this is why I really like his video, because he is really respectful and I think he has the right mindset, and he's a very big advocate for how bad the trash is on Mount Everest.
It's coming from that valley. So it's getting
And if I remember correctly, he does like fundraisers for the locals and for trash collection and things like that.
Get behind this thing.
And a really big part of climbing Mount Everest is you have to make sure you take your rubbish back, and your rubbish includes your human waste as well.
Suspension bridge.
And he's a big advocate for that as well, which is, you know, should be the norm, but sadly it's not. But yeah,
Stay here for the night.
he's one of the good guys.
Wait, what time is it? We've only been
He shows the trash on the mountain later, which
3 hours.
I think is very interesting to see, because, you know,
You see this cloud deck?
you don't realize how bad it
all the way
is.
down there.
But he speaks
And
about
kinda
it a bit
works their way
later.
up.
Sure.
This side
We'll see
doesn't
some of
have
that.
any, but on the right side it does. So maybe that cloud deck will move down, but honestly, I don't even
Oh,
care.
little
I'll be
autistic
inside.
Miwa, really
And then if it's here
interesting.
tomorrow, I don't even care. 'Cause
I
I'll
don't
just
have
wake up there.
autism, guys. I
And I'll
know,
probably care if it's
I know
after.
this is very common, but
Wait, hold on a second. Look how stoic this cow looks right now. Look at him. He's unbothered.
wait, that cow has aura.
Hello.
So this is our lodge inside of Pheriche. It's very nice. I rated
Wow,
it a
see,
solid
that's so
10 out of 10.
pretty.
The clouds have rolled in. We're doing laundry. We don't have anything else to do. This is the system we got here.
So day 6 was also an
Oh,
active rest
yucky.
day, similar to day 3. We were going to go on a small hike right outside of Pheriche. I was using my camera today, so you get that HD, but don't expect that again. But really, it was just going up these little
If anything,
slopes
I
here.
don't prefer
Nothing
this
too crazy
camera.
until we
What
got
do you
to the
guys
point. You
think?
can kind of see off in the distance here. We're
This
gonna get
camera
up
kind of
here.
looks
Basically, this
worse
is just
to
gonna
me
allow
than
our
the
bodies
other
to make
one.
more red blood cells. Then we can go up even higher. Soon we'll be at base camp because, I mean, we're heading into 14,000 feet if we're not already at that right now, which is usually when you start to feel heavy altitude. So yeah, we
I don't
just
see the
were gonna
difference,
crank
or
out the
maybe
rest
it
of this
doesn't
hike.
show on stream. I can see a difference, but it's not
Getting
not really a good one. You're watching on 480, bro. You can't even see the mountain.
all the way down there.
You can't even see me. It's more shaky.
Made it back down.
Yeah,
It's a little bit
yeah,
windy right now, but
definitely.
we went all the way up there on top of that one hill. It's like all
Must
the way
be
up
cool to be a
there.
helicopter pilot
Back
on Mount
down. Now we're
Everest.
back at
It's very
lodge
dangerous.
area.
They don't have like proper landing pads. The helicopter drivers are crazy on this
You all
mountain.
know I keep my Himalayan pink sea salt, a pinch of it every single break with my water. It just decided to explode inside my backpack, like the whole bag. I don't know what's going on. Yeah, I just gotta like get it all out. I can hear it. Such a waste of salt. Ugh.
Ew.
Other than that, honestly, kind of a hard day. We made like 2,500 feet of elevation gain in like less than 2 hours. That's some business right there. So,
All the
luckily we're
cocaine.
acclimated now.
It's not
Body's
cocaine,
ready
it's
to go higher up on
salt.
the mountain.
It's
And,
salt.
yeah, so I'm gonna go like figure out this salt
It's so he
situation.
doesn't have to take like
See how cool this is.
effervescence.
It's water. All right, so it's day 7 out here. It's kind of loud, but anyways, we're leaving the lodge. We're heading up to the city or the village of Lobuche.
Well,
By that
Miwa
mountain.
said it was
We're
cocaine.
also gonna
No, I
climb that
didn't.
mountain, but there's also a village there where we're gonna kind of make our next move up to. So that's where we're heading right now. Woke up in the middle of the night, felt a little bit off, but hey, it's a nice day out. It's gonna get warm. Look at all this. Helicopters right there. All right, currently About
See,
20
look.
minutes into this trek right now.
Look, we're already a whole
It's
week
relatively
into
flat.
just trekking.
I'm
Isn't
assuming
that crazy?
As you get more towards Lobuche,
Like
we're
6
gonna have
hours
that.
of trekking
Kinda see it.
every
Probably
single
moves
day.
through that valley right there.
And he's
So,
not even at the mountain yet.
what's interesting is there's not as much porters as there were below. Still got some, which obviously makes sense considering, well, there's not as much villages, not as much people up here. And there's actually still so much helicopters. Every like 5 minutes. See that one? One's flying by. Check this out, pretty interesting. We have this small little stone house village. I don't know if anyone's actually living in these. Cacho, do people live here? What is this like village?
This is what they call yak house.
Yak house?
Yak house.
So yaks live here?
Well, they have yaks here, and they live here mainly now, you know, out of the winter.
Like, this is a crazy spot to set up camp. Who's bold enough to do this?
All the poos.
Look at all the poop. You step out at night, actually lethal. That's a lethal spot to set up your camp. Getting closer.
Imagine how weak your
See that big
feet would
mountain
feel.
getting nearer.
Yes, and remember,
Came all the
this
way
is
down
before you've climbed
from that
Mount
valley.
Everest, which is so
I don't think it's too bad. To stay like
intense
1,000
for
feet
your
of elevation
body.
gain, so.
Think of how fit you
Kinda
have to be
balances
to
out
do this. It's
yesterday's
very crazy.
2.5K.
Like, your
Yeah, we're
body's
moving.
exhausted before
really
you've even
realize,
got
but
to the mountain. And when
obviously
you
this
get to
doesn't
the
look steep
mountain,
at
you
all.
can't rest.
And even from up there, it's not that bad. But when you're at altitude, literally walking becomes like 5 times harder. But you
Work
just
is
kinda
super
gotta
busy.
say,
Oh no!
well,
I
I've
hope
done
it's
harder
over
things,
super
'cause
fast.
Something's difficult.
Thank you
is
for
all
saying
perspective.
hi to me.
Something could be hard, and the next day you'll do something more difficult, and the thing you did the day before will seem easy. So it's all about perspective. All right, current strategy. Move over there. Look at all the people. Then we cross this riverbed, which used to be a glacier actually. So you go all the way down. And we go back up through there, make our way through up that hill, and then we're probably there.
I would need a couple of
Pretty fun
days before I
time
start
crossing this
climbing. You
riverbed
can't,
here,
that's how
which
you
used to be
die.
a part of the glacier, but it's all melted. But you can imagine this used to just be all
Global
ice.
warming.
So yeah, it was pretty fun crossing this, and then we would go up the hill
Taking
here
this
until
'cause
we
it's
got
summer.
to this little tea house. But yeah, we did end up stopping at that little building you saw just a second ago, and it was really windy at this
You
point.
warned about
so
him
I
being
didn't
a
wanna
dude bird, but
face
he's
my
not
camera
so bad.
towards the
He's not
actual
bad.
wind
He's
too
not bad.
much. But
He
here
has
we
his
are making it up.
moments,
This is
but
the last big hill of the day.
you know, you
And
have
then
to
we should
remember
be
he's
at our
used
next
to making
destination,
like
which is Lobuche.
Minecraft clickbait content, so I think sometimes he just says
there, you
these
got, like, a little
things.
camp.
It's
that's
just
where we're going.
ingrained in his brain, maybe.
We're probably going further down.
But no, from what I've seen of
Feeling
him,
good now.
I think he's pretty cool.
Kind of learn how your body works when it comes to this stuff. For me, it's like
Me, have you climbed any
I always start
mountains?
off
No,
kinda
but
slow.
I would like to one day.
feeling like
Not high
Not the
altitude
greatest.
ones.
but after a couple hours,
Not
your body
crazy
kinda goes
ones,
into,
just
like,
casual
overdrive.
ones. Just a little
It feels
hike.
like a machine. So once you get there, you can kind of just go forever until you bonk.
So that mountain on the left is Lobuche.
When's the last
and
time
those
you
tents are at
hiked?
Lobuche Base Camp. We'll be climbing this mountain later on, but we won't be going from those tents. We'll be going
Not
from
too
the
long
village.
ago.
How heavy?
Oh, he got the beats. I'm gonna get demonetized for this.
Huh? 20? 30. I know it's probably 32.
Try it.
Try it?
You try?
Yeah, sure.
I don't know why I kept doing this because it really did hurt
I
my
was just
neck, and I
thinking,
needed
why
to
does he
stop.
keep doing this?
Your neck is just not meant to do this unless you've been doing it all your life like these guys have.
He
I
picks
seriously
one
gotta
up
stop.
the exact
Alright,
same
we've made
weight
it to
as
our
the other ones,
destination,
and he's like,
the
oh
village
yeah,
of
let me
Lobuche.
try.
That's our little lodge right there. That one I'm zooming in on. Very nice, cool little village. Pretty small. I mean, the villages are getting much more small as we go up. But I mean, we have a beautiful view of Namche, and then, do I want to say that's Lobuche? Probably is, because we're right in the village of Lobuche. So they named the mountain after it. But yeah, honestly, pretty solid. I will note one thing that I've noticed Obviously the trash is getting a little bit more severe, at least as we hit this village, because it's so much harder to bring down trash once you get up higher. Like, here, we'll go take a look at. I mean, this just kind of caught my eye. It's like muck. Day 8, we were leaving Lobuche on our way to a village called Gorak, Shep, and we're also going to do a hike called Khumbu by the end of the day. Going to see some good views. It's going to be a good day today. All right, everybody. Day 8 out here. Check this out. We got Noopsie up here, and there's this cloud coming off of it.
If you're wondering, I think the whole journey is
which is pretty cool.
40 days. The whole
but
thing.
There's no other cloud.
I think it's like day 12 when we
It's just
actually get
kinda-
on
it's kinda
Mount
scary, not
Everest,
gonna lie.
maybe. I forgot.
We'll be up there soon. Anyways, we're heading out.
Yeah,
from
it's
the
a big
lodge.
journey before you actually get on the mountain.
Going this way,
But
and
he'll
then we'll come
explain
back over
what
here
happens.
to climb Lobuche in a few days.
It's kind of what I explained the
Yeah,
other
you know,
day,
he's
but
feeling good. Oh,
he's
wait,
going to
did you
explain it
notice there's
later.
snow on the
So
ground?
I feel like he'll
We got
explain
snow
it better.
yesterday night. So as I was uploading the log, you couldn't really see anything. It was kind of like a winter wonderland. But
Does he
luckily,
share his
it's
current
not deep enough to
altitude?
the point
Yeah,
where
he
we need
speaks about it a
micro
bit,
spikes
but
or
sadly I'm
crampons.
speaking over him all the time.
We're all good.
Hope you don't mind. Hope you don't mind.
But you gotta keep the glasses on now, or else you'll go snow blind. I mean, it's not really severe enough, but I'd rather not be squinting the entire time. So
So all the people that live there have
Anyways,
to
we're heading
crazy
out,
hike to
whole
get
group.
anywhere. Yeah.
we even have some Sherpas with us now. We're getting into that territory. Absolute beasts. So now, only being a couple days in one village away from getting to base camp, we actually started to see some really nice views, getting into that slightly more alpine territory. So we have views of Pomori there.
Yeah,
on the
we
left,
have the snow
and of
now.
course, Noopsie, Everest, and Lhotse to our right. Can't see them full yet, mostly Noopsie. But yeah, I mean, we kind of could.
I can't
actually see
even
where we were
comprehend
going
how
now.
big that is. Do you know
So,
what
yeah,
I
you know,
mean? Like, I
Trekking through these
just,
flats. Through the valleys is
I
pretty
can't,
easy.
I don't understand how big that
fun
is
days.
that I'm looking at.
Super excited for when we actually get to base camp though, and that's when the real climbing starts. So I'll be like 2 days
It's
from
just
now.
a little hill, right? That's
You know,
how I
checking through
view
the
it. I'm
villages
like,
is
well,
nice.
can you not just
You don't
walk
really
up
get
that?
mountaineering experience though. So once we get to base camp,
What do you mean it takes a
then we'll
month
start
to
pushing up
climb?
Camp 1, Camp 2, Camp 3, and we're gonna have to come back down, but I'm just excited to get those crampons on, get moving into mountain territory. I mean, look at this, look how close we are.
And yeah, when they get
Like,
closer,
it's very deceitful.
of course, you know,
It looks like you could
it's
just
all
climb up from
snowy,
here
so then their gear
top of that in a
completely
day.
changes. Because now he's in like
It's very
hiking
far,
gear,
and
but
you would die. All right, so we got this
later
little
on
hill
he'll
here.
have to swap.
Like it's the top of.
Bit of traffic on this small little hill. You can see the helicopters going by. But yeah, there's a lot of people. I mean, when there's 30,000 people doing the trek, I think 250 foreigners climbing the mountain this year, you're gonna have a bit of people on various different parts that might kind of get little traffic jams like this going. So, and nothing too much to worry about. And I just went up on the right side here so I could squeeze by everybody.
I don't know where I'm going. I think I gotta go to those flags. So I have a surprise for all of you. So,
What is
as you
it?
know,
What
we're
is
day
it?
8 out here. Been trekking through
What is this? What is
this
it?
whole valley, all the way up from the villages. And you can kind of notice the glaciers getting more and more prominent.
What
We
is
keep
it?
going and going and going and going. There it is. Base
It's
camp.
base
of
camp.
Everest.
It's base
Khumbu
camp.
Icefall, right next to it.
Do you guys remember the
And then, of
Khumbu
course,
Icefall? I
Noopsie,
told
but
you
Everest
about
is right
it.
behind it. So for those who don't know,
Do you guys
at that mound
remember?
of tents all the way down at the end of this valley, that's where you start climbing Everest.
Khumbu
That's the base camp
Icefall,
of it.
very
And you have the
scary.
Khumbu Icefall, which is
Yes,
pretty
yes.
well known
Miwa
and
scared
very dangerous. That's
emoji.
where you see all like the ladders
Miwa
lined up as people
scared.
crossing the crevasses. So it's just
The
pretty awesome to
scary
see.
big ice
You know, you've
area.
been trekking through
Very
here. I'm not gonna lie, I
scary.
was like feeling
The part with
like,
the
at one point, you're
ladders?
just, like, trekking.
Yes.
Like, look at all these people. Like, there's no thoughts in your head. But then when you finally see something like progress, it's really cool because once you get to there, I mean,
See, like, look,
practically
that
only
looks
up from
so
there,
close,
so
but it's probably
This camp
hours
is
and
still
hours
quite a
and
ways
hours
away,
of
though. As you
hiking.
can see this kind of big hill and
Wow,
that
look
trail
how
going
small
up
those
that. We're going to be
people
going up
are.
that today, but right at the base of that hill is Gorak Shep. That's where we're going to be staying tonight, and then the next day, then we'll be heading to base camp. So
We
yeah.
really like this vlog. A little bit.
All right. So we've arrived in the village of Gorak.
I just think it's so cool
Kinda seems
people
pretty chill.
like making this
like a little,
content
village going down here in the
because
valleys.
he's taking you
Came all the
along
way
on
to
a
there. Look at,
journey
like, these lines
that
of
you would
people here.
never ever
Obviously, a lot of these are
be
trekkers.
on. You know, like
It's actually
we
kinda
would
crazy.
never
There's,
see
like, two
these
people just
corners of
throwing
the
up on
world,
trail.
and now we can see
I mean,
them
people
because of
underestimate
him.
just the base camp track. Once
I
you're getting
didn't.
into
I
like
love stuff like
17,000,
that.
18,000 feet. Yeah, I mean, you could throw up if you're.
I want
not,
to put
you
on
know,
my cardigan. I'm
ready
a
or
little
you
bit
weren't taking
cold.
care of yourself. So
Now that the
drinking enough
snow
water,
is here,
eating, everything like that. But
gotta
we're
put my
also
cardigan
gonna
on.
head up this, not all
Brr.
the way up there. No. Just this little
Distance
dirt
is very
patch.
deceptive that high up
So,
because everything inside is
that'll
so
get us pretty
freaking
high
big.
up, well
Yeah!
acclimated.
Like I can't
And then
even
in the next
comprehend
couple
how
days,
big
we'll push up
anything
to
around
Lobuche
him
Base
is.
Camp, and then higher up.
Anyways, we started heading up Keller Pratar. I'm pretty sure at the top of this hill or mountain or whatever you want to call it,
Oh
will
look,
get us
people
to
have
the
written
same
things.
elevation
Did
as
you
base
see?
camp,
In
which
the
is great.
space?
We're really going to be able to acclimatize using this peak, and we got a really nice view of Everest just going up, which is the best view we've gotten it so far. You can see the yellow band and the south summit up there, so really awesome.
Okay, the summit is just up there of this mountain we're using to
There's really
acclimate.
nothing in the UK to compare to for this. Yeah,
Not gonna
the
lie,
UK
y'all.
is too small.
I underestimated this.
Just a little island.
From Gorak, Shep, it looked like a pretty small hill, but it's been just straight gain for the past like 2 hours. Almost there.
There's a mountain like this in
Summit.
Birmingham. Oh, really?
Right there. It's an absolute haul.
There's some crazy mountains in California, but you never want to
Let's
climb
finish it
them.
off. This was harder than we thought. Thank you. Whew. Why is this actually dramatic?
It became so rocky so fast. I'd probably twist my ankle and then have to get like helicoptered out. I'd make it so far and then I'd be so clumsy and I would trip over and then I would have to be carried away. I feel like yapping while climbing also takes a toll. Yes, and another crazy part of this
definitely
that
gives us the best view so far. Very
we're not
nice,
considering
very nice view of Everest up there. And now we
is
were much more acclimatized, so
I'll
we
wait
have more
for
red
this
blood
bit.
cells, more oxygen in our system, which will allow us to go even higher up on the mountain in the next upcoming days, especially when we head up Lobuche and eventually make our first summit rotation.
Heading out from this view here.
What you might not be considering right now is this guy's pack is even heavier than probably the average climber's pack because he's the first person that I know of to vlog it so
From where we just were,
extensively.
back.
So he's
Gorak,
carrying all of his
This is what the
filming
inside of
gear.
our
He's
lodge
also
looks like in
carrying
Gorak,
like
Shep, in
solar
case you were wondering.
panels to
Pretty
charge
nice.
up
The
his
next day,
cameras
we
and
woke up
stuff.
and we were heading out of
Which,
Gorak,
you
Shep,
know,
and we were
adds
finally
on
gonna make our
several
way over to
kilograms.
base camp and see our camp for the first time.
All right, so it's day 9 out here.
The mini solar panels to charge
we're
it
on our
are
way through the
crazy.
valley.
I don't know if he shows it in this
Today,
video, but
we're at
I
the
hope
base
so
camp.
because I never
feeling
even
pretty
thought
good.
of that until he
Always nice if you're feeling good on your
showed
way
it
to base
once.
camp.
I hope
Gorak,
he
Shep
shows
is
it.
village where we came from.
Oh, he
About like 20
does.
minutes back that way. Oh yeah, getting much closer. Look at that.
It looks like the exact
Khumbu
same
Icefall,
distance as
baby.
before.
You can see our guide, Pacho up there. We're getting close. So this is really all our day is going to be, just to get to base camp.
The
and
few
settle in,
documentaries
'cause
I've watched
we're gonna
have
be
a dedicated
spending
filming crew to juggle
a
the
few days
filming
there 'cause we have
equipment
to
around. Yeah, and
brush up on some technical training. So
I bet filming
do
crews
some ladder
probably use
training.
a lot of locals.
So when we have to go across a crevasse, we don't freak out and fall into it. We're getting
Wow,
there.
look how big base camp is. Isn't it so huge? Wow. Guys, this is just like the
Gotcha.
Roblox game we
How
played.
much people do you think are in base camp right now?
Right now. What a question, eh? I guess that most of the climbers are already there. So let's consider around 200 people. And then you have the locals, all the locals that work over there, maybe 1,000 more. So, yeah,
Isn't
maybe
that
over
crazy?
1,000, 1,200.
How many locals versus how
Check this
many
out.
climbers?
Coming in here, we got a little pool here. Oh, we got 5 likes on this video. I'll do a
Can
cold
I just
plunge
tell
at
everyone
base
say
camp.
I walked? No,
So
you
after
can't
just a
do
few
that
hours of
because
leaving Gorak, Shep, we
your
had to
body
arrive at
won't
base camp, and there was
acclimatize.
a sign here. This is the first time I've seen this sign. Now
The
it's covering
trek is
the
very,
iconic
very
rock. I don't
important
like it
because
there,
you
but
have
anyways, we are
to
glad to be here.
acclimatize.
So many tents.
That's why they're climbing up all of the little peaks.
So
To
we
make
go to
sure
our
that they don't
camp,
get
and these are the
altitude
tents that we're
sickness
staying
and
in.
die.
There's a few different tents that I'm going to go over quick. This blue one is where you go number 1 in, and that one is where you go number 2 in. So we don't want to mix them up. This is what the inside of the white one looks like.
Wow,
But, yeah, I mean,
sugoi.
tents are pretty good. This is a really well-established camp. Inside that big red one is this
And why don't the
lounge tent that
helipads
has some
die?
foam rollers,
Because they're not
little
climbing
mattresses, and
there.
everything
They're
just to
just like
chill out.
dropping stuff
There's
off.
also a shower tent.
They're also
You know, we took
locals
some cold showers
and
in here. We don't mess around.
the local
Inside of those
people
box tents you saw, we can store our gear. There's a nice
are
little bed, a nice
Sheppers.
little table, just to stay organized and everything
Isn't that
like
so
that.
cute?
This is our Wi-Fi, this little tower. This is the cook tents.
Wow.
Really good chefs in here. The staff here for Garrett Madison is they're really, really awesome. And they would cook food for us, and then we would eat it inside this elongated tent. This is just the dining
Imagine the
tent.
smell in that.
So
Well,
we all come in here
actually,
to eat. This is what that kind of looks like.
maybe not right now, but
And
at
besides
higher
that, we just
altitudes,
set everything up,
you
and
lose
then
your
we
sense
did
of
a little bit of
smell,
a gear
which
check, making sure that all of our ascenders were rigged and everything like that afterwards.
oh, and
We
this
didn't
is a
have anything
puja
really planned for day
ceremony.
10 besides a puja ceremony and let our bodies acclimatize. This is once again just similar to a few days ago when these Nepalese people, they're asking for safe passage up the mountain so, you know, a serac doesn't collapse on us or something like that. And then I threw a backflip. A lot of people got mad about this, but I don't care. I wanted to do it anyways.
All right, good morning, y'all. Day 10 of climbing
So
Mount Everest.
crazy.
We're here in base camp. So where we're staying is much further down there. I took a little trek up here though. Look at all those tents. There's so much people, mostly gravitating towards the Khumbu Icefall where you enter.
Haters
You know, I'm just
everywhere.
trekking along here. Oh, along this like glacier. Might as well just fall into a crevasse. It's kind of fun walking through these though. See?
But
That's
yeah,
why it's fun. 'Cause it looks like you
the
can step on
Nepalese
some of
people
these,
are very
but you
religious,
actually end up
so
falling.
it's very important that they
This is
pray
alright
for
right here.
safe passage to the
Go through
mountain,
this.
which
So
is
then
what
we
puja
actually headed into
ceremony
the
is.
glacier, which is where the guide set up some ropes that we could get some practice in on, so when we actually go up the mountain, we know what we're doing. Anyways, we have
Wait.
these fixed
Pause for some context. If you're climbing Mount Everest, and this is the only way I know that people do it, you pay a company to climb up. So all of the people he's with right now is the company he's paid to go with. And your routine will vary depending on which company you're with and you know what you get. Like the tents you just showed, those were mostly just what his company had set up. But, you know, different companies will have different setups. So maybe some companies don't even do this, what he's doing now. But yeah, I just thought that was important to know. And he'll also be climbing with other climbers that have pictures in the same company. But I don't think they have to stick together. So
lines here. I haven't been on these since Denali. But basically you have that safety carabiner right there, and then you have the ascender
yeah,
there.
so
that
this
bites
isn't
into
like
the rope,
required,
so
but
you
it's
can
what
push it
his
up,
company's
but you
doing.
can't
And look,
move
this
it
is the
backwards. So if you
ascender.
fall, either one of these is going to stop you from actually
That's
falling
my
and taking
favorite
a
piece of
beating.
equipment. Isn't
And,
it so
yeah,
cool?
I mean, we were just kind of getting after it out here. Yeah, we're going to be doing
Sugoi.
a lot of this type of training over the next couple days. It's really just trying to replicate what we'll find in the Khumbu Icefall, because that can
Khumbu
sometimes
Icefall
be
is
the
scary,
most difficult
scary.
part of the Everest climb. So it's just moving over these big glaciers. They sometimes are very vertical. They're sometimes
And if you look
flat,
on their
sometimes you're
feet
going
now, they
down,
have
sometimes you're going
crampons
up.
on.
So you kind of have to be able to go on all
Crampons are
different
like
types
the
of
big
terrain
spiky
going up.
bits.
And it took
'Cause,
some
you know,
time to
now
get used
it's
to, especially at
snowy.
first. As you can see here, I'm not using the front of my crampons when I should be. You should be front pointing on a steep part like this.
See,
So
listen,
I'm
listen.
kind of just like, you see that thing? I just kicked that to the moon. I would have killed someone below me. But anyways, yeah, you're supposed to use the front points. It just gives you much more leverage to push up, and you save a lot of energy. You can kick that way. And we also were going down them,
because
just
everything
rappelling using a figure 8 belay, which is, you can use either
everything
or,
you're doing,
rappel
you have
device
to
or
like
figure 8,
min-max
but
your
personally I like the
energy.
figure 8 a little bit more.
So we got the new line right here.
I can't
Well,
listen you
this,
keep talking.
got
We'll
one more
close my
section,
stream then and go watch the
transition.
video.
Into the rappel. There was some ice that I was so close to just
No longer hiking, like
close,
climbing now, yeah.
on my rear end, it almost felt like. So it's like right there, like these guys, like they just crushed them out. But
This should be mandatory to show before the
So
climb.
day 11, I started off by doing some foam rolling and stretching. Can't let the legs be
You have to have
tight
some
out here.
experience.
Absolutely not. But
Some
then
experience
we headed into
is
the Icefall
required.
once again. We're going to go back to doing some training. This time, going to try to get more vertical and really just get comfortable on the fixed lines. So Kacho is kind of demonstrating exactly how we should be going up these vertical slopes. You can see,
See,
how
look, he's
effortless
using the
this is for
front
him
of his
because of the
tips.
technique he's doing. You can see he really just digs his front points in and then stands up, moves his
Yeah.
ascender up, which holds him there, and then he can rest. So you want to preserve as much energy as you can when you're going up these
Isn't that so
vertical
cool?
ice walls. So we were really getting that practice in here, trying to get the technique down so we don't exert ourselves too much in the Icefall. But there's also a nice little traverse at the top of this that we would go down into a figure 8 rappel, which is really awesome. Gave us a lot of
Are
variability.
there climbing ropes
and
around the
it'll
whole
prepare us
mountain?
when we go in.
95% of the mountain is roped in, yes. And the only 5% that
Here I am
isn't
going up,
is because
giving it
it's
a
flat.
try.
But we'll see
You
that
get up to that
later.
top anchor, and now you have to transition to the traverse. You don't use your ascender there. You usually just use one Jumar. You don't want to let yourself get too much slack. Then you have to transition into the rappel, which is probably the most difficult part, especially when you're already hanging off of a rope, because you have to be able to get the slack through the figure 8 belay, which basically just creates tension and allows you to come down nice and easy like that. So day 12 was pretty exciting because we were leaving base camp and we're going to go all the way back to Lobuche. This is because of that mountain that's right next to Lobuche, the village, which is 20,000 feet. So Lobuche East is going to be one of our climbs that we're going to do to prepare ourselves for Everest. It's just going to get us up to a much higher altitude, and therefore we don't have to go through the Khumbu Icefall in extra time like most teams do. So yeah, I mean, we just kind of started making our way over there, and we're going to climb it tomorrow.
So yeah, this is pretty unique what that company has chosen to do.
We're just pushing out of base camp right now. We will come back.
I'll see if
Best
he'll
you can
say it.
see Lobuche East off in the distance. Usually most expeditions you go through the Khumbu Icefall
Won't be
4
saying it.
times total, which is like super dangerous. But to prevent that, Master Mountaineering, the company I'm with, we climb a peak, which is over there. I forget how tall it is, but it's in the 20,000s, called Lobuche. So that's part of our acclimatization program. So we only have to
Yeah,
go through
so
the
this
Icefall
is a lot
twice,
safer this way.
which is much less risky. We don't have to worry about anything falling on us.
Because going up in the
So
Khumbu
right there is
Icefalls
Gorak,
is like
Shep.
considered
That's
one
that
of the
village that we were
most
last at
dangerous and unpredictable
before we went to base
parts.
camp. Pretty nice little place.
A lot of
But of
people
course,
die
we're gonna
there.
go past that and kind of in that little valley right there, which is where
So
Lobuche is.
this is a
So
lot
instead of going the
safer.
normal route over to Lobuche, our guide Kacho said he knew a little bit of a shortcut. So we followed him down into this little rock valley, and this was
Right now they're
already
just
an
training for the climb.
interesting
They're
shortcut, to say
acclimatizing,
the least.
so
But anyways, I decided I was going to do a little bit of parkour on these
a
rocks.
big
which would, be
portion
one
of
my
why
biggest
people die on
mistakes,
the
we'd soon
mountain
find
is
out.
because of
Someone
altitude
told me it was a bad
sickness,
idea
you
to
know,
move back to that
because
base camp, so I rolled my ankle.
you're up so high, your blood cell
Holy
count
smokes.
changes, you know, less oxygen,
Oh, I see.
and a lot of deaths occur because of like altitude sickness and like, you know, your brain swells and, you know, very scary stuff. So it's very important to acclimatize properly, which is why they've been climbing up all these other peaks. And when you climb Mount Everest, you can't just start at the bottom and go zoom 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 straight up without acclimatizing. That's why people start at the bottom, go up and down, just the bottom bit, and then up, because you know your body, you're taking your body higher and then lower and then higher.
This is sad.
So you're acclimatizing.
My hat is somewhere.
But instead of doing that, they're acclimatizing by climbing another peak in the area, which is a lot safer.
And it was just way too steep down.
Also, RIP hat.
And I just couldn't see it anymore. So, there goes my hat. But you know what? You're gonna lose gear when you go on these expeditions. It is what it is. And that was a perfectly good reason to have lost my hat.
I don't know if you noticed, but there was some blood on the stone where he lost his hat as well. Spooky, spooky.
We're in the middle of nowhere. I think we're supposed to be up there. My hat.
This looks awful to walk on, does it not?
My day is ruined. It's okay, I'll order a new one.
I would.
So now, not
I
only
would
did I
fall.
tragically lose my hat, but we had no idea where we were going. We thought at the end of this little, I don't know where we were, to be honest, but a little bit longer.
I'd be so triggered if we got lost as well. I'd be very stressed and overstimulated.
So we're exerting a little bit of extra energy. Probably just gonna have to go a complete U-turn and go all the way back up from where we had came from. And yeah, it is what it is, okay? Sometimes that's part of the adventure. You just gotta hustle a little harder, even though you have no hat.
New trail being established. What a day. What a day. Watch out for the...
It's so interesting to me how the human body adapts to a new environment. Yeah, it is very interesting.
Going up this hill right here proved to be impassable. There was just no way we were getting up this because there was a bunch of loose rock and a boulder could likely fall on us. So we're going to turn back and come probably about a couple hours down.
Isn't that so frustrating?
But you know what? This gave me an opportunity to maybe find my hat on the way back, because last time I was just left behind and I couldn't go grab it. So yeah, we were going to take another look for this as we made our way to actually get to Lobuche this time.
Those are the rocks right there.
Thank you for the souvenir.
Yeah, for sure. Back to the scene of the crime. It was right next to that orange thing, and it's not there anymore. It could be all the way down to Khumbu right now. You see that like orange rock right there? I videoed it and it was right next to that. Kacho's leaving.
It's blown away.
Who cares about this hat? Yeah, it's the one gone.
Anyways, we got back on trail, and then we made our way to Gorak, Shep. Once again,
Kacho
back
is such
in
a
this small
cool
little
name.
village. I have no hat now, but it's okay, I have a hood. So we just had to go through this village, and then Lobuche is about a couple hours more, and that'll end the day once we get there. So didn't record much up until then. We were just kind of moving through this valley here. The good part about moving between Lobuche, Gorak, Shep is it's pretty flat, so you didn't have to worry about going up or down too much. It's just pretty steady. Very
You must have really loved that hat. Well, it's important.
So we've arrived back in Lobuche.
You gotta block the sun, you know?
And that's where we're going tomorrow.
Protect yourself from the sun and the weather.
So yeah, solid day.
Day 13, we left the village of Lobuche to go climb the mountain Lobuche, which once again is 20,000 feet. But we're not going to go straight up it. We have to get to the high camp first, which is around 17,000 feet. So that's currently where we're trekking right now.
Alright, so we're approaching the base of Lobuche. So
this is a very short trek. I think this only takes them 2 days, or maybe 3.
So I get us to a nice
But look,
20,000 feet.
he's been going for
Anyways,
2
the
weeks
trek up to
already,
high camp
and
was
he
pretty
hasn't
mellow.
been in
We're
Mount
gonna put our helmets on
Everest.
soon because there
And
is
this is
risk
very
of rockfall,
normal.
but you can see the peak of Lobuche all the way off in the
So
distance.
even
with the
though
snow on the
people
top.
say Mount Everest
Anyways,
takes like a
we're just
month,
making some
half
good
of that
gainage
you're not
here,
even
just
on the
making sure to go nice
mountain.
and slow. We didn't want to overexert ourselves because we had to wake up
What do they
pretty early
eat?
tonight, midnight
Right
or
now they'll
something,
be
to head to the
eating at
top.
like the tea
And there was
houses they
dogs
stay
that were
at. So
following us.
cute!
These dogs had followed us all the way from Lobuche, which is
But
absolutely
when they're on the
crazy. There was 2
mountain,
of
they'll
them.
eat like
And they were
fruit
gonna, I think they were
leathers
going to follow
and
us all the
stuff.
way to high camp. I don't know how
The
they do it. They were going
doggy.
faster than us. Look at them.
So
Not
cute.
even tired. Insane. But yeah, we're going to get to the high camp for tonight and then wake up, I think, around 2
Does he
a.m.
climb the
and then
mountain
we'll
in a
push for
day?
the
Well, this
summit,
is a
so,
Mount Everest.
Yeah.
Oh, I know.
Heading under the rocks.
So this
Hey,
one
what you
only
got
takes
on
him
here,
like
huh?
2 to 3 days, I
Same
think.
helmet as me.
Yeah, it's looking pretty good. Got a mount up there, my GoPro.
He as well.
Can't scramble the brain.
Came all the way from down there.
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
Heading
the
under
dogs are
rocks just in
super
case you have one
cute.
fall on us, eh?
Going to 17.7.
That's how high we're going?
Yep.
Next camp, 17,700 feet.
Then we go down though.
Ignore the captions. It's not 177.
And then tonight we push 2.5.
Just
Summit,
17,000.
where we go down, so it's probably more.
Just a measly 17,000.
Well, we
Super
got
freaking
ropes.
high.
20,300 feet summit.
We're about to have to lock in on these ropes. Yeah. Ooh.
Start rope. Guess rope. Hopla.
On rope, on rope.
Yeah.
Whoa, sketchy. Wait, this is the most epic thing we've done so far.
This is so epic,
Look at
bros.
the camps down there. The dogs are here.
Look, the doggy!
These people are even portering up
The
here.
doggy.
Crazy. We gotta go all the way up there tonight, probably. Nice, looks like a good time. Ugh. Getting closer. Somewhere up here.
The dog was eating ice. Yeah, it was so cute.
Nice, nice views out here. Head up through these. A little bit of scrambling. It's all rock now. No sand or anything.
So we made it up to the highest points that we're going to go today. There's a little camp, but we're going to go down a little lower and find our camp. But really nothing too technical today, just a little bit of scrambling. It was good enough for the dogs to make it up, so that must say something. But
So
tomorrow
cute.
we'll actually be throwing on the crampons, and it's going to get a little bit more technical.
They look pretty
Definitely gonna be the
healthy,
hardest
don't
day
they?
we've
They
had
look
so
very
far. And
shiny
by
and
tomorrow, I actually mean tonight, so
pretty
yeah,
well
let's head
kept
over to where our camp is and get some rest.
without,
So we
you
just
know,
chilled up here for a little bit.
examining
Really nice
too
views.
closely.
Now we're headed down here. So I'm gonna go down here. Camp is somewhere along this trail down there. Oh, I think I see it. Wait, I see it. There.
It's so tiny.
So
It's
we're
like a
gonna
little
stay
speck.
there. I'm not sure what the route is, but we're gonna make our way up there to the summit tonight. It's gonna be a tough day, but we'll get it done. Let's get down to the camp. Holy smokes, we're at the beach right now. 17,000 feet. Camp.
I'd spoil the
Of course
dog
the
if I
dogs are
was
here,
there.
always before us. You're joshing me. Came from all the way up there.
The
Ooh, yeah,
dogs
you
are
can
so
really see the summit
speedy.
now, where we'll go up tonight. Oh, that's a nice place. So we'll probably have one of these like mini tents. No more personal tents. It's all right. It's all right. This isn't meant to be a luxpedition.
The only real eventful thing that happened while we were here was there was a rescue up on the upper half of Lobuche, and they parked a helicopter here, which is insane.
All right, this is bright. Good morning, everybody. We're out here. Camp, high camp of Lobuche. You can kind of see it up off in the distance there.
Not
It's day
really.
14 out here. Anyways, we're just packing up, getting ready to go. Ooh, look how cool our
So
camp
yeah,
is.
on summit days, which is what they're
Anyways,
doing
yeah.
now, because they're
We got a
pushing
nice
for the
moon up
top.
above us.
You
It's
set
gonna be a good
off at
climbing
like
day.
2 a.m. or something
Good summit
crazy.
day. It's
So
nice and
you
warm.
have, you know, the maximum
wind
amount of
yet.
hours.
Let's do this. Our summit push was
Oh,
beginning at around 3 a.m.,
3
which isn't
a.m.
that
My
bad,
bad.
honestly. But yeah, we headed out of camp. We had our trekking boots on for the time being. Once we get to the point where we actually have to put on our crampons, because there's the glacier, we'll put on our big boots. And it really wasn't too cold either. It was a little bit chilly, but it might get cold later.
Misinformation,
Usually the
forgive
coldest
me.
time of the day is when the sun is rising. Usually around 5, 6 a.m.
35% is going to go flat before he's back.
Putting on some extra layers and whatnot, but you
But
know,
it
it's just
is-
pretty mellow. There's a decent
I
amount of
don't
people
think
out
that's a device that
going for the summit
uses
as
much
well,
power.
but it was just going over these little rock
Very
scrambles
simple.
and making our way through the dark.
Simple dimple.
We're getting into slabby territory.
From what you guys have seen, would you do the trek to base camp? This isn't part of the trek to base camp.
Funnel.
This isn't involved. This is after. This is post base camp.
Aye.
But would you do the hike? I would really, really love to do it one day, but it's like 2,000 plus, so a little bit expensive. I'd cycle it, no you wouldn't.
At this camp right now, this is the
I'd
highest
be
camp on
lazy and play
Lobuche
games at home.
Summit.
I feel like the trek is... Ow,
Why
my
did you do this to me?
eyes.
Focus.
I feel like the trek to base
There
camp
we go.
would be a good
Summit is up
activity
there.
if you're
What
like
is that, another 1,500 feet? like
middle-aged. You know,
Got the boots on now.
like,
my toes were getting cold.
you have your husband, well, sorry, you have your
We're gonna have
wife.
some ropes coming up. Gonna get after
Or
it.
husband, sorry, you have your partner. And then you're
Moon's
like,
still
we
out.
want to go on
Sun's on the other
holiday. I
side of
feel like
us, so
a long trek holiday
gonna
would be
get
so
this.
cool.
up there.
Yes. Got some ropes here. Throwing the ascenders on. Ooh. Go
14
Crystal.
days to not even climb the mountain.
This is gonna be nice and fun.
And remember, they've got to
So at
do it
this
all
point,
of
we
the way
had to
back
use our
as well.
ascenders. As you can see, it's keeping us on the rope. So
The
if we fall backwards,
ascender!
the ascender will just bite into it and we won't fall backwards. You don't really want to fall on this ice. Look around us. It's all pointy and stuff. But yeah, we had a long way to go before we got to the summit. It's a good few hours ahead.
1,000 feet left to go.
10,000 forever.
Just making our way through
I'm a
this
man-child. What
ice
makes you say that? Don't be mean
landscape.
to yourself. Unless you want to be a
Very
man-child,
nice,
then.
Very nice.
Don't put yourself
So
down.
of course the sun doesn't come out on this side, so it's all cold. Sort of still.
Would you want to be at the back or the front of this rope? Well, they're not
Lock
roped
in.
together. The ropes are to the mountain. The ropes aren't just on the people.
We got some steepness here.
But they're not like
Solid
roped
day
to
so
each
far.
other. That is something we
We're
do
gonna
on
get to the
mountains,
top.
but not right now.
I don't know, like 45 minutes?
I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Very nice, very nice.
We play Monopoly deal in about 2.5 hours.
Exactly.
I could be wrong, but I
We're
think
so
that
mad.
man...
That was brutal.
I could be wrong, blush, but I think that man he's speaking to
Ooh,
now
look
is
at
called
that.
Garrett Madison.
Big
Uh,
canyon. Oh wait, you can see where we came from.
I think he's a very famous mountaineer, and
those guys down there.
he has summited Everest maybe 14?
good
I think
game.
it's 14 or 16 times.
We should get to the top of that. Isn't it like flat once we get up there?
Yeah, there's a Chick-fil-A up here.
Nice.
Just FYI.
Yeah,
Sunday.
he knows his
In
stuff.
just a moment's time, we had finally gotten to the
I think
not
that's
official
him there
summits of
with
Lobuche,
the-
but this is pretty much
on the
where
left,
the top
no?
is. You can see on the right, people are going on the very summit of Lobuche East, but it's really just this nice little flat area that you can kind of chill out on.
Holy.
I know people like that.
The fact.
Ugh. Accepted cycling on my local mountain. I'm addicted to extreme cardio.
Hey.
Half complete on this mountain.
Here we are.
Wow!
Going down. Of Lobuche.
They made
Yeah,
it!
let's go. Let's go. Hey guys. Woo!
Oh my god,
Time
Snoopy.
to head down.
Oh my god, is this real?
You gotta go home, but gotta get the fuck off my mountain.
Couldn't have done it without the guides and Sherpas here.
Selfie.
Yeah.
Cute.
Look how sketchy this is. No, you just send it.
That would scare me
Rappel
so
down from
much.
this. Well, arm wrap.
See, I hate this
I'm
stuff
filming,
like
bro. I
this.
filmed this. If you're
Is
wondering
he gonna show how deep
what's
it
down
is?
there,
I don't know how he looks over
look
the
at
edge.
the crevasse.
I don't know how he
Insane.
does that.
Good luck, guys.
Anyways, mission complete. It was now time to head
I can't
down.
even stand on
Obviously,
my
the way
bed
down, you have
without
to be really
freaking out
careful,
because
so we're
it's
just
too
arm
high.
wrapping down the rope so we didn't fall and just tumble down the mountain. But
When I
really,
was trying
we're
to
just down
put
from
my
here.
lampshade
So here
on
we
the
are, back
ceiling,
at the base
and I was
of
stood on my
Lobuche.
bed
Can't
and
see
it
the
was
summit anymore.
wobbling, but I
Kinda
was
far- wait, actually, you
freaking
can.
out. I was scared. Never mind.
All the way up
please.
there. Solid day. We actually went pretty crazy out there.
Now
today.
they go all the way back
We got
down
the
to
summit
base
in
camp.
under 5
And then
hours.
I think they're finally ready
Fast
to start
windy.
climbing Mount Everest.
Yeah,
You
no,
mean
that was a
finally?
pretty tough climb.
Only
Definitely
2
good, though.
entire
Got
weeks.
above 20,000 feet. Really good for acclimatization. And from here, we go back to base camp, and now we're gonna actually start climbing.
Yeah,
Everest. From
that's
this
what
point
I
on, we've
said.
just
She's
been
copying
preparing
me.
ourselves for it. But now we're actually gonna go head up to Camp 1 through the Khumbu Icefall in the next few days. So it's gonna be a good time. Only goal for day 15 was to get back to base camp coming from Lobuche, which is where we stayed last night. So pretty simple day. All right, what's up everybody? Day 15 out here. We're saying goodbye to Lobuche, the village. This is the last time we're ever gonna be here because we just climbed the mountain, so we're not gonna come back to this. Got around a 3-hour
Miwa
trek
wrote
ahead
his
of us,
script. I
so
did.
just about.
You're
And we'll be
welcome.
at base camp. And
No,
we're gonna
I've
begin
just
our
watched
first
this
summit
video like
rotation,
5
so,
times.
we're not actually going to go to the summit once we get to base camp because we're not ready for that yet. Our bodies are not acclimatized, so we got to give it some time. We're going to push to Camp 3 over the next week and a half, and then we come back down. We go all the way back to Namche, which is like the village we were in on day 4, and then we go back up, and then we push for the summit. So it's going to be a bit of time, but we'll actually be able to get into the Khumbu Icefall in the next few days.
Isn't that so crazy?
Which is pretty exciting.
All this up and down.
Feels like just yesterday we were back at this hill. Made it up, big hill. Good, good. All right. Now it's just kind of up and
Is
down
that a
hills
Sim
till we get to
stream
base
to
camp.
you? What
Alright,
are
currently
you
making some good
speaking
timing.
about? I don't
You
watch
see the
Sim
Khumbu
streams.
Icefall all the way down there. Holy smokes. What is this, the hill?
Everybody looks so tiny.
Holy smokes.
They look
Oh,
little
people.
specks in the distance.
We'll have to find a way to pass them. Nah, just kidding. It's a nice day out, so it's a good day to go finish the trip. It's base camp.
Yes,
See it
look
again
how
now.
clear the sky is. It's beautiful.
So then I actually did decide to pass up those people. There was a huge line, so I decided to go around them.
He said just
'Cause
kidding,
we
and
had
now
gone
he's
20,000
irritating them all.
feet, and nobody
He's
else
zooming.
had, so I had more red blood cells than them, so I was gonna pass them. Just kidding, it's not that deep, but I wanted to get to base camp because I was pretty hungry at this point, so yeah.
The food, the power of food compels him to walk faster. Are they above some clouds at this point?
Alright, made it back to Gorak, Shep.
And even though I'm a cloud
Best
bunny,
village
I'm
on the
gonna be
mountain.
honest. I have no idea.
It's like another
I don't know
45
anything
minutes to
about
base camp.
clouds. I know I learned a song in high school where it's like,
this
one looks like a
water.
horse's tail. That's
timing.
serious.
We're heading for sub 3 hours. Lobuche
That's all I know.
Base camp. Huge. They seriously gotta get rid of that sign in front of the rock. What is that thing? So ugly.
They're landing. Ugh.
We're here!
Anyways, back in base camp, 2.5 hours from Lobuche with Chris Lee up there. Hustle. Anyways, yeah, we're back. Nothing's really changed.
I'm not too sure who
Honestly,
Chrisley is. There's
I
a
bet you the
woman
glacier has melted,
in the
like,
group,
quite a
and her
bit.
name is
'Cause
Chrisley,
it's hot.
I
Is
think,
that
or
a shirtless guy?
Chrisley.
There's a shirtless
I'm
guy
not
up there.
sure.
Day 16,
She
we
has
had
a
another
very
puja
pretty
ceremony.
voice.
This would be the last one we have before we go up higher on the mountain. And yeah, nothing really crazy happened today. Like I said, yesterday though, the
If you
glacier has been
see,
melting.
sorry, I'll go back. If you see here in the puja ceremony, I think, I could be wrong, obviously, not my religion, but in all of the videos I've seen of it, it looks like people make offerings. And if you look in this image, it's really
nothing
funny
really
because like there's like a 6-pack of Sprite. Like the offerings are just like a multi-pack of Sprite bottles. What else can you see? It always looks like candy and stuff.
Crazy happened today. Like I said, yesterday though, the glacier has been melting, and you can see here, this is a toilet, so people will go pee inside of this, and it kind of seeps through the rocks, and it gets into this water stream here, which is pretty gross.
Proclaimed Cloud Bunny isn't a cloud expert.
Anyways, massive drone
Are you a
spotted.
Yeti
These are
expert?
carrying number
Mr.
2
Yeti
because
underscore
porters and
love.
Sherpas don't want to carry it anymore, so they got drones to do it now, which is pretty crazy.
Wowzers.
Look, an
There
avalanche!
was one last night.
I heard one.
Yeah, me too. Or no, I heard one like right before bed last night. When do we start running?
We got a good valley to protect us.
So day 17
So
was
cool.
a training day once again. This time we were going to do a little bit more technical stuff, maybe some ladder training. Not a maybe. We were going to do some ladder training, as you can see the setup here.
The ladders are
You
so
go up this ladder, you
scary.
kind of make your way around, and then you go up these fixed lines. So it really gives you that authentic Khumbu Icefall experience. So yeah, we just had to get up there.
Yeah, lots
I
of
decided to go
training.
for it. You start off on this right side here.
It's the
And while I was going,
Roblox
there was some
ladders.
random
You
guy
guys
who
are
just came up out of
brainwashed.
nowhere and went up on the left. He wasn't even wearing boots.
It's just
He
like
threw on
Roblox.
one of our guide's crampons and just thugged it out. He just went up. So I had to wait for him to get down because he kind of got stuck up there. If you don't, his crampons were falling off. So if you don't have good footing crampons, you're just gonna. It's not really a good thing. But he did get down.
But it is
So
a
then we had to wait
tutorial.
for him. But once he was gone, I decided to try some ice axe, just ice axe, no ascender.
Look,
Using one
she's
of our
using
guides,
just
and
the
that's pretty
ice
good. It gave
axe
you
right
that
now. That is
kind
so
of
cool.
experience that you would get if you didn't have an ascender, just in case.
Oh,
you
we
ever
wouldn't
needed
be
to use
seeing
it.
that on the
Really digging
mountain
in those
though.
front points, pushing
Ice
up,
axes
and
are more of an
whatnot. So, yeah, that
emergency
kind of
thing.
concluded our last big training day.
But yeah, they don't actually climb
Carrying
like
the
that,
ladder back.
really.
No, it's mine. It's mine. I gotta do some work out here, you know?
I decided to end the day off doing a little bit of investigating
What is
around
that?
the camp, base camp. So here's the mega drone that we saw before.
Oh,
And then
wow,
right
that's
here is
huge.
all
That's
the trash
massive.
that's trying to be picked up from the mountain. That's going to be kind of brought down and whatnot. It's all coming from base camp. Here is an absolute city of tents. This is all just the same company, I'm pretty sure. At least the majority of it.
So
I mean, this
many.
is a whole civilization. There is dozens of people here. And this is one group's tents. They had an espresso machine and a bunch of other stuff.
Look how
I wish
fancy
we had
this
that,
is.
but you know what? I like our camp, okay? But this is pretty nice as well. I'm not gonna lie. Plan for day 18 was to go on another acclimatization hike. This is really what we do while we're waiting for a nice weather window to go up. Is we get the blood flowing, we get up higher, so we're more prepared to actually go up. But essentially,
Yeah,
we're
so
going
it's
to this
very
little
important
hill
to
over here,
wait
right behind base
for
camp, called Prayer Flag Point.
the right
You can see
days.
to the left there, kind of how
With
that
the
mountain
weather.
has 2 humps. We're gonna head up that, but yeah, it was just a pretty steady hike. You can see it once again right
Which
here.
is kind of
Just
crazy
making
because
our
if you
way
look
up,
at the weather
taking
now,
it
you'd
slow,
think
taking it
it's
easy, 'cause
perfect
in the
weather,
next
right?
couple days, we're gonna be going up to
But I guess
Camp 1
not.
on the actual mountain, so we don't want to wear ourselves out. Really nice view of base camp from here.
Aha. I think it's like right there.
The
Right here.
Khumbu Ice Falls.
Scale.
Scary, scary.
It's that like big dome tent. Look at the Khumbu. And look at Everest.
Wow!
Looks pretty warm.
Anyways, we continued our nice little hike. It was really cool to see Pumori, which is that mountain right in front of us. But yeah, just nice and mellow terrain. It did get really windy at the top, though, I'm not going to lie. But yeah, I mean, here we are nearing the
Okay,
summit
guys,
of Prayer
get on
Flag
the
Point.
mountain, please.
18,150.
Get on the mountain now.
Checking out the other lagoon. Well, that one's huge.
Wow, it's so pretty.
From the top of Prayer
Lagoon.
Flag Point, me and Kacho spotted out a nice little lagoon that we're going to cold plunge in. Just kidding, that would be stupid. I'm going to backflip instead. Anyways, we actually did head down to the lagoon. We're going to do a nice little cold plunge. Just, you know, get the blood flowing, get the lungs open.
We made it to the beach. What a nice day.
It looks so beautiful.
Not that windy here, eh?
Yeah, it's pretty protected. Whew. Nice beach day. I will be heading in here. Look how blue, pristine this water is.
Look how rough his skin is. I'm not shaming him. This is obviously, you know,
On the video, we do the cold plunge.
he's been hiking and stuff for 18 days now
Probably is.
in harsher conditions. So watching how, like, quote unquote bad the skin gets. I'm not saying his skin is bad, but you know, I just mean
Wow.
with what he's doing, of course.
It doesn't look cold to me, eh? Yeah.
How long?
4:14.
Finish it off.
I wonder if that's good for you.
Demons! The demons are after me! And that's a cold plunge at
Why would you ever do that?
17,000 plus feet.
Because it's a clear day, it almost looks like it's warm.
Crap.
But you know, there's snow on the ground. Oh, and he stood on it!
Oh, this is pain. Oh.
Good luck getting dry, right? Like, how is he getting dry out here without freezing? I don't understand. Because the sun is shining, it looks like it's warm,
Still
doesn't it?
shivering, Kacho took me on another shortcut as we headed back to base camp. Day 19 was pretty exciting because we knew when we were going to go up the actual mountain now. So we had locked in our push through the Khumbu Icefall for day 21. So we have tomorrow to rest, and then we're going to be waking up that night to push up.
Nice.
So we decided to head into the Khumbu Icefall today and actually just get a feel for it. We weren't going to go too far up, but we wanted to see what it was like. So when we go up that night, we're going to be prepared, and we actually
Just
know what
have a
we're
little
doing.
peek into it.
What do you think about the Khumbu Icefall, eh?
It looks fun up there. Whoa, where's that helicopter coming from? Camp 2.
Would you take a dip for this? A cold plunge? Probably
That's the
not.
highest they'll go, right?
It's spooky. What if I get cold and shivery?
Anyways,
I
Day
hate being
19.
cold.
training in the Icefall.
I'm cold right now,
Came
though.
all the way from down there. What percentage of the way through are we right now?
15%,
15?
20. No more than
Nice.
15. Let's say 15, 20.
Okay. So just gonna go up these bad boys tonight.
Not
Till we get
his
to Camp
laugh.
1. The reason it takes so long, it could take like 10 hours. Because it's going zigzag, zigzag all the way up. Because it's not a straight path.
Good luck at climbing Everest, Miwa. Thank you. Do you
It'll be
like my
exciting.
face cam?
Finally get to actually go up
This is
the
me.
mountain. Because we've just been acclimatizing this whole time.
We then headed back down to base camp, just maneuvering through the Icefall. We'd probably made, I don't know, I'm just going to say 500 feet of elevation gain, which is pretty good because we're going to be more prepared for when we actually go up it, especially knowing what the route is
It's
like
Miwa,
and kind of what to
Bob.
expect. So, yeah. The
Yeah,
day
it's
after
me.
day 20, I had really only just done a gear check, put my things together to make sure I had everything I needed for the higher camps. And yeah, we just kind of prepared for day 21 when we'd actually wake up middle of the night to push up.
Alrighty. Day 21, heading up into the Khumbu.
Yeah, we're finally doing it, guys. Let's go, let's go.
Cold out. Nice, calm morning.
Let's go,
2
let's
a.m.
go.
Let's go.
We're going on Mount Everest, finally.
Currently still in base camp, trekking through here. Pheriche in the front. Almost in the Icefall. Look at this. This team has an LED screen.
So fancy.
How are they still powering that right now? Jeez Louise. It makes everything not seem as bad. All right, we're officially entering the Icefall.
Look at how
you feeling, man?
huge their packs are. It's crazy.
Personally, I'm a big fan of the night treks. It's like nice and cool, you know?
Shooty, shooty. Good night, sweeties. Night, 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 night.
So those little flags mark where we need to go.
I just imagine everyone having some kind of epic survival moment of reflection, and then they just have some kid cracking sumo jokes on them. That's
So now we
literally
got our
this
crampons
guy.
on. They'll spike into the snow so we don't slip at all. But really nice, calm morning, moving up through the Icefall. Nobody was really out, so not too crowded at all.
And this group is going up a lot later
Nice
than
ice path right here. Cold
look
plunge.
how scary that
We're
is.
trailblazing right now, Pheriche.
They're going up a lot later than
Best Sherpa on the mountain right here.
most people. Like the big crowds.
It's beautiful in here. Beautiful. Can you believe some people go to the whole other side of the mountain just to avoid all this?
So in front of me is our lead Sherpa, Pheriche, and I was trying to keep up with him going through the Icefall, which was a horrible idea. My man was flying.
Pheriche, I'm going too slow for you now.
Super dangerous to do at night. Well, the reason they have to set off so early is because it takes so long. So by setting off at night, you know, you have more hours of daylight in the end. But yeah,
So it wasn't too much
it's
longer
very
until the sun had
dangerous.
started to come out, and you can actually see the spectacle of the Khumbu Icefall. We had some ladders coming up, so we were about to have to lock in a little bit.
The reason the Khumbu Icefall is so dangerous is because the ice is moving a lot.
Nice.
It shifts,
First ladder.
and as you can see, there's big crevasses like this.
Alrighty.
So whenever we go across a ladder, we always make sure we're clipped in,
very
and optionally our
spooky.
ascenders are attached to the rope as well. So if we do end up falling off the ladder while crossing, that'll catch us on the rope.
Oh, come on. Why is this being so annoying? There you go. Okay. Hey, man, you just don't overthink it.
Is this not so
This is, like,
freaking
so,
spooky?
Like weird, slanted.
And look, he has spikes on his shoes. He has the crampons. So he can't... just imagining doing this is so scary. How deep are the
Nice.
crevices? They can be...
Nice crevasse right here.
like... I don't know, a few meters. Or some of them can be
Nice
like...
and easy. Ooh, too fast.
Lots
Too
and
fast
lots
on
and
that
lots. They
one.
can be huge.
It's getting light out here.
And what is scary is...
So once you get deeper into the Icefall, not only are there the ladders, but there's also a lot of just cracks and crevasses that don't have a ladder. So you just have to jump over them, hold onto the rope, and hope you get across and it doesn't collapse.
For example, this one he's jumping over, that doesn't look too deep. But what can happen is there could be like just a layer of ice on the top, and then if you stand on that, it drops into like a 60-foot
Grip the rope.
crevasse, you know? So it's very dangerous, this area, and this area is the... He
is,
mentioned
like,
this
sketch.
earlier, is
I don't know what
why
I'm doing with my life right now.
climbers will climb on the opposite face just to avoid this area. is super dangerous.
Alright, good luck.
Cause you know, look, it's just like loads of blocks of ice, all
Khumbu
like
just leaves me.
stacked
I have no idea where he went.
on each other. You know, like
So you'll
it's
see
not
this
a
pretty
big
often, but
solid
Ferbo will
face.
just zoom off without me. Hey, you know, I couldn't handle the smoke. I gotta catch back up to him one way or another.
That would stress me out if my guide had left me behind, to be honest. But it's important that, you know, you're
After
self-sustained and
hustling to
you,
the max, I finally caught back up to Ferba. And as you can see around us, we're getting into much
you're
more
not
thick ice
being
territory.
carried through
It's
the
getting a little bit
mountain.
more flat, which means we're getting to the top of the Khumbu Icefall, because it kind of flattens out once you get to Camp 1. But we still had a bit to go, a few more ladders to cross.
So yeah, it's kind of crazy that this video almost makes it seem easy because
off without me?
this is a very, very deadly part of the mountain. You know, it's very
true.
scary. And what happens is the ice melts over the season. So on the way back down the
Here we
mountain,
go.
we'll see it in, lol, 2 hours. But this gap, for example, this one he's going over now, after, you know, 2 weeks of him climbing or whatever, this gap will have melted and it will now be even bigger. So it gets very scary. And you can't take the same
Nice,
routes and
nice.
things. Oh, it's very, very spooky.
Great. Nice.
This next bit makes me cringe so hard. Look, because he's not holding the ropes for the other guy. This is so bad of him. He should be holding those ropes the same way that guy just did it for him. So poor man has to
I just want to
struggle.
point out that was not mountaineer's etiquette. I should
Yeah,
have been
you
holding
point that out.
the ropes for him
Yep.
to make them tight so that
You
he
should have been
accidentally
doing
grab
that.
onto. I already know I messed up, guys, so you don't gotta remind me in the comments.
My bad, my bad, my bad. My bad, my bad.
Sunrise.
Wow, so beautiful.
Such a nice day. Feeling good. Probably about an hour out from Camp 1, right over that lip. Ooh.
The packs
we
are
got here?
huge.
Clip. Whew. Wait, this is a deep crack right here.
Look, I would be so freaked out having to jump over this. Look, he's laughing, it's scary.
There's just all these like little deep cracks.
Yeah, look how deep they are as he steps over
There's one
them.
right here. Ooh.
It's
Oh,
so
boy.
scary.
This one's kind of sketch.
Look at that, like,
Holy smokes.
you really do have to be fearless. It's very scary.
Yeah, these small crevasses were a little bit scary, but I like jumping over stuff and climbing things, so it was kind of fun. You just didn't think about it a lot. Same thing with the ladders. You just don't really think about it.
I
Same
would
thing
be
with the
thinking
seracs
so
hanging above
hard
your
I
head
would
as it
cry and
flaps.
I'd
You
have
just
to
don't think
turn
about
back.
it. And then you just try to enjoy yourself in a place like this, because it is magical. It's the only place in the world where you can find something like this.
He's too... Ah! Ew, but my toes are curled looking at that. It's so scary. And this part is scary as well because, I think they're called... I always get the word mixed up. Seracs? Seracs are the big ones that can fall on you from above. So, you know, they're walking by a lot of ice that is towered higher than them. It's like a big boulder of ice, and it can drop on them. That's another reason this area
So
is
this is when the
dangerous.
Icefall started to get really technical, and there was some more technical parts that were to come later, but yeah, you just had these really weird and awkward foot placements that were right over a crevasse, so it's kind of like a double whammy sort of thing. But yeah, we just had to move through this, and then we were near the top. We weren't there completely yet, but yeah, we were making progress.
It's cool in there.
How do they trust the ropes? Basically, before the season starts, a group of usually local Sherpas called Ice Doctors, is that not the coolest name ever? Every single year, Ice Doctors are the first people to go up the mountain, and they make these routes. They make the routes that everyone for that season will take. So all of these ropes you're seeing are because the Ice Doctors have come in, worked out the best and safest routes, and then they set up all of the lines, and then they set up all of the ladders. They're really like they're like the superheroes of the mountain. Like, they make it possible for everybody else. It's very, very cool.
Oh, this is brutal.
Ice Doctors are Giga Chads, they are. They're very cool.
Look how far base camp is.
But yeah, because, you know, it's a mountain full of ice, you know, it melts and changes. Or in 2015, there was an earthquake that removed... have you heard of the Hillary Step? That's considered a very infamous part of the mountain. It's right by the summit.
The Icefall is. You can see everything is just
Look
crumbled,
at this.
which
See?
is really nice. But coming up after this was the most technical part of the entire Khumbu Icefall. Basically,
like, everything can crumble.
Sketchy lead up to this ice wall that had formed,
scary.
and it's probably where most of the bottlenecks for the Icefall happened this year. It's just a giant's wall that you have to get up. Makes it pretty hard with the pack. It's almost straight up vertical.
But yeah, the Hillary Step is a very infamous part of the mountain. But in 2015, there was an earthquake, and a huge boulder making it hard to get around the Hillary Step was actually knocked off. So now it's no longer as hard as it used to be up there. So that's, you know, another example of how the mountain changes so often. Like, it's different every time you climb it, you know? It's not just one routine. One little route that you just go up and down. It's very cool. Peak stream title, thank you. The ropes are so colourful and pretty.
So this is me going up that huge wall. You
My
just saw in the
farm is
previous
named
shots,
after Hillary,
but,
really?
Yeah, essentially there's
That's
just a
so
rope
interesting.
hanging down, and you use your ascender.
That's
to
such a
push
thin
yourself
rope,
up
I'd
and
be
then push
afraid,
yourself up,
right?
Kind of like you saw
It's
in
so
the training
scary.
videos that we did before. Really just trying to use your legs, not your arms.
I guess I must
And
be very
luckily we're
strong.
close to the end of the Icefall, because this absolutely drained me.
And you know, look at what day it is. It's day 21. And now he's climbing a fully vertical ice wall using his whole body. And he's just done 20 plus days of hiking, minimum 6 hours a day. Imagine how exhausted your body would be. And he's not even at Camp 1 yet. It's very cool.
Literally right after that giant's wall.
Did you
there was
talk
an
about what
upcoming
training
ladder,
he
but this
did
one didn't
before?
look too bad,
Yes.
So pretty much flat at this point.
He climbed
nice.
a lot of other mountains, like Denali. That's the only one I remember, but he climbed a few of the mountains.
No, he just like stepped up half of the way.
Because he was a complete noob, and then he pretty much gained all of his experience in a year and a half, I think. He was very fast with it.
Okay.
You see how that guy held the ropes for him?
I think this is the last ladder.
And he does it for the other person.
Yeah, watch
Yeah.
out for the little tripper. Yeah.
Ooh,
That
it
was
looked like he
sketchy, I'm not
tripped
gonna
for
lie.
a second.
Kind of stuck the back of my thing.
Yeah. Look at this thing, yeah? It's a masterpiece. So at this point, we've been going over fairly technical terrain for,
Imagine a
I
lot
wanna
of breaking
say,
from the
6
cold.
hours,
I don't know if
maybe.
that's ever happened.
It really does get the best of you, and especially once you're heading into
If I was the
high
ladder
altitude like
company
this,
they
which
used
I'm
on
pretty sure by the
Everest,
end of the day
imagine
we'll end up at around
the crazy
19,000
marketing
feet.
you could have for that. You'd be like, these ladders are on Everest. And you could put it in the adverts.
We made it.
Camp 1 is so tiny. Look how tiny Camp 1 is. It's like 3 tents.
Even though it's one of the least populated camps compared to Camp 2, 3, and 4, I was excited to see Camp 1. It's pretty flat around here. There isn't
It's
too
so
much tents, like I
tiny.
said, but hey, this is where we were going for the day, so mission successful.
Yippee!
What a day. Alright, so this is Camp 1. Came up through there. All the way down there is the Khumbu Icefall. Obviously base camp. Come all the way up here. You got little tents dispersed all around. This one's ours. That tent right there is mine. Sharing it with the boy Tyler. And that's kind of our dining tent right there where they also cook the food.
Yummy, yummy.
Honestly, nothing crazy. But we can see an insane view of Everest right now. Right there. And that's Lobuche back there. So, basically, not tomorrow because tomorrow's a rest day, but the next day we'll go and Camp 2's over there. And I'm pretty sure like Camp 3
But
is
yeah,
like
a
right
lot
there.
of people think
Then you have Camp 4.
Everest is the whole
Can't see it,
mountain, but
on that other side. And then of course,
as he just pointed out,
Can you see
that
how
other
it's
peak
kinda
is called
striped?
Lobuche.
that's limestone.
I think there's also one called
Pretty cool.
Nupsi.
Yeah,
So
very
yeah,
interesting.
Everest is only just that one peak.
Tent flying. This tent is on the move. This tent's on the move. It's high winds out here.
You see, you may think this is funny,
On the move right now.
but this is actually bad because sometimes this will happen and people will actually just
Day
fully
22
leave it.
out here.
So that's how
Day
the mountain
22,
gets
we really were just
littered.
gonna spend it
Camp 1
recovering
looks
from
very
yesterday,
clean though, but you'll see.
we're gonna do a little bit more acclimatization, so we pushed up the trail just a little bit.
You'll see as we go on, like higher up the
over
mountain,
a few crevasses, some big cracks.
as it gets,
Wasn't too much
more and
fixed
more
lines because
inaccessible.
in between Camp 1 and 2 is relatively tame and pretty flat this year.
It's harder to
We
take
continue.
trash down,
Camp 2's all the
so
way down
people
there.
leave a lot, which is very
Not going
bad.
there
So the
today,
higher
though.
camps are very
Tomorrow.
dirty. And there are teams dedicated to removing trash off
Check
the
this out.
mountain, which is very sad because,
Ooh, Camp
people
2's that way, up the valley. We're stopping
losing,
right here, though.
people are risking their
Getting some
lives
pre-sip.
just to pick up other
nice
people's trash.
1.5 hour
It's like a
Get the
litter
blood flowing, the
pickup but
lungs open.
extreme
all you
version,
really need up
and
here.
everybody should just
And
be
tomorrow
cleaning
will
up
be good
after
to go
themselves.
through there.
Do you
Can't
know how
see
to use
the
a
camp,
sewing
but it's in
machine?
there.
A
So you
little
kinda go
bit.
flat,
Why?
flat, flat, be a bit more uphill. And yeah, look at these though. It's so cool over here. Obviously there's like hidden crevasses, so I don't want to, venture too far out by myself, but you got these like giant cracks
You should
that
use
just
more
run
sun cream.
all the way through.
He is
See
using
this one
sun
right here?
cream. He speaks about
There's a
it.
crack underneath
think.
there. You just can't see.
See?
But it opens up
Isn't
right
that
there.
so scary?
So it's pretty nice out here.
It's like a hidden crack,
Day 22, good day.
like what I
So tomorrow
mentioned
is looking
earlier.
good to push up to Camp 2, and we're only going to go up to Camp 3 from there because remember, we can't rush up the mountain. We have to be patient with it, or else we'll probably die to some sort of altitude
Yeah.
related
So even though
sickness.
it's important
But yeah, we're
to
gonna touch Camp 3.
acclimatize,
That's our goal for this rotation, and then
you
we're gonna
have to
come
be
all
nice
the way
and
back
slow.
down the mountain, rest in base camp and whatnot until we're all prepared to go for the actual summit push.
Through.
Isn't that so
Say
crazy?
goodbye to the weird ladder.
Like
that's
they
just
climb up
above
and then
this.
they just
Don't
have
know
to.
why. Maybe this like opened.
Yes,
Now
yes,
it's
this
one
is what I
section
mentioned
used to get
earlier.
across.
Once we got back down to
Like
Camp
the
1,
ice
we
melting,
continued to
so
get
the
some
gaps
good
become
snowfall,
bigger.
which is we wanted this because it's gonna make crossing snow bridges a little safer. as well as moving up the Lobuche face, we're not gonna maybe have a chance of rocks falling on us, and also makes it less icy.
Got a beautiful day here for day 23, right, Cacho?
Really beautiful day. Different landscape today, eh?
How much snow do you think we got? Solid couple inches, right?
How much? What do you
Yeah.
think? 4 or 5 inches?
4 or 5. You can see it. It's looking like the
Oh,
mountains
it's
again.
so
You
beautiful.
can see everybody moving their way up to Camp 2.
I can't even
then even the
imagine
trail.
seeing this.
Camp 3, boom, Camp 4, up the Lobuche face, right there. We're homeless now, though. Where our tent used to be.
Vagabonds.
Now we gotta move. Nice 4-hour day. We'll set up a new camp at Camp 2, which is 21,000 feet.
21,300 feet.
21,300.
That's
But
a
yeah,
nice
straight out the
accent.
gates, you could already see some massive struggle on the trails. These guys have a lot of weight, but yeah, it was hot. I mean, when you have the sun glaring and reflecting off of all this snow around you, it's like a
Yeah,
sauna.
that's scary
It's
to be
extremely hot.
this sick.
So you got to
That
move
sick
slow.
so
You don't want to
early.
sweat too much because you. Yeah, I actually felt like I was gonna throw up. I'm not even gonna lie, but yeah, we're just moving.
Back on the ice bridge.
Are you allowed to hike this without a guide or Shep? Yeah, I think so. It's like a death wish. You're basically committing suicide if you do, I feel like.
Moving slow. Holy smokes. Sweating on Mount Everest. You can see Camp 2 from here.
You can see Camp 2, but
Bam.
take it easy.
Little village.
Take it easy.
Yeah, the little houses.
See, look, this is
Yeah,
the
far.
part that isn't roped in that I was speaking
Yes.
about because it's so flat. Look, you know, there's
I caught that
there's
on
not
video
there's
for
nothing to be roped into here.
Ready? Hey, hey.
It's just like a flat hike almost.
now.
Very nice. And you might
Luckily,
notice
the
that they're
clouds
not
started
wearing
to
too
come
much
out and
gear
actually
right
give us
now.
some
They don't
shade,
have their down
along with
suits on.
the pretty flat terrain at this point leading up to Camp 2. Made for a nice little walk. You know, the views were nice. We were all just moving together. And we could see Camp 2, but it was still pretty far away.
It's Christmas time. Alright, Cacho, we got the tents right
You
there.
could play football
And we
here.
have the
I
tents
mean,
all
you
the way up
could, but
there.
you would be wasting a lot
Where's
of
our
energy.
I think I would rather be up there just because we're already moving, you know? But it's not too bad.
See, look how bad his skin has become.
So similar to base camp, Camp 2 is really big.
it's so
There's a lot of tents
harsh.
and it's on a hill as well. We're at the top of the hill, so some people just roll right in and then they can lay down or whatever, but we got to go all the way to the top of Camp 2.
Ooh. Mobbing through Camp 2.
It's so red now, yeah. It's probably sunburnt and
Should be able to see our
Gosh.
campsite.
it's just so raw and probably very tough.
Why does time just keep expanding today? This is it.
This is it.
Look at how much tents there are around here.
So many. And see, look immediately how like much messy this is compared to Camp 1. Isn't it crazy how much bigger Camp 2 is versus Camp 1?
Through camp. This is way better than Camp 1. I dropped my pole. Holy oxygen.
Yep, and
Look
you
at all
see,
this.
from Camp 2 onwards, that company at least will
We
be
won't be using
taking
any of this till our second
oxygen.
rotation, but kind of cool to see.
But what they're gonna do is go
Dining
back
table, let's go.
down. After this, they're gonna go all the way back down. Very annoying. All the way back down and then come back up.
No more.
But yeah, overall, Camp 2 was massive. So much tents, but it was
Wow,
really beautiful. You're
that
kind
is
of nestled in the
beautiful.
valley. and you can see all the big mountains around you. So I mean,
Look how
this is
amazing
kind of the
that
last
is.
final camp before 3 and 4, which you can see in the direction we're gonna go. But yeah, this is pretty huge that we finally made it to Camp 2. Day 24 gave us some great weather, and really the only thing we're
Some
gonna do
people
today
skip
is a bit of
Camp
an
1.
acclimatization
I
hike.
don't think so.
Prepare ourselves for when we push to
I
Camp
think it's
3,
smaller
which is
just
going to be a
because
new
there's less
personal high
reason.
altitude for me. Look at this meal that the chefs cook at Camp 2. Camp
That
2,
looks
it's
so
honestly very nice.
good.
All right, good morning, everybody. Day 24 out here. It's about like technically 12 days until we summit. Obviously, you never know. Mount Everest up there, and didn't sleep well at all last night. I think I got like a solid 3 hours, but that's all. That's all good. That's all you really need.
Yeah,
Anyways,
so
plan for
also
today.
another thing is that
See
on
up
the
there,
mountain
that
people
little
don't
ridge
sleep
line.
much
We're gonna head up there. Nice little
because
acclimatization
there's,
hike.
you know, little
Because we
oxygen.
just made a big move yesterday at 21,000 feet.
There's less
And then tomorrow,
oxygen. There's
we're gonna go to Camp 3. We're just
you
gonna
know, you're
tuck it
breathing
somewhere
and
in those
your
clouds. Can't really see it right now.
tent
And
is
it'll complete our first rotation.
like getting condensation-y,
yeah,
but then the
for about like
condensation
10 minutes.
freezes, so then the ice falls back on your face.
But yeah, I was feeling pretty bad after
Maybe
yesterday.
he speaks about that
mean,
in this
you're gonna
video,
be so
but
dehydrated after
imagine
moving
how
through
horrible
that,
that is. You
and
just
the
have
more
like ice
dehydrated you are,
falling
the
on
worse
you
you're
all
gonna
night.
acclimatize. So kind of those combined together, the altitude and the dehydration, really takes a toll on you. So it's good that we had a rest day today.
We're max speed right now.
I'm gonna go faster, send it downhill.
I think I might just start rolling down, honestly.
Remember, I'm shorter than you.
You right. Nice terrain here.
But anyways, we got to the top of that small little hill, and we were really just
You
surrounded
know-
by clouds.
you
and
know
this
that
giant
feeling
ice wall and
of
this
being
flat.
short?
I really wasn't feeling it today. This was probably like my worst day yet. Not gonna lie, I was quite down bad, as we say. But yeah, I mean, we just headed down from here.
Ooh, Camp 2. I feel like it's almost as big as Base Camp, but
Look how
It's not.
massive the camp is. It is very huge. It's cool to see a bird's eye
cold
view of it.
plunge.
Well, not fully bird's eye, but
It just
you know.
looks so tempting.
That does not look
The way
tempting.
it's just opened like that. All right, so came back from up there, had some lunch.
He's less Minecraft YouTuber now because he can't breathe.
Over here. Not gonna lie.
It's
Like I was
crazy
saying,
that he's
wasn't filming too
talking
much.
this much
Not feeling
whilst
it
all
too
of
much
this
at
is
all.
happening.
Definitely just the altitude. Had a couple
Welcome,
hard days the last couple
Raiders!
days, but
Say, how was your
I'm faced with the
stream?
dilemma here. So I
Welcome,
haven't taken any
welcome.
pills, no Diamox, none of that. Whenever I think like
That's very
you're
cool
feeling
that
off
he
to,
hasn't taken
usually
pills
something
yet,
like
by
drink
the
more
way.
water, breathe harder.
I pause.
So-
So, you know, altitude sickness is very common, of course, because you're gaining such crazy altitude. Some people even take the pills on the base camp check. So the fact he's gone to Camp 2 and not taken anything is very good, because you know the later you take them, you know, the less reliant you are, the more adapted your body is. So it's better to try and not take them. But of course, altitude sickness can kill you. So you gotta be very careful.
So
But I think he's
I'm
saying
trying to
he's
hold off
gonna.
of it as long as I can, so I don't have to take it, and I can do this kind of like drug-free, as I say. Because I like to see what the body's naturally capable of. That's kind of why I do all this. One of the reasons. I am doing oxygen, of course, once we get up higher. So I guess that's a.
So he wants to try and not take them at all. I see.
Seeing what I'm naturally capable of, but you know what? It's a step in the direction. So.
Is it Mount Everest? Yes, we're watching someone climb Mount
It's just
Everest.
kinda snowing out here.
He's
Nothing crazy
currently
going on, just a chill day.
almost halfway
Tomorrow,
up.
we head up the Lobuche face, like partway, until we get to Camp 3.
I'd
This
feel
is, like,
safe with Miwa as my
2,500
guide. I would be
feet
the
above
worst
baking
guide
game, which is
ever. If
quite
you
a lot,
want
'cause
to
it's, like,
guide,
steep, so we're probably gonna start pretty early.
you need to make sure
Hopefully I
your
can sleep well.
guide
Oh my gosh. last night's sleep was brutal.
It's strong enough to carry you in case you pass out. In case you die.
1:30. I mean, when you're up here, because your breath is like condensating inside of the tent, so it creates these ice flakes. So there's like ice and water dripping on me in the middle of the night, my face.
Oh yeah, he does speak about
you're, like,
it.
struggling to breathe in the middle of the night, which is why you would take Diamox, because Diamox, for those who don't know, basically speeds up your breathing, helps you acclimatize. So
isn't that so awful?
You can force yourself to breathe more, or you can take Diamox. That's kind of the way I see it. So either way, I think works fine. There's nothing wrong with it. I just want to see if I can breathe my way through these things, but yeah, I was like,
yeah, there's nothing wrong with taking
Tyler,
it, but
dying in there.
Sounds like he
and we woke up and
has a personal challenge.
Definitely wasn't feeling it, but you know what? It's all good. We'll get a nice rest in tomorrow. And,
Passenger princess on Everest. Some people actually pay to do that.
I can't deal with the heat. I'm a cold guy. I like this environment I'm in right now. I don't like when the sun's out and it's all reflecting off of me, so. Look at all that ice.
Wouldn't he get frostbite if he doesn't have proper face protection? Further up the mountain, definitely.
Anyways, y'all, tomorrow's a big day. We're gonna touch Camp 3 and then come back down.
As you can see right now, he's not
in Namche and come back up for the summit push.
He's not in his full.
This is what our camp looks like.
Down suit right now.
Blue tents. This is where I'm sleeping. Me and
so
my boy Tyler.
They're not in their full
cold
gear
yet.
Pretty
nice. We got a dome. I think we're just storing gear in there right now.
Higher up.
And yeah, it's a massive camp. There's literally hundreds of tents. This is the most populated camp after base camp. So Camp 1, as you saw in the previous videos, really wasn't anything. Camp 3.
I'm so shocked at how tiny Camp 1 was.
And then of course Camp 4 is, it's so high up, it's not much either. I think it might be bigger than Camp 3, surprisingly. But I mean, there's like lights and stuff. It's kind of nice here. And the food is obviously good. I was kind of showing that earlier, and I'm kind of making my way on this path here.
Yeah, the food part is because of the company he chose, by the way.
You got some of the chefs, some of the Sherpas outside the
so
cook
it's
tent
very
right there.
important
you can see the mound of oxygen
to pick a
bottles
good
right
company.
There as well. Yeah, I mean, I was kind of just showing off this. Oh yeah, look at those bad boys. We won't use those until our second rotation, so we have to go touch Camp 3, then come back down, and then we'll use those on our way to Camp 3 next time.
It's a very long
also
journey.
It's kind of nice because I get to drop off some gear here, so it's not going to be as heavy, but beautiful view of where we're going to go.
Okay, so that's why there's more tents and things here, because
we're out here.
This is where a lot of people will drop off things as they go up, and then they fully go down the mountain, just to come back up. So this is like about a midway point.
Before we head up to Camp 3. Yeah, slept way better last night. Did some breathing before bed. Feeling ready to go today, so hopefully we can get all the way up there.
Are we gonna see dead bodies?
Check this out.
I think there's two in this. Look how dangerous that is. Isn't that so scary?
Careful about that rock heater. But anyways, we're also gonna be trying out.
He looks so tired. I can't even imagine how
first time actually
tired he is.
But not on a
he doesn't speak very negatively about his experience.
So, this is like my message to myself.
But
if I'm overheating, then
I can't even imagine how exhausted he is right now.
You ready for Camp 3?
But yeah, there are dead bodies, but they're fully blacked out, so you won't see anything. Don't worry. If there is a dead body on the screen, it will be a massive black box over them. So don't worry. There's no
snowfall.
No spooky stuff on camera.
Once you get moving, you're all good though.
So with that, we left Camp 2.
And out of respect,
So basically, today's going to start off. We're going to have a semi-flat section, semi-decent uphill until we get to
the mountain is tricky, that is true.
Face, which is the really hard part of the day. So there's a few other teams out today. Me and Furba are in the front of our group, I believe. And yeah, you can see Everest standing up above us.
It's part of the other peak called the Lobuche
We're still going to try to get up there.
Alright guys, so safety on, your Ascent on.
Put away our trekking poles.
Guys, from there we can take Just one step here.
Can I throw mine up there?
Yeah.
Throwing your gear is crazy because imagine that just happened to fall
You'll be
down
seeing
a
plenty more
crack
of
or
these
something, and
lines,
he's
these
he's
fixed
actually
lines,
just
as
got
we
no
call them.
walking
They're
stick
ropes
for the
attached
rest
to
of
the
the
mountain. You
mountain.
use your ascender and a safety carabiner to go up them. Basically, that thing I'm holding will prevent me from falling backwards if I
See?
were to fall.
Do you see
So you
why
can
I
kind
love
of
the
rest on it.
ascender
It's
now?
a
Kind
piece
of in the way of
safety
it.
and allows you to just scale ice walls just like
The
this or
ascenders
any
are so
long
cool.
slopes much more easier.
Oh, yeah.
Camp 2 back down there. Look how open it is over here. So beautiful.
I feel like areas like this look deceivingly
Feeling
easy.
And from here, we started off onto this long flat part, which is right below the Lhotse face.
Look,
So
you're
far,
like,
where you can
look,
see
this
Camp 3.
is just a little walk.
Those tents, right? Little orange tents. Hold on.
I can't really see it. Zoom in, please.
Right there.
I still can't see.
Gotta head up that steep Lhotse face though.
Is Camp
You know what?
3 tiny?
We're making some good progress. Wait, Camp 2 doesn't seem that far away. I feel like we made so much more.
Spooky. Look how scary that is.
That's a deep
I watched
one.
a really cool story about how
It's getting windy.
I think it was an Indian man maybe. He fell down a crack like that and he was
Almost
60
at the
feet
bottom
down or
of
something
Lhotse
crazy.
face.
But he was still attached to his lines.
gonna
So he was
do
just
it.
dangling there but 60 feet down. And he was there for 3 whole days just hanging there. And I think it was a Polish man decided to go down and try like recover his body. And when he went down, he was still alive. It was a miracle. And I think he fully, was rescued and both of them are fully safe and alive now. But that is insane that he survived for 3 whole days in, sandwiched between 2 pieces of ice. Like, imagine how cold that would be.
Now we head up there.
It's so crazy.
Hey man.
They gave up on him fast.
This hike
You've
just
got
turned
to.
into a
You've
climb.
really got to on this mountain. It's
So now we're just about to nearing the base of the Lhotse face, and those who aren't familiar
everyone
with it,
on
it's
this
just a very
mountain
steep and
knows
long part
that
of the
they
Everest
have to
climb.
be
It's pretty well
selfish.
known for that, and of course it's called the Lhotse face because it's right below Lhotse, which is a mountain right next to Everest.
Look at this guy taking his gloves off. He's crazy.
I just don't know how you have your hand out like that. You're just built different, man. Alright, Lhotse face. Oh. Cashing the poles. Yeah. Looks like we might get some sun, maybe.
Miwa, you should watch a documentary by Brew titled The Man Who Survived Death Zone,
Big right here.
where over 300 people died. It's a pretty good story. That sounds interesting. What is it about?
So this was
Is it about the Mount
first
Everest
rope
death
on
zone?
the Lhotse face, and you'll realize that this rope chain will go all the way up to Camp 3. So we're just gonna follow that up there all the way we can, and just try to preserve our energy. Get up to Camp 3, and we'll be at 23,000 feet.
I'll check
so,
it
yeah.
out. There's Everest content that I haven't watched. Nani? Face unlock would be a must up there. But then your phone can't even see your face. I would fully unlock my phone, I think maybe. Yeah, I would unlock my phone.
So this rope proved
Have
to
it
be a little bit
perm unlocked.
tricky. As you can see, it's just completely hugging down.
Yeah,
on
because
that
look,
bit of
everybody's
snow right
pulling
there,
the
so it's hard
rope
to get the
down.
ascender
That's
off,
very
but
crazy.
anyways, once you're off of that beginning slope, you get up to this. This is the Bergstrand.
Yeah.
Look how crazy that pose is. Just hanging there. It's so hard to even comprehend
As you
how
can kinda see,
high
we're
up
getting into some
they are.
steeper territory with these
And how
ice
steep
walls.
this is.
Really just making sure to stay on that
The
ascender.
footage,
Pull yourself up, use your legs.
in a way,
We're about to hop
almost
onto this
makes it
thing.
look easy.
And yeah, I mean, these
Do
things
you know
are
what I
real
mean?
energy grabbers.
Like, you can't
We're
even
pretty
begin to
early into
fathom
this
how hard
climb
this
still
is.
today, so really don't want to waste
And how
anything.
scary the
Make any wrong.
environment
Want to be really
is.
deliberate with all the foot placement that we do, so yeah.
I wonder what it would look like without all the snow and ice. Naked Everest. That's true. That is true. I haven't thought much about that. Like how much bigger it is because of all of the ice. Like how big is a mountain if it's just pure rock? What, no volume? Hello. This looks really rough. You can kind of see from his movements how, like, exhausted he is. You know, like, how much he's really pushing his body.
For probably an hour and a half, and we're about 5% up the Lobuche face. So as I switch onto this next rope, the rope after is actually going to lead us onto the real face, because this is kind of just the setup. Once you actually get onto the face, it's very sloped, and it's going to be a big climb.
Oh, this looks insane.
That is crazy.
Alrighty.
It's like almost vertical.
Time to just truck up this.
It's so crazy.
So as you can see, the lines go all the way up this face, and we're just going to clip into this and slowly work our way up with our ascenders, making sure our safety carabiner's on, so if we fall, we'll hit one of the anchors.
Making progress. Lobuche face.
Man's just taking selfies.
Come all the way from down there.
Such insane views.
This is where the real climbing starts, Pheriche. All the way.
See,
Everest right up there.
that's his
Let's
Shep.
go.
And he's just so happy and jolly.
Great time to be alive out
He's just
here.
taking selfies and like giggling.
There's a nice strategy here. Give the old step, push. Kind of just chill here.
Look how
Yeah,
slow
it's
they
important
are
to
as
conserve as
well.
much energy as possible, even though I'm kind of laughing it off right now. We weren't very far in. I'm not gonna lie. We still had all the way up there to go. You can see the people going all the way up there. Still a very long way, and it doesn't look like we've made that much progress yet. But we've been out there
So
for quite a bit now.
beautiful.
So yeah, you just kind of got to go one step at a time.
Imagine how much your eyes hurt as well.
Giant hole right here.
Ooh! That is so scary!
Holy.
I hate looking at them. I feel like I'm gonna
Can't
fall
see the
into the
bottom.
screen.
Get over that.
There's a cool movie documentary called The Alpinist about a guy who goes and solo
Almost
climbs
there.
snow and ice-covered
30 minutes.
mountains.
Nice
Ooh,
place.
maybe I'll watch it.
Beautiful. Clipped in.
And look at these
View back
ropes
there.
that, going back to the ice doctor talk, these ropes are saving their lives now. Going back to the ice
So way up
doctors,
ahead,
the
you can see
people who
those
set
big
up the
ice humps
ropes,
where those people are about to
think
get
of
to.
how they got
That's
up
where we're
this
trying to get to
mountain.
right now, and
They
then
would have
past
had
that,
to,
there'll
like,
be a few more
ice pick
humps,
all the
and then
way up.
Camp 3.
It's so crazy that
Oh,
the
yeah.
ice doctors really make this whole thing possible for everyone else.
Icy.
And it's so overlooked. Like every single rope that they're on right now wasn't there at the beginning of the season.
Yes, relax. Keep going, relax.
Yeah. Don't want to burn yourself out for the way down. Yeah.
Relax.
Exactly.
Relax.
This guy must have the best Tinder profile.
As you can tell by my breathing, I'm not really having that much fun anymore. It was getting really hot with the sun, honestly, and you were kind of getting condensation from the cloud. It was getting pretty brutal at this point. You can see the ending is still kind of far up there.
Yeah,
We've made a
look how
lot of progress
slow
at
they
this
are.
point, but yeah, I was starting to struggle a bit.
Yeah. You're freezing, but you're also boiling. I would never want to be in this situation.
So we went up and tackled that big ice hump, and there was another hump after, but as you can see, the Lobuche face was incredibly icy this year, and this is more ice than it usually is. It's just because the lack of snowfall throughout the entire season so far.
See, isn't that
Yeah,
interesting?
by the way.
Another example of how the mountain
Yeah.
changes every year. Even season by season. Something that really plays with my mind, maybe this is very silly,
So
but
currently I'm just trying to get to this anchor point so I can take my pack off and put my biggest jacket that I have on in my backpack because I'm practically sweating. It's just not nice. You really don't want to be sweating out here. Luckily I didn't wear my down suit, but yeah, I had to get that big park off of me ASAP.
but something that really freaks me up is like, you know, he's climbing that, and if it gets too much, you literally have zero choice. You have to keep going. And even if you want to give up and like not summit and go down the mountain, it's a 25-day journey all the way. You know? I think that
One
really
step at a
freaks me
time.
out. Like, you actually have no choice. Like, you can't just rest one day or you'll die. It's so crazy. Regret
Hard to
is not
stay
an
so
option.
far,
Yeah. Everyone's mentals
to
on
stay
this
so
mountain are
far.
very crazy.
I'm not laughing anymore. I was like, first hour was fun. No, this is just brutal.
The thing he's holding that locks in when he's pulling the sequoia. Yeah, that's
This should
called
be
the
like the last
ascender,
hard
so
part.
it can only move up and not
I
down.
think.
It's very cool. Can't take a day off to play
What's
some
up
League.
there, man?
Nope.
It's gotta be something. Furba, is there an ice cream shop up there? Oh, shit. Alright,
Let me have it.
just a little bit further. Furba, is that it?
Oh my god, Ferber's probably like, shut up.
Yeah.
So after going over these little steep parts that were kind of like humps on the Lobuche face, finally I saw some tents right up above Furba. He confirmed that
Nah,
it was indeed Camp 3.
it's
Just had to get up
probably
a couple
nice
more
to
anchor
have
points,
a
and then we had
friendly
reached our high
climber
point
with
for this
you, right?
rotation and where we needed to go for today.
The mountain can attract a lot of like egotistical people, so it's nice that there's maybe a fun person with you.
We are in the mountains. Why is there nothing up here?
19 years old and thriving.
I'm dead. I'm actually dead right now.
It's so crazy that he's 19 doing all of this.
Right there. Yeah. I mean, we were like, when we first got on, we were laughing it off. Then the demons kicked in.
Is this your guys' highest so far?
Yeah, I think this is my highest ever.
Jamie hasn't grown more of a beard.
I scored.
I don't know
can
much
toggle
about
by, like,
this, but I feel
600
like having a beard would be a bad strat on the
Then next
mountain, right?
rotation, go up further there, For right now, though,
Because it can get icy, like
We're stopped here.
catching moisture and then going
We just gotta
icy
get
by
down.
your face.
After about 45 minutes of being up there,
And
we
then
had
if you
gotten
have a
that
scarf,
crisp, thin
you want
air
it
in our
to be
systems, decided to head
nice
back
and
down.
tight
The job
around
was done. We
you.
had got up to a new
An
elevation.
oxygen mask.
Now it's time to head all the way back down to base camp. We had to stop at camp 2, of course, but yeah. It's time
You
to
need your
start the
oxygen
descent.
mask to fit nice and tight. Makes you more manly though. That's toxic.
Felt strong today.
So if you're wondering how we're actually descending, as you see on the way up, we have an
See,
ascender that keeps
look
you
how
tied right
vital
into the rope.
these-
You won't go anywhere. But right here, we're using arm wrapping
Look
instead
how
of
vital the
rappelling
ropes are.
because it's not
Do they
steep
not go
enough
to the
really
summit?
need to
They
do
do,
that,
but
I mean, if you're
to
feeling tired, you might
acclimatize
want
properly, you need
But
to
you just have
go
to
up
maneuver
and
around
down the
rope. You're using
mountain
your
many,
arm
many
to create
times.
friction on that rope. And if you were to fall, you would fall quite a bit, but you always have that one carabiner locked in. So
They're
if you
only
do end
doing
up
it
falling,
once though.
you'll hit an anchor, the carabiner will catch you, and you'll be all good. So basically, it's just all footwork, going slow, and keeping that friction on the rope.
And look, this is a very dangerous part of the mountain, clipping around other people.
thank you.
That is a very important part, obviously, because people are going up and down the mountain on the same ropes, but you have to see, look, you have to clip around people.
We got to this little steep part right here. You can see, I think that's a porter right
That
next
was
to us.
crazy. What happened
He's going
there?
up. He just got off that steep part. You can see
It
it's
looked like
super
that-
icy.
I
So
don't
really
know, that
good
was
footwork
strange.
is key here. I have Chrisley and then Furba now in front of me, all the way up there. Just keeping our distance because
Look
if you
at how
get
far
too close to each other,
Furber is. The first person you see is
one person
Chrisley,
creates
but
slack on the
Furber
rope,
is
and then
so
it
far
makes it really
away.
difficult for the other person.
Why do
You'll
they
see
have two
the
ropes?
rope is going crazy. I don't know really what it was doing here, but
Oh yeah,
I mean,
look
you
at
gotta,
it.
Gotta be careful getting down this ice, just holding on to the jiggly rope, I guess. But yeah.
That rope would freak me out. It's possessed. I can barely tell if it's up or down. They're going down now. You can see how their legs are barely able to stay up. Yeah, it's very weird to like see how exhausted they are. Like how much they're struggling. And you can tell even just by like his camera movements sometimes that, you know, he's having to like really push.
Okay. Yeah, a little icy right here. Kinda.
Scared of the
Difficult to
wobbly
go
rope?
down.
Yeah, because it's the only thing keeping you on the mountain.
Take it
You
easy.
could slide off.
So you can see me looking over at this porter.
How much do they
to our
actually sleep
right.
during
I
this?
mean, you can just see the toll the Lobuche face takes on you. Like
Yeah, look,
sometimes
he
you literally
sat
just wanted to
down.
lay down. It was so tiring. So you can kind of he's okay. He's for sure. He has his team behind him. But yeah, you can. I can feel that tiredness.
How much
I
sleep
felt
did
the
they
same way
get?
coming up this
Well,
part,
he said
so.
earlier that 3 hours of sleep is a good amount. Like he was very happy with 3 hours of sleep. So they are not sleeping. They're not sleeping much at all. And every time they set out at like 3 a.m. Yeah, it's very rough. I wonder if you'd be able to feel the difference in air pressure on your skin. I wonder too. I wonder if you become numb to it maybe, because at high altitudes you lose your sense of smell, which is actually very useful because, you know, none of these people have showered. Their
So after
clothes
moving
are
around
not
this
clean.
corner straight ahead, we'll get back onto that trail.
They're
that
also
has those
carrying
lines that are fixed.
in their
There's a few
bags
ones
right
we have
now.
to
They're
go down
carrying
this
bags
Icefall,
of
which is
poo.
kind of strange. I'm kind of keeping up with Furba
They
and
have to
Chrisley
carry
here. They're
all of their
pretty
waste
fast.
with them.
Both have done much bigger mountains than me. But yeah, just flipping off of these ropes, getting onto the next one. Really just trying to get down here, hit a nice maneuver here.
Frozen poo? Yep. Because if you just poo on the mountain, you might think this is a funny topic, by the way, but it's actually pretty serious because you know it contributes to mountain, like the trash on the mountain. Doesn't poop disintegrate? It doesn't on the mountain because it's so cold.
Nice. We're going
So
down.
your
We saw
po,
two
your
solo
po.
Chile climbers, which was pretty cool. I mean, look at this struggle. Isn't it beautiful? Holy, I mean. I don't
Wow,
know how
so
much
that
weight
they
were
don't have
carrying,
any
but
guides.
they
That's
got a
crazy.
long way to go because they were just at the beginning, but you gotta respect it. All right, we're
They,
back at base camp. Weather
what
still
was they
sucks.
saying?
All snowy, low visibility. My face is cooked.
That your
You know,
poo
we're
will
like 19 years
freeze.
old. These hormones still act up. Got the sensitive skin, but that's just the cost of getting to Camp 3. So, is what it is. Might hurt a little bit over the next couple of days, but that's all right. Because tomorrow, same time, like 5 a.m., we're gonna head all the way back down to base camp. I'm gonna finally be able to upload these videos. And then we're gonna go to Namche. I'm probably gonna take the trek down, nice 12-hour trek. Recover before we officially head up to the summit. Because we've just
And then
hit,
we
like,
do this all
23+
over
thousand
again.
feet up there. I mean, we're acclimatized, we're doing well. So.
Did they reach the peak?
Yeah.
Nope, they reached
So now it's
Camp
day
3,
26, and
which
we're
is
heading all the way down
just
from
over
Camp 2
halfway.
back down to base camp. So we're gonna have to go through the Khumbu Icefall.
And now they're leaving the
Honestly,
entire
wasn't really feeling
mountain.
it too much. Mostly just didn't want to talk. It was cold out. You can see frost on my teammates' backpacks. So I didn't really want to talk. My hands were cold. We were just thugging this out. Back in Camp 1 out here. All the way from up there.
So
Camp 2,
rough.
came down. Now we're heading back into the Icefall. Should be different this time around. We're gonna get a new experience, guys.
All the way back to Camp 1, all the way off the
going for about an
mountain,
hour.
fully.
Probably gonna take us like 3 to 4 hours to
It's
get down.
such a
Khumbu.
crazy process.
We'll be back at base camp. Honestly, weather not that good up there. So probably best to head back down, wait for a nice window, go for the summit push.
You have to climb Mount Everest twice.
And that'll be a
Well,
wrap.
this is just what that team is doing. You
Back in the
can
Icefall?
do it different ways.
Look at that giant tower. That's a nice Serac right there. A little sketchy of a Serac, yeah. So we were back in the Icefall. Apparently the routes was a little bit different this time because the day after we actually got through last time, there was a huge collapse. So there's going to be some different ladders, different terrain. I already don't remember that crack we just passed over, but yeah, we're just trying to get into it right now. Going to be in here for a few hours, so just moving quickly. So nothing
Are they
happens,
done?
but
Guys,
also deliberately.
I think I've answered the same
A
question
new way
5 times in the past 10
used
minutes.
to go this way. Now we go up here under these giant seracs. No.
I get it's for safety, but I would be so frustrated
I love
at this point. 26 days and climbing back down after getting up so high. Yeah, exactly. It's a really, really crazy mental
moment.
test. I would be very upset. I'd probably just not want to go back up after all this. I'd be like, yeah, never mind.
What are the odds? So we were going to end up passing a lot of people because we had left in the morning, but usually people would leave at night and they would start up the Khumbu Icefall. So kind of while we were leaving the start of it, they were getting to the end. So, you know, it's really just clipping around them, making sure not to step in any weird places while you're unclipped from the rope. And yeah, I mean, that's just
See,
the
the
Khumbu Icefall
clipping
for you.
around
It's
is so
bound to get a little bit
scary.
jammed in there. I love ladders. Ladder.
So spooky. Oh, I I couldn't
Such a
do this.
beautifully
I
built
could
ladder.
not do this. Look, going
So
backwards down it. Bro, and then you're going down the ladder and you have like a Zoomer Minecrafter saying, haha, so stable.
And the Icefall.
I would crash
out here.
the frick
Just
out.
laddering a little bit.
I would actually crash out. I would shove
Dude, I
him.
gotta lock in real fast. How do you even like? This thing is weird. Ah, my head.
So we had our first ladder. I think this one was actually there the first time too. I mean, honestly,
Look how scary
it
that
was
is.
kind of a bit more difficult than the normal ladders where you would actually cross over a crevasse just because of how much of a weird position it was in. I don't know, it's just all like rickety and weird, but you know, nothing too crazy.
Alright, what do we got here?
Gotta
Nice
lock
little
in.
dropper with the crevasse and 2 ladders.
Oh, it's so
Nice.
scary. Khumbu Icefalls. But yeah, so that team is only going up and down, up and down. But other groups will do it 6 times in total. So other groups will go up, down, up, down, up, down through the Khumbu Icefalls, which is so dangerous.
So this was a really weird part. You had to go down this steep drop.
When did
that
this come out?
had a
Last year.
crevasse right at the bottom, but there was no ladder.
Last year,
And then
last
if
year.
these ropes were
This
getting
is
all
from
tangled, had to go under one of them,
2024.
boom, fixed.
Well, definitely wasn't on the first.
So he
route.
climbed this last year, just over a year ago.
Interesting. That's not saving me, so you just gotta. Oh.
Oh,
And
the
then
way
right
he
after
so
that little
casually
weird part
walks
of the
near the
trail,
edge is so
We would come
scary.
up on our first ladder crevasse.
Now
There's a few
he's
people
washed.
right after that just got
What
off
does
of it.
that
Now
mean?
it's all up to us. Get across that. Was only a single, so not too bad.
Ooh, this is a good one.
Is it gonna take the same time of them going up and down? It won't be 26 days. It's only a few more days. The whole journey is like 40 days in total, I think. Yeah, we're over halfway of the video.
Ooh.
Why not bounce multiple times between camp 1 and camp 2? Because you're not gaining enough elevation, I think.
Yeah.
So now after my teammate got off, it was my turn. Basically, we're clipping our ascender in, and we have 1 safety carabiner, just 2 layers
Your
of
mom
protection
must be
just in case
flipping
if I
out
did
at
fall
her.
in,
His
could
mom.
save myself.
Yeah, imagine how proud you would be of your child if they
Okay,
did
thank
something
you.
so epic. I would be so scared though.
Whoa. Crampon acting a little weird there.
Finished.
Oh, cute.
Okay.
Yes.
Cute.
Now I'm the helper. Oh, he's going in real fast. He's not even giving me time to help him. He doesn't need it. Sherpa's crazy.
So you're supposed to hold those ropes so that
The ladder
it actually
seems so
gives the person
short.
on the
Yeah,
ladder
I
something to
know,
hold on to,
right? It
but,
looks like they'll slip off.
the Sherpas just don't need it. They really don't. They've gone through this so many times, so I mean, I don't really want to like mess them up. But anyways, we had another ladder coming up here, second ladder of the day, pretty much the same thing as the one before.
I'd go with my child in something like this. I feel like that would be so bad to go with your child because
Solid footing.
the people you're with, if something goes wrong, you have to abandon them. Or you would die too. Because you abandon your child at the top of Mount Everest.
Ah, you're jumping.
Speed man.
Smart boy.
Speed man.
Smart boy. Now your turn. Now your turn, okay?
Yeah.
Oh, you'll go, bro.
I got you, brother.
Shep is built different. They quite literally are built different. They acclimatize better, so their bodies are stronger in higher altitudes
There he
than
goes.
the average person. So
But
quite
anyways, this
literally,
next
they
part we
are
were about
built
to get to
different.
was this giant cliff. That's a pretty big bottleneck on the Icefall this year. It's really the steepest part of the whole
No
mountain.
brothers
So
left behind. You would die then. You cannot be a mountaineer like this if you have that mindset. Like, you actually cannot.
Base camp spotted.
Every person on this mountain knows they have to be selfish. And that's just how it is.
Ouch. This is so painful. Ugh.
Right hand back farther, dude.
No, it's so tight. Okay. Like it doesn't matter. You have to let go completely.
So this is the only part of the Icefall where we would actually rappel. As you can see, I have this little figure 8, that golden thing that's connected to the rope.
I would rather
That's creating
die
bunch
with
of
a brother
friction
than being
attached to
alone,
my
I'm
harness.
sorry. Yeah, but
So I'm
you
only
think
really
that's an
gonna go
epic
down
thing
if
to
I
say,
let
but
go of
it's
the
not
rope. But this
epic.
rope was,
Because
like,
now there's
tight. It
2
was
dead
so
bodies
tight.
on the mountain
And it's
because
pulling
you
on your
decided to
cheeks.
die
It's
with your
very
brother on the
uncomfortable, I'm not
mountain.
gonna lie.
Who's gonna
But,
retrieve those
it's just about like a
bodies?
50,
Other
yeah, I'd
people
say
risking
50-foot
their
wall.
lives
Very steep.
that could die are gonna
You can
have
see
to
a few
retrieve
people
your
down there.
bodies.
I'm on
You
the
see
descending
why
rope
this
right
is
now.
a
The one that
problem?
goes up is
You have to be
pretty
very
hard to get up.
selfish.
So there's usually a bit of a line there. But once you get into it, once you get lower, it's a lot easier to get down.
You have to be selfish
But
to be
the
selfless.
landing zone is kind of sketchy because, I mean, you don't really have anywhere to go. This rope just ends. You can see it just goes into that crevasse. So you kind of got to like
They
get a
didn't
good
leave the
spot
bodies there. It's
to be able
illegal to leave
unclip
bodies
and then maneuver your way over to the next rope.
on the mountain. So your family or whatever would have to send a team out to try recover your body, which is putting random people's lives at
I
risk.
feel kind of bad. There's like a one-to-one guide thing going on here, and I like kind of made them move because I wasn't really sure where to go. I mean, I don't know if I really could have walked around them, but I don't know. I don't know if I was in the wrong there. But anyways, we had a ladder coming
Yeah,
up here.
someone always has to retrieve the bodies, which is the worst part. I mean, they get paid to do it, and that is a horrible mindset. Hello, are you an evil villain? What sort of mindset is that? They get paid to do it. Do you know how little these people get paid? For like one job a season? It's horrible. These people are so horrifically underpaid. It's really, really sad.
Nice.
It's so very, very, very sad. So the climbing season is only 2 months. If they're lucky enough to get a job during that season, and bearing in mind, lucky enough to get a job means a job where you could die.
You can tell
Because
just how much of this has collapsed right here.
you know, the
Base
guy
camp
we're watching right now
down
is
there.
an experienced climber, and you know, he's very respectful, but not all of your clients will be like that. You can't decide what your client is like.
We'll be back down there.
Many Sherpas have died because of their clients.
So like I was saying, this time through the Icefall is
Ooh,
much
look how
more busy.
dangerous
We had
that
a
is.
pretty big line coming through here.
That could
They were
collapse.
moving really, really slow. I don't know when they started because we
And
were near
outside
finish,
of the
but we had to wait for
climbing
them to
season-
pass, so I was kind of perched up on this snowbank right here.
Outside
It was
of
like
the climbing
decent-sized
season,
group, you had these two guys, and then I had to hop
a
down
lot
and
of
get
these
by
men
them.
have to become like
Am I good?
farmers in the area. They're very, very poor. So they're not paid well at all. To say that they're like quite literally saving lives and, you know, just helping tourists is very sad. Sometimes it's too difficult for them to take the body out. Yeah, that's true. That doesn't mean there should be more bodies, you know?
Thank you.
Welcome.
Why is he saying bruh?
Well, this is kind of cool.
That would be my commentary if I was on the mountain. I'd have to make a big step in order to be bruh.
Then we came up on this really interesting part of the trail. There's just this giant piece of ice that you had to go on top of, get around, get to the other side. So it was a little bit weird maneuvering around with the ropes onto each set of ropes. But you really just had to watch where you're placing your foot and you were all set.
That's why I respect Rainbow. After he got back from the mountain he climbed, he paid for the Sherpa he hired to go climb that Dream Mountain. Oh, that is so sweet. That's really special. Yeah, these Sherpas are horrifically underpaid. If you pay for a Sherpa guide, which are better, you earn... The Sherpas get paid, I think it's $6,000. Whereas Western guides charge like 30,000 plus. So, I don't know, it's very, very sad. And these men are often like the breadwinners for their entire family. For the whole year, just one job where they like can risk their life, you know. It's very sad. I don't know. I feel very passionate about it. I just...
the mountain, you'll still find yourself going up a lot in the Icefall.
It's so horrible that people have to risk their lives just to earn a livelihood, you know?
Consistent.
And back at Gaijins. But of course there are some people who don't do it out of necessity, you know. This is a blanket statement conversation. There are some people, a lot of these men, you know, have a genuine passion for the mountain, but, you know, still, you have to be respectful of the fact that these people risk their lives just to help other people every day.
Ooh.
Why are you watching this? Because it's fun. Because I like it.
I apologize. I genuinely
it's
don't know why I
interesting.
keep making these noises, but I think it's just the altitude was getting to me, and I was so done. I just wanted to get down at this point, so hopefully
I didn't
stop
even
doing
like.
that soon.
Of course, I was hearing his noises, but I wasn't thinking about them. That's so funny.
Last ladder, perhaps?
He's editing his own footage, and he just hears like, "Oh."
Last ladder.
Yeah, it's not enough to be putting your life at risk at all.
Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
We're tired from ladders.
Exactly. A lot of Sherpas, I've seen a lot of interviews with Sherpas that say
No, it wasn't.
Sherpas on the mountain could be an extinct thing in a few years, because what has happened with, you know, this generation of men is that, you know, they're risking their lives for not good money. So they are saving this money to send their children.
This is the first time I've seen this. But really, I mean, once you get used to the ladders, it's just the same thing.
So they're saving this money to send their children to other towns and cities, you know, because they're all from very rural areas. So they're sending their children to other cities to get educated, so they can earn better get better jobs and earn better money.
Whoa, this one's huge.
So then that generation of children will not become Sherpas on the mountain. So people think Sherpas will not be around to help on Everest, maybe in a few generations, which is very interesting to think about.
Now your turn, okay?
He's going anyways.
Breaking the cycle, yeah. Of course, you know, again, blanket statement. I'm sure there are still young Sherpa children that are very interested, very interested in the mountain, you know.
That's alright.
Well, the ladder's always there.
We'll make sure we're safe. Safety first. Nah, wait for one.
Look how scary it is. You see how much this has changed since the first time they came through it? And how much more open it is already? This is why the Khumbu Icefalls are so scary, because they change so much. They could change, you know, whilst you're there. Like a big collapse could happen.
Noises. Get out from there. Come on, brother. Don't be like this, brother. Whatever, I'm clipping this the other one.
Now at this point we're getting closer to the end of the annoying parts of the Icefall, where everything is crumbled around you, but it was kind of annoying terrain. You saw we had to go down there, and then go over a little crevasse, and the ropes were kind of giving me a hard time here, because there's like multiple different ones. Some of them are stuck, and then you don't know which ones to go into, you don't know which ones to clip into, so.
Alright, just gotta get down. Looks like a couple 100 feet. Base camp, kind of in the fog, not really a nice day out.
Almost all the way
So getting out
down.
of this. That'll be half of the Khumbu Icefall crossings done. Nice. Alrighty. So at the kind of beginning of the Icefall here, once you get down, you have these waste deposits, so you don't leave them. So yes, this is like a bag of my waste.
His poo is in there.
Goes in there. You know, I don't leave the number 2 up there. So, anyways, yeah, we're back down.
That's the poop
This
pile.
launch show is kind of cool. You have like, you can throw trash from each camp in their own respective place. So yeah.
Isn't it
Here we
weird how
are.
they separate trash from the
Back in base
camp?
camp.
So
I really don't remember those
I thought it would just be one
giant
big
domes
bit.
being there. They're kind of ugly, not gonna lie. It looks way too populated over there. But anyways, we're back. Descended about 6,000 feet. Was that just today? Yeah, pretty much from Camp 2. And of course, the reason we
His
didn't
skin looks so
go up
raw.
6,000
I
feet
feel
to
bad
the
for
summit
him.
from Camp 2, because that's how much was left, because we ain't ready for that. But now, back down here, we're gonna go even lower, back into the little villages for a few days and kind of just recover. And then once we're all set, we're gonna come back up here, go back up the Khumbu, all the way up there. And this time we're not stopping at Camp 3. We're going all the way to the summit. So that's a day right there.
There we
Gonna
go.
fuel
We're
up,
about to begin the
Fix
final
myself, 'cause I'm
journey.
like broken in many ways right now. Emotionally. Just kidding. Really, I just miss my dog, but
I still
I got some,
remember
like,
the story
burns
of
and,
that
like, stuff, so
unrelated
I gotta fix all
Shep
that up.
that
So
literally
day
rescued a
27,
guy
I
who
decided
passed
to
out.
trek all the way
Holy
back down to
moly,
Namche
my
from base camp.
eyes.
Like I said, we're gonna recover better in
Bro,
Namche,
my
'cause it's
eyes,
at a
why would
lower
they do
altitude
this?
than base camp. But it was nice. It was like a little museum. You know, I saved some money on the helicopter flight because I'm not going to lie, guys. We're not trekking out of here once we climb Everest. We all want to go home, so I decided I might as well get the trek in while I can. So over the next 7 days, we really just rested in Namche. So that was kind of boring and nothing
Holy
actually
moly,
happened.
he had a
Day
7
34,
day.
though, was finally time for our summit rotation. So we woke up once again really early, and we're going to head back up the Khumbu Icefall. Here we go.
Okay, so if you missed that, basically 7 days he went all the way back on the trek we watched. All the way back on the trek we watched, and now finally their bodies are fully acclimatized, ready for the mountain. So they will be going up the mountain for the final time. And if you missed it, they won't be doing the entire trek on the way back. I think they'll be getting a helicopter from Camp 2, I think it was. Maybe I'm mistaken. What else? Oh yeah, this time he will be using an oxygen tank from Camp 2 onwards. Let me read this message. Unrelated to Shep that literally rescued a guy who passed out in the Everest death zone, carried him down, risking his life. And in the end, the guy didn't even address the Shep publicly. Yeah, people are very rude. People are rude and evil. Okay. The final journey, let's
Good morning,
go!
everybody. It's day 34. The time has finally come. Here we are in camp for the last time. You can see some distant lights in the Khumbu. Those are people. So it's about 2 a.m. We're heading up. Should summit in around 6 days. So yeah, lighter
6
pack
days,
today
let's
because
go.
we dropped some gear off at Camp 2. I don't have a sleeping bag, so that's all at Camp 2. We'll get up there by the end of the day. It's gonna be
Oh
like
wow,
8
okay, so they're
hours,
going
so
straight up to Camp 2.
let's do it.
That's interesting. So they're not stopping at Camp 1 today. They're going straight up.
Goodbye, base camp. No more base camp. So we're done.
Why he kind of what?
Big groups out tonight. But yeah, right off the bat, around 2 a.m., a lot of teams were heading out. And we were just kind of pacing. Furby's usually going pretty fast, so we were passing up some people on the way in. But, you know, the beginning of the Khumbu Icefall isn't anything crazy. It's mostly flat. And so later on, you'll get onto the fixed lines, ladders, etc., etc.
So yeah, this route has probably fully changed since the first time.
Points. It's just this one spot where we always put on our crampons. Well, we threw them on. Now we're latched into the snow. We got the spikes on our feet. We won't slip and fall. But it was around this point where, when I was kind of putting them on, I realized how much people there were going to be in the Icefall today. A lot of teams were going up for their summit push at the same time. You can see all these foot.
Look how busy it is. This is very scary.
So it was going to be a little bit frustrating of a day, it seems, right off the bat, because when you're walking in a huge line, it gets a little bit tedious.
Because, you know, you're exhausted and, you know, it goes back to the selfish thing. Being selfish on the mountain isn't bad. It's required because, you know what your body has been through and how much you can do for that day and what your pace is, you know, like what time you set off on. All of these people will only slow you down. And that's assuming that these people are good climbers, which not all of them are, you know, like somebody could give up and like cause a scene. Somebody could like do something very unsafe, you know, like queues like this are very bad. So it must be very disheartening to see this many people.
So for that same reason, I really didn't record much, and it was also dark.
We're just skipping
here we
it.
are at what I believe is called the football field. It's a pretty common break spot, but the sun was coming out, so you have Pangboche, which is that mountain that's spiking up straight ahead. Nice little spot right here. Got water, got some food in us, because we know we have a long day today. It's going to be like around 8 hours, we're thinking, around here, because we're going all the way to Camp 2, so we're going way over Camp 1, right to Camp 2, because it's not worth stopping at Camp 1. We're acclimatized, so we've already gone to Camp 3. We might as well just go to Camp 2. Better for timing.
That's so
and whatnot.
interesting that they're going straight up.
Yeah, we're just going to break here, and then I didn't record much around here and there, but I wasn't feeling the best at this point in time. It is what it is. Early morning. Maybe I had something. I don't know, but yeah, we're just going to continue from here.
The sky is so pretty. Wow, it's so blue.
I got a ladder here. I'm not feeling that great. Really? Sometimes the crampons will like get stuck.
Ray's exhausted. Yeah, you can really hear it. It's like he's dragging himself along right now.
Looking crowded.
What do they do for pee, Miwa? I really don't know. I fully don't know what they do for pee. I know what they do for poop, but not pee.
Thought this would feel a lot better being lighter.
I imagine it's also very different for men and women.
Lighter, but still feeling it. It's just one of those days.
So these are clips from our last time through the Icefall, but really it was just a lot of crossing ladders, a lot of these mini crevasses that you had to actually jump over. But basically, you have 2 ropes on each side, and then
and also these people are burning. I think
it's in case if you do fall,
I think it's 10,000 calories a day.
Going across these nice and easy, making sure not to make any stupid movements.
They're burning 10,000 calories a day. Imagine how much they have to eat. And bearing in mind that in high altitude, you lose your appetite. So they are quite literally force feeding
That
themselves.
line is crazy.
Like fully like choking down
Alright, well, I'm
food
not in a
just
rush.
to try recover. And they have to eat
I feel bad. I'm
so
really bad.
often.
It's not the easy one.
So a few hours into the Icefall now, coming up on this wall. This is like this giant wall that's very iconic this season. It's really the only part where you have to rappel down when
Look
you're
at
coming
this
down.
crowd.
But there was so much people
There's so many,
lined
yeah.
up, ready to get on this thing. And it's, yeah, I mean, a lot of people need to take their backpacks off, as we're about to see. It just creates a huge bottleneck.
Yeah, look, the
a lot of
backpack's
lines
going
wait
up
here
by
because you have to have
itself.
one person going up, one person doing the backpacks, blah, blah, blah. So, yeah, we were just kind of waiting our turn before heading up here, and the line just continued to build up.
Look at that foot placement, it's crazy.
So eventually we did get over the giant wall, and because that's kind of the final crux,
Let's go.
that allowed us to finally exit the Khumbu into Camp 1.
Khumbu Icefall down there. Past Camp 1. On our way to Camp
Clap,
2
clap,
now.
clap, clap. And then at Camp 2, they'll get the oxygen.
There's a
Yippee!
lot of things wrong with me right now.
So I'd felt kind of weak going through
Look
the
how
entire
pale
Icefall,
he
which is
is.
also
Oh
why I
my
wasn't recording
goodness.
that much.
He's so pale.
But as soon as we got in this heat, I started feeling really nauseous, even more weak, just horrible all
You
around.
look
Just
so
not
rough.
myself at all.
It's
Alright,
such a massive
sorry for no update,
juxtaposition
but
to know this
basically,
is one of the most intense,
we got through the
perilous
Khumbu
things you
Icefall.
could do. But you're
5
also
hours
just
and 20
surrounded by
minutes.
people like it was some
Now
kind
we
of
just went from
tourist
Camp
trap.
1. Once
Yeah.
again, this is basically Camp 1 to Camp 2. Camp 2's kind of that
But
far away.
only,
So we got another 3
I
hours
think
or something.
this year he climbed, it was maybe
Like I said, I feel
300
so horrible.
to 350
But I
climbers,
mean, I don't know, like,
not including
because we last time we got up the
locals, you
Khumbu
know,
at
like
6:30,
Sherpas and guides.
and that was with a heavier
And I
pack,
think that's
like
quite a
15
lot
more
for one
pounds.
season, but you know,
But,
that's for like the whole year.
I don't know what it is about today.
So,
Like I kind of had to go to the bathroom before I
you know,
was
because
leaving.
of weather
I
conditions,
decided not to.
even though those people could be
My
very
stomach
spread
hurts
out,
really
and
bad.
it's not many people
We're just going through this.
you know, in
Crevasses.
reality.
Let's go.
Because of the weather windows, a lot of
So
people
you can see Camp 2
do the
from
same
here.
things on the same day, which is, you know, what
It's
makes
like
it look very
At
crowded.
those rocks.
But
you can kinda
there's
see it.
not actually, you know, people all the way up the entire mountain in like a big crowd like
Yeah,
this.
it looks like it's close.
It's just for the weather
Really, it's another
windows.
couple hours. So this is what mountaineering really is, though. It's not exactly like, well, of course, it's not how much you can bench or how strong your leg is in a squat.
Look at the
It's
spike
just
by
how
his
long
head. I'd
you
be
can go through
scared.
pain. It's like,
Knowing me, I'd tilt my head to the side and puncture
there's so
my
much stuff wrong
skull.
with me right now. I'm just gonna keep stepping. I know I'm gonna make it, but the problem is, when you feel like this, you see
350
like, your
is very
team
low. I
way
was
ahead of
expecting
you.
much more climbing. 350, I think
Especially at
350
some
is very
self-doubt,
high.
you know, so
I could be misremembering, but I think
everybody
last
has
year
bad
was
days.
a lot,
It's been like the other
not
way.
like a lot more, but
So,
like, you know, more
I
than
don't know, my
usual
body's weird.
people climb.
Sometimes first day back, it's a little more rough, but then after that, kind of clocks in. So I don't know.
I
we'll
love
see.
how he looks
But
at it from the perspective of Jim, but he has a
still
very
got
like
a long way to go.
alpha male grindset
This is
mindset,
progress so
which
far.
I think is a little bit toxic, but at the same time,
So
it's
after a few
allowed him
hours
to
of
become
walking
like
through
a
literal
millionaire
oven,
at
because the
16
sun is
and,
reflecting off of every side.
you
It
know,
was mostly flat though.
climb
but,
Mount
you know,
Everest
once we
in
finally
19.
did get to Camp 2, I was very slow. Look how slow I am walking. This is the slowest I've ever been this entire time. So I thought there was something wrong with me. I don't know, dehydration. Maybe I picked up something on our rest below. But yeah.
Wow. Oh, he's
Besides
exhausted.
that, this is Camp 2. You might have seen it from our last rotation, but we stay in these red tents right here. And this is the most populated camp besides for base camp. A lot of teams will rest here for a few days before going up for their full summit push. We go to the bathroom in that blue tent right there. You don't really want to see what's
That's your
inside.
answer.
It got pretty disgusting in there, but yeah. Anyways, that's kind of camp 2.
Miwa likes
right
toxic
outside
alpha
camp.
males.
Not really as sunny anymore.
When did I ever say anything like
Genuinely
that?
the worst day of my life. I'm not even kidding. There's like one day on Denali that came close to that, but
Getting to lie down
like
after a
4
day like
hours, I
that
was
must
holding
feel
back vomit,
great.
so. Anyways, though, no complaining.
But
We're here. We're doing much
they
better
don't
now.
even sleep much, so it's
I
not
just got
even
here,
good.
drank a bunch of water. It was really hot out, so I wouldn't be surprised if that was like a pretty big factor. I don't know if it's the altitude, because I felt fine when I was here last time, but you never know. It could get you in
He
weird
shaved his
ways
beard.
like that. But
Well, yeah, 'cause you spent
yeah,
a week
I
down
ate
in the
some food,
villages, remember?
water, etc.
During the
Feel much
time
better now,
skip.
so. Yeah.
The anime time skip we had.
Basically the
He
plan
probably
now,
shaved
we're
it
at
then.
Camp 2. Pretty exciting because we only have 3 more move days, including summit day, until we're on the summit. So tomorrow is going to be a rest day, which I definitely need just to get myself back to 100%. And then we all remember the Lobuche face. We'll be heading up that just like on day 25. This time a lot more weight because I'm going to be carrying like all my stuff. It's going to suck because that thing is steep. But the good thing is we'll be on oxygen, which is pretty solid. I don't know what the flow rate will be. Probably like 1 or 2. Summit day obviously is 4. Yeah, we'll see how that goes.
I just looked it up. In the year
on
2023,
oxygen.
656
interesting.
people climbed
But,
Everest. Yeah, but that's
yeah, I mean,
including the
feel much
locals.
better.
I was just
Did some
speaking
deep
about
breathing after
tourists.
all that.
Because the
Took a
tourists are the
nap. I
one
never
that
take
hire
naps.
the other
Today was an
people to
exception.
climb the mountain
So
with them.
we're doing a lot better now. And after that, we'll go to Camp 3, just like we were, stay there, and then the next day, push up to Camp 4.
Sleepy Miwa,
rest there one day.
yeah.
It's
Sick
somewhere in there.
and sleepy
And
forever.
then, of course, after a day of rest at Camp 4, we push for the summit.
I'm just a
We'll be on
sickly
oxygen the whole
Victorian
time,
child.
so, yeah, that's about it. Anyways, see you all tomorrow.
I wonder how long it
Today
takes to physically
was
recover
insane.
from this. That's true.
All right, it's day 35. 3 or 4
Well,
more
a year
days
later,
till we're
he's
on the
training
summit
to climb
of
the second biggest
Mount Everest,
mountain in
which
the
is all the way up
world.
there.
So
So
he
as you
didn't
can
rest
see,
much.
there's a lot more people out. Probably could tell from yesterday's video too. There was like lines. Like when we went up for our first rotation, it wasn't really that bad.
Miwa
now,
sama.
There's
It
a
does
few
say
good
dense beard helped
windows
insulate your
of weather
face.
coming
I'm
up.
gonna Google
You
it.
can see there's
Is
so
is
many
having
people
a
going up
beard
there.
optimal on
You can also
Everest?
see Camp 3 is much more populated.
Is having a
When we
beard
went up
good
there,
or
literally just
bad
a couple
on
friends.
Everest?
Now it's a whole civilization.
I think bad.
So we'll be heading up there in this direction tomorrow at around 5 a.m.
Oh, there's pros and cons.
Gonna have heavier packs. Gonna be wearing the down
It's,
suits this
it's a
time.
personal
I'm
one.
still not feeling that great from yesterday.
Having a beard on Everest
why
can
I'm out
offer
and
some
about right now.
benefits, especially
Camp
in
2 is
terms of
just over
protection and insulation
I'll walk
against
down
the
Camp 2 a little
cold.
bit and show you guys a little bit more.
But it comes
Not
with
as civilized
drawbacks.
as base
But a
camp,
beard
but it's the
can
biggest
act as a
camp you'll
barrier
see
against wind and cold,
besides for, well,
and
base
offer
camp, yeah.
protection from the
And
sun.
Camp 3 and 4 is just pretty
Some studies
lackluster,
even
but
suggest that beard
can
growth
see
might
people moving.
improve oxygen flow
here's how
at
my
high
brightness went on.
altitudes. That's so
There
crazy.
we go.
However, beards can
you
also
can
be
see people
prone to getting
moving
dirty and wet and
across
require
the yellow
proper
band right now.
hygiene to prevent
There's like a
health
line of people
issues
just going through
like
there up to Camp
irritation
4.
and
Over
fungal
there.
infections. Oh yeah.
That's a lot of gain right
Oh
there.
yeah, I imagine that's why a lot
Yeah,
of
it's
people
gonna
are
be pretty
clean
brutal
shaven
tomorrow.
because of
So I really hope I
irritation
recover fine.
and then moisture and stuff.
I've just been doing whatever I can, drinking, moving around till slight discomfort. I don't want to go too much. You know,
I
I'll probably just go
see.
up to like over there.
I
Just
think
wanna
it's
get
a
the blood
hygiene
flowing a little
thing
bit.
then.
Blood is what heals the body.
It says it's a personal decision
Yeah.
though. I personally, I
Anyways,
don't think
nothing
I
really
would
crazy going
use
on,
one.
Just pretty chill weather. Gonna be a
A
chill
use
day,
one.
not a long one
If
at
I was
all,
a
but
man,
keep you
I
guys
think I would
posted.
pick being clean
And the next few
shaven
days is
because
the big moves. up to the summit. So
in this guy's
looking
example,
forward to it.
and you know,
Be on
using him as an
oxygen
example,
tomorrow at the very
he's
least,
using
so
oxygen,
I'm
so
not
he
feeling
doesn't
100%.
need
Hopefully
improved
that
oxygen flow.
gets me up there. Just a
He
little more.
also
Anyways,
has the correct
So
gear,
anyways, I
so
went for my
he's well
small little walk, and
insulated.
you can see how hot
So
it
yeah,
is.
I feel
These
like our
people are in
beard
their
isn't
down
worth it.
suits, and I could just tell that they were boiling in those things with the heat. But really, I just went up to this small little wall here because now I need to put on my crampons, but I'm not actually going up, so I'm not actually going to put on my crampons. But yeah, nice little view of Camp 2 from up here. Really, I don't even know if it's 100 feet of gain, but yeah, I mean, good to get the blood flowing.
but yeah, it is horrendously hot. I mean, I don't know what this team was thinking, but they're going up in down suits right now. Hottest time of the day. That is crazy. We're going in the morning so we can wear our
So
down suits
pretty.
and not overheat, but holy smokes. Anyways, being out in this heat.
Yeah, but there's a
you
difference
realize
between
I'm pretty
being in a
dehydrated,
random
so
blizzard and, you know,
drink more
climbing
water.
the tallest mountain in the
tent.
world.
All right,
Taking
currently in the tent.
quite literally
Snowing right now, which is a good thing.
carrying
because
an
we want
oxygen
more snow on
tank
the
with an
Lobuche Face,
oxygen
so
mask.
there's less rock fall, less ice. That'll be nice. So some of you guys were
With,
asked for a
you
little
know,
tent tour, you know,
thousands
nothing
and
crazy, but,
thousands of
I'll
dollars
dive
of
into it real quick.
equipment on
So we got the
that
negative
is
40 degree
made
sleeping
to
bag
keep
right
you
here.
well
Keeps me
insulated.
nice and warm. Basically, I don't really know what that means. I guess if it's negative 40 degrees, the bag will freeze. So it's got that much life in it. Then this is the down suit right here. So I kind of divvy this up here. I put the down suits in the crack in between
It depends on your
my
preferences.
sleeping
Yeah,
pad
that's what I
and
said.
thermarest,
It's a
so I
personal
don't go sliding.
decision.
Because you'll notice
But I
sometimes
personally
you just
would
end up on the other
shave.
side of the tent. It's not fun. It's not comfortable in the middle of the night.
Nope, winter
Try
US
to
is
avoid that.
worse.
So that's also why I put my backpack
My
there.
bad.
Also, next has a little like doormat. I
Tent
can
looks
sit on it,
comfy.
get my boots
That
ready,
sleeping bag
if we're about to
looks
leave.
heavenly.
Anyways, keep my stuff sacks nice and organized. We got the utilities here. Headlamp, whatever. Bam. Clothes going up. Keeping it light because we're mostly going to be wearing the down suits from here on up. And then big mittens, food, not bad. That stuff. Got some dehydrated meals and oatmeal. We'll be bringing that up. And then all that stuff I'm leaving here.
It's crazy how
keep the
much
gloves right there.
stuff they've brought
Toilet
up.
paper, headlamp just in case. So really nothing crazy out here. Keep the Garmin right there, just in case I need to text
I think
my
in his
mother.
case, since he's making a
It'll go
video, he
through
probably
to
doesn't want to
tie her
keep
up.
his usual image
And then
and not
back
let his
here,
beard grow. I
we just
think
put
you
the-
might be
the
reading
jackets
into it a
and-
bit too much.
here's some more stuff we're leaving behind. Use it as a pillow. So you kind of
She
gotta
didn't
make these,
bring
like,
his
little
Miwa
adjustments so you're
Daki
actually
to sleep
comfortable,
with.
'cause
Oh no.
It's kind of difficult to sleep if you're
Oh
sliding
no.
down into the other side of the tent. So that bottle we don't talk about. And then
No
outside
Miwa
this little
Daki.
vestibule,
Every
our
artist keeps
helmet,
rejecting
harness,
me,
and boots,
guys. I'm trying.
just because I don't know. It's like
I
gonna
cannot.
be going out.
Every
anyways,
like
might as well grab
artist I
some in.
love
So I mean that's about it.
keeps rejecting me.
Nothing really.
Not because they
nothing
don't
really
like
crazy in
me,
here,
but
you know,
just
we're
because they're
making
not.
ourselves at home.
They
yeah.
don't want to do commercial stuff right now,
All right, everybody. I lied. It's the next day.
which
think it's-
sucks. But
36 too.
I like
Camp's
we could
over
see
there.
your eye roll.
But basically,
I don't
we were
think
planning
I've
on
rolled my
Sunday.
eyes.
22nd of May.
If you saw my
It's like the
eyes roll, it's
19th
just bad
today or something.
tracking.
But
My
now
bad.
the weather window's gone, so we're gonna wait till the 23rd. And honestly, it was
I'm
probably
not
a good
that
idea,
sassy.
'cause there's so many people out. The entire Lobuche face is covered up to Camp 3. Could be like that tomorrow. I don't know, but yeah. Anyways, we're just out for another walk. Because I'm still not feeling the greatest right now. But what's weird is, so I've been contemplating taking Diamox, but what's weird is I did an oxygen saturation test. You just put your finger in this little thing and it'll tell you your oxygen saturation in your blood. And mine was 82, which is like really, really high for what it you
I want to
usually don't listen to them
Miyazaki
that much,
by
you should be taking those with a grain
Acclimatization.
of salt.
Yeah, that is too much
Because it's
to
different
ask
for
for.
everybody. A Sherpa might have
It's
65.
also not really Miwa's
I
style.
have 82.
So
Sherpa feels better than me, right?
thank you for the sub.
But the thing is, usually 82 is what I'm seeing way lower. So like for me, that's pretty uncommon. So I don't know if it's an altitude thing. It doesn't make sense why it would be an altitude thing because I felt so good last time. So I think I actually have like some sort of like bug or like some sort of cold because I've been congested, just not feeling the greatest. So
You sick or no?
trying to move around just very lightly, hopefully get rid of whatever's wrong with me. And we could go up there tomorrow because I mean, if there actually is like some sort of bug or cold, there's not really like a pill you can take to make yourself feel better. So just go day by day. Tomorrow might be a struggle, but we'll try our best. The body can adapt to anything. Just might have to go really slow. So
Anyways, at least it was a little bit more cloudy today, so the sun wasn't destroying me. You can see here's Everest covered in the clouds. And what was really interesting is a lot of teams moved up today.
Look how far away
Look at
that
this thing.
is.
That is a black mamba going up the Lobuche face
A
right
black
there, which is where we're
mamba.
going to go up tomorrow. You can see Camp 3 is so much more populated, but
That's
yeah,
really
I mean,
steep
a
bit
lot of
they were
people
on
going up.
earlier.
Anyways, I clocked out for the night here.
all right, we're leaving Camp 2 for good, Furba.
You have the best emote among all
Doesn't look too
YouTubers.
crowded
They're
up the
so
Lobuche
good.
face today.
I have the exact same emotes as some VTubers though.
Yes, of course. for
There are
yesterday.
some other VTubers with the same emotes as
There's a
me.
big crowd.
But I'm
Yeah,
glad
thank
you
you.
like them.
It's Aid.
I wish I had more slots. All of my slots are
Hopping on the
full.
O's today. In the down suits.
And I've never really unlocked any more on
It's already hot in this
YouTube.
thing.
Because I don't really get
That's
many
alright, though.
memberships on YouTube. So I think I have like maybe
Crampons
5
on?
unlocked.
Yes.
It's not so bad. Holy.
They don't have
There's
these.
so much people.
Oh, they quite literally do have those. The second, fourth, and fifth, and last one of those are very popular. Your character here is. 5 new emotes. No, that's not what I said.
So we got the oxygen bottle on the
Can you
pack.
see emote usage? What's
nice
top 5 and bottom 5?
2.
Yeah, I can see.
And we breathe through this thing.
Look, the oxygen mask. I can see how
See how
many
it feels.
emotes are used.
So anyways,
However,
we hooked up our oxygen, we had our crampons on, and we started.
it's
Starts
kind of
off
a
pretty
silly
mellow,
start
just a
because
small
the
little
ones that are
slope.
least used are
Here we
just
are
the
with the
higher
oxygen.
tiers, you know, like
Definitely was feeling
tier
it
3 and
right as I
tier
put it
2.
on. I mean, just going up this slope, you just
So-
have much more breath. We weren't on a
Because,
huge
you know,
flow
less
rate,
people in those
getting
tiers.
a
So
decent amount of oxygen, though. Anyways, we got
it's
to this
not really like
wall,
first
which is
act,
really the
you know.
first part where you get onto any sort of fixed lines on your way to Camp 3. Just a small little steep section. This is really melted
This is my
since our
favorite
last
lesser
time up here.
ones. Yes,
So
it's
you really
cute.
don't need to use your ascender anymore. You can kind of just grab this thing with your hands, this rope. Anyways, yeah, we just had to scale this. This was kind of our first obstacle.
You can tell how exhausted he is because he's doing so much less talking now.
Once you get over that small little wall, you get into this big flat section, which will lead you to the bottom of the Lobuche face.
Do you have your
But yeah,
streaming
it's pretty
stats
mellow
from
until
last
you
month
get there.
now? Watched 4.5 days of
Back in the
Miwa.
flats.
I try not to look
Leading
at my
up to the
streaming
face.
stats, to be honest. I just avoid
We're kind of
looking.
zooming on oxygen right now.
So even if I have
Furba
them,
does not need oxygen.
I don't know anything about them. Lanky's
pretty
gotta
good,
be
it's
top
just-
5.
It's
No,
hot
I hate
underneath
it.
it. Crevasses.
Spooky, spooky.
We continued towards the end of this flat section. It starts getting a little bit more steep, and you can kind of see we're really leveraging ourselves into the Lobuche face.
Well, you
But,
can't
really
see,
felt
you
good
can't
on
make you
oxygen. We're all
everything.
moving. I mean, it looks like we're
Exactly.
moving very slow.
Numbers are a
but,
slippery
we have
slope.
pretty heavy packs this time,
Unless
'cause
you're
we
one
are
of those
moving up,
people who's
and we have the
really
oxygen bottles,
hardcore
which add a
trying
little bit of
to
weight, but
grind,
feels
you
good.
know, and like
About an hour in.
networking
Sun's
and
starting to come out.
doing this and, you know, really grinding and grifting, then
It's gonna get hot.
I think it's best not to look at numbers.
Burbo, what if it gets too hot out there?
For me, my goal is just to have a community that likes me and
think there's
supports me, and we
there
do
wind up there,
fun
you think?
things together and
Look at all those.
have a good time. You know? So, it's best to avoid those things.
Nice crack right here. Is it?
Aside from the money stuff, you know, the money stuff maybe is more important for like, what, you know, day-to-day life
Being out of this, like.
or projects and
And
stuff
then
like
after
that.
going through the flats and hopping over a few big cracks, we finally got to the fixed lines of Lobuche Face.
That shot made my
All the
heart
fixed
drop a
lines.
bit.
Tap
Dude, I
Lobuche
know.
Face.
I can't
bird
stand
shot.
looking at the cracks, it's so
Bird
spooky.
shot. Hustled all the way down there to here.
So now it's time to hop on the fixed lines here. We first clip in with our safety carabiner, which will catch us if we do end up falling.
The
And of course, we
ascender!
clip in with our ascender, which is going to save our progress and prevents us from falling backwards, and we can only move forward with this. So essentially, right when you get onto the Lobuche Face, you have this big wall that you have to get across.
It was so funny
or
he said
up,
save
sorry.
our progress
Here
as
we
if
are,
it's like a
And
video
it's a
game.
little bit finicky right here. The rope gets really tight, but
Do you
anyways,
recognize this
just
place?
gotta move from one anchor
Do
point
you
to another.
recognize it?
So if you end up
We've been
falling,
here
you're gonna
before.
hit an anchor point and not fall all the way down the ropes. So I'm struggling a little bit here to get my ascender off, but yeah, basically you're just going
If I
from
climb
one
Mount
rope to
Everest, the
next.
first thing I do at the
And,
top is a
this
woo as loud
little
as I
berg front
could.
area
Then
is,
you should
a
not
bit
climb it
tricky.
because
You have
that's
a Icefall
stupid.
right here.
You're in the death
But you gotta
zone
really dig your front
where you're
points
using
into.
up more
Takes a little
oxygen
bit,
than
so this is a
your body
pretty
can
common
physically
bottleneck
make.
spots because it's
And you're
melted off a lot, so it's a
using
little
up
bit sketchy
so
here,
much
but
energy
yeah,
and
we're just kinda
oxygen
moving up
to
this
a
with our
woo,
ascender,
you would just die.
really focusing on that footwork
Death from a
so we can get
wooing.
onto the actual face.
You're like actively freaking yourself up. Need a rope and a ascender set up for the stairs in your house. Yeah, your mama does. But that'd be kawaii as heck of you. No. That one Miwa thinks, but she doesn't know we are strong to withstand you. Whatever.
Once you got this, just straight.
It's not an opinion, it's a fact.
So once you get to the top of the Bergstrand,
Miwa
right before
spawned
getting
my
onto the
ideas.
actual
Miwa's
Lobuche
asked
Face,
me if the
you
ladder
have a pretty
spawned on Mount
significant
Everest.
ice wall here, which used to be a lot worse, but
It
it's
means
melted down
nothing.
a lot since our last rotation. But yeah, it's a little sketchy.
Garrett.
After getting to the top of that small wall, you're welcome with the Lobuche Face. Just a giant slope that if you end up falling and you're not clipped
The
in, you
Shep
will
for
fall
watching
very,
a group
very
of
far.
Miwas letting out a mighty howl at
It's
the
a
top of
pretty
Everest.
exhausting climb. We've already went up this once on our first rotation. There's quite a bit more people out
I
this
wouldn't
time.
want you
But
guys to
essentially,
climb up.
you have these ropes that are anchored in all the
We're
way up
here,
the
we're
slope. You
here.
can see the people going all the way up there. And you just have to go from one section to the next, clipping in and out, until you get to the top. So yeah, it's a bit of a grind.
Cause you'd be worried we'd die cause you love us so much. Well, yeah. Well, I would be worried you'd die. I won't be worried you'd die. And unless you're tipping your Sherpa thousands and thousands, then don't do it.
So after stepping over that big crack, we had another climber right here who was on his way
You
down.
can't plant flags on the top of Everest.
I'm pretty sure just today there was a lot of other summiters. We're going up a little bit later, which is usually what our guide Garrett is known to do, just to avoid the crowds. But we ended up getting behind some people anyways, but way better than the lines that I was pointing out in the
What if it's a really small flag?
vlogs. There was a lot of people going up.
This is
But,
why I
we got a
don't want
little bit
Mios
more
to climb. You're
freedom, I guess,
disrespectful
this time,
to
and
the
there were still some
mountain.
steps kicked in for us to head up. So, yeah, it made it pretty pleasant of an experience.
How can I show my swag without climbing Everest? I feel like climbing Everest just shows your ego than swag. The heavy breathing is insane.
Here, me and
Yeah,
our lead
it
Sherpa
was very
Furba were
intense.
passing up a few climbers that were going a little bit slower, so we're going to be unclipping from the rope and clipping
So
around them. So
dangerous
you have to be
and
pretty intricate with
scary.
this, because if you slip while you're unclipping around somebody, then you're not clipped into anything, so you're going to fall. So you kind of have to go one at a time, make sure that you always have something connected to the rope. Oh, a little liner got caught in the carabiner there. You got to watch out for that one. That's a classic mishap out here. Anyways, basically
Oh,
we're just
look, he's so
continuing up the
exhausted. He's
face
like
here, and you'll
fumbling.
see in a
That's so
second you can see a
crazy.
giant ice wall.
He's barely even
That's
talking on camera
basically is
anymore.
our goal.
Yeah.
So you can see
He's
the
just so
kind of ice
tired.
hump
He's
up
just
ahead that we
breathing.
have to get to.
Furba. Almost to the ice.
His voice. Oh, whoa,
Okay,
he
now
sounds
towards
so
the car.
bad. He sounds so bad. That's
Luckily
crazy.
the sun's not out.
We're about halfway. We're further
Holy
than halfway at
moly.
this point, but once you get up to that thing, it gets a little bit technical and it takes a lot out of you. So really making sure to take deep breaths with the oxygen here, and yeah.
Yeah, it's like all voiceover now.
So as we were approaching the big ice hump, there was something weird going on up
This
top.
isn't a dead
You could
body,
see
by the
from
way,
down
just
here,
before it
it looked like
scares
somebody
you.
was
It's
being
not a dead
dragged
body.
down. And soon we'd figure out that it was an alive person, but they were in pretty bad condition.
I don't want to
They were
scare
getting
any of you,
pretty
though.
much short roped down
I'm
by
just
like 3
opening my
different
drink
people.
if you hear a
Not even
fist.
short roped, but yeah, just getting dragged down. So it didn't look that good for them, but as far as I know, I think they survived. I know they were alive while they were getting dragged down here, but yeah.
Imagine how disheartening seeing things like this is whilst you climb, by the way. Because, like, that could be you. And see, look at how important your guides and Sherpas are. Look at, this is what they're doing. This is what, like, they are saving your life. It's so crazy. Look at this person fully wrapped up, being pulled down the mountain. It's insane. It's so insane what these people do.
But I'm not exactly sure what happened to him or her. I'm assuming it was some sort of altitude symptom like Cape or Haze. But I gotta say, it's really impressive how these guys are actually able to get this person down. I'm assuming once they actually do get down from Camp 3 to Camp 2, they're on their way down the Lobuche face right now. They'll get helicopter evac'd from Camp 2 and hopefully make a recovery. But
They
yeah,
didn't
look
even
at
have a
that.
glove
I mean,
on.
that is
Put that guy's glove on.
insane that they're able to handle that. So props to these guys for rescuing.
And think of how hard he was breathing just climbing his own body up. Never mind pulling a whole nother person. It's so crazy. So many people are sat down.
There. Get over this. What's that? One more ice hump after this and we're good.
So once you get over that huge ice hump, There's about one more smaller hump, as you can kind of see that will go up in a second here. And then this one pretty much leads right into Camp 3. So, yeah, I mean, that's most of the elevation gain.
4 hours, reached Camp 3. Whole team made it up. Yeah.
I feel like it's so intense now. Do you not feel that? Like, before it was like, haha, let's go. But now it's like, everybody's exhausted and trying and like, scary stuff.
Camp 3 was definitely one of the craziest camps I had ever been in, and especially stayed in. You're really slanted here. You have to dig out a flat tent
That is
spot
so crazy.
when the tents are being set up. It is just crazy, and there's literally fixed lines going through the camp.
The camp is like
literally a danger of
a
falling,
huge
so, I
slope.
mean, it's pretty crazy out here. It gets a little bit wild, but anyways, we got to our campsite.
How we doing in there?
Oh, but the fucking snow is like collapsing the door of our tent. Somebody would like shovel the shit out. It's like, what the fuck? It's like the tent's already too small and now it's collapsing.
Never complaining about camping ever again.
No, I'm just trying to find a shovel so I can dig it out.
Is it really like collapsing on our tent?
You get in here and lay down on your fucking pad and then I want to hear you say not a peep.
No, we got Camp 3.
Look how sloped that is. That is crazy.
Tent spots, huh?
I want to film you laying on your bed.
Okay. Hey, you see all this? You see all this right here?
As you observe the no complaint rule.
Good day. Camp 3 is something else out here. I love how you need fixed lines to get through Camp 3. It's like...
But anyways, we closed out with an absolutely beautiful day of the entire Khumbu
Wow.
Valley. Really nice mountains off in the
Did
distance.
he meet that guy
We're pretty
there?
much
I
level with the
think
clouds,
that's Garrett
and
Madison,
That's
the
where we're going to be heading tomorrow.
famous
So,
mountaineer.
no rest day. We're
I
just heading
think
straight up to
the
Camp 4
company
tomorrow,
he's climbing
and
with
then
is
we'll have one
Garrett.
rest day there, and then we're going to be pushing to the summit. So, yeah.
Garrett Madison's company.
So we started off the day clipping into the fixed lines with our safety carabiners and ascenders to make sure we're only going up and not falling down. As you can see, we just exited
Why is the
Camp
eyebrows
3,
in the
which is
middle of
down
your
there in an
forehead?
absolutely crazy
Well,
spot.
where else would they be? Where are your eyebrows?
Just leaving Camp 3. Yes.
I'm sorry to tell you this, but
Climb up this to Camp 4.
it's where they're supposed to be. Hi, Miwa. Hello. Garrett Madison. Yeah, I got it right. Let's go.
Yeah. Garrett, how long of a day do we got? Big day. Biggest day yet. Last move day before the summit.
So we're going up to the final
Camp 3
camp
to 4
now.
is said to be one of the hardest days besides summit day. I'm pretty sure it's just under about 3,000 feet of elevation gain, but the elevation gain is very mundane, boring, and just tedious. I mean, you're going up a pretty steep
a
slope
big
the
slope.
entire time. I have nice boot holes kicked in here, but we have this is the last day that we're going to be carrying heavy packs.
Look,
I have
it's like a
around
little
probably
staircase
40,
up from other people's
maybe
feet.
45, probably 40 with the oxygen bottle, which is pretty difficult to carry at this altitude. So we're just kind of moving up one step at a time, not rushing or anything because we don't want to exhaust ourselves. We're not in a rush to get to Camp 4, so we're just making our way up there.
Yeah, I feel like we've watched like the life be sapped out of this guy. Like he's so he's just pushing and pushing just to get through.
Coming up on the
So
yellow
crazy.
band. Hey Garrett, the yellow band is made out of limestone, right? Limestone.
Damn. The other guy doesn't even
Come a long
speak to
way.
him. He just nods his head.
Camp 3's all the way down there. And Camp 2 down there. Just steady steepness
Day 38, by the way.
all the way up here.
Oh, look, his sleeping mat is ripped as well. It has a big tear in it.
So as you can see in the top left here, that's the yellow band up there. That formation of rocks, it's limestone, and it's a pretty difficult part of the climb.
Yeah, I'd never do this.
Especially after going up this giant steep hill.
Good, it's back.
Makes it pretty difficult
Stay
to go
nice
up it
and
because
safe.
you can't really dig into the rock. And as we can see, we have two climbers right here that are most likely coming down from the summits, as a lot of people have just summited in the last day or two. But they're pretty exhausted. One of them is getting short roped down, which is pretty sketchy because, I mean, when you're on the, I guess this would be the top of the Lhotse face, you can fall pretty far. So being short roped and if you're tired is a must do because you really
And
can't
you say,
fall here.
Miwa, what is being short roped? I'm 99% sure being short roped means you are attached to your guide or Sherpa. So, if the guy we're watching was being short roped, he'd be roped too far. But because you're so exhausted that there's the risk of you falling, the person you're with is less exhausted, so you rope into them. And I just heard a cat scream outside. That spooked me. Did you hear that? A cat like fully screamed. So yeah, if you fall, hopefully they can catch you. Hopefully they save you. But you know, that's them risking their life as well. It's not good.
So 8:30. Came a long way. Nice and easy.
But once again, just like yesterday, today we're on oxygen, which makes you feel a lot better. You can perform a lot easier up here when you're on oxygen, of course. It's a must-have as you're getting closer to the death zone, unless if you're going without oxygen, of course, but we're not doing that. But what was really awesome is we had a
imagine like the
view
people
of
who
Everest
did
itself.
this.
That's the south summit up there. You can't actually see the true
like
summit.
decades and decades and decades
puts it
ago,
into
before there
scale.
was all of this
And you can also see
technology,
where we were
before there
going,
was like
which is
down
to the right of that south
suits
summit, in between that ridge that's
oxygen
close to us. That's where
masks
we're heading.
and
While we were going up, which was
ropes
kind
and
of
stuff,
weird,
you know,
I ended up
and
spitting
fixed
blood,
camps.
which is usually a pretty bad sign. But I think what it was is the
Ooh.
back of my throat got sunburned, and then I was coughing, and maybe it scabbed over, and I coughed off the scab, and then it ended up being some blood because I couldn't replicate it. But it was kind of alarming at first, right here.
Ouchie.
But we also have this guy. This is what happens when someone is cross-passing with you. They go clipping around you. If you're going up,
See,
you
look,
shouldn't be
you
able
have
to
two
clip,
clips
'cause
as
you're the
you
one going
move
up.
one at a time.
Kind of courtesy of the person going down to clip around you, so I'm making space for him.
Taking a break here right before the yellow band. Garrett's munching right now.
How does the back of your throat get sunburnt? Well, the sun can bounce off of all of the snow as well.
Through, you think? Oh, about 1,500 feet.
And if you're you have to be breathing very deeply here, you know, because it's high altitude. So you have to be like,
so here we are about to go up the yellow band, and as
like
you can
really
probably
forcing
hear,
yourself
I'm still
to
pretty
breathe.
stuffy. I think I definitely did have a cold, and
oh yeah, and he has a blocked nose, so maybe he's breathing through his mouth.
Past couple days, but definitely getting over it, feeling good, and ready to get up this yellow band. So as you can see, there isn't much ice or snow to kick into here. It's pretty steep, and I mean it's just rock, so you got to really be careful where you put your foot.
The thought of the crampons on, like, rock makes me cringe so much. Like the metal spikes on rock, so gross. This angle is crazy.
So here you can see the steepness of the yellow band. It doesn't look very high, and really it doesn't go for that long, but it takes so much out of you
Yeah,
because
that
you
looks
really got to make
super
sure to
rough.
lock your legs in when you're on the rock. You don't want to
Imagine how
slip,
weak your legs
rip
are,
your
but
down suit
oh,
or
it's
something
so
like that, or
crazy.
end up stabbing yourself with your crampon, because that's that would not be too good up here. But really, it's just pacing yourself 1, 2, push your ascender up like I just did right there, and continue getting up there.
This is making me deep breathe watching, but not in a relaxing way. Yeah, it became suddenly very more stressful recently. It's become suddenly a lot more stressful.
Let me tell you, Otto. Pressure.
So here our guide Pheriche Sherpa is checking my oxygen tank, making sure I have enough O's to get to Camp 4 so I don't go hypoxic. Which is kind of weird, is even though I'm breathing really hard, I actually save a lot of oxygen. I'm not really sure how, but it's pretty nice.
Garrett, is that Camp 4? Ah.
Hi, Camp.
So there I mistaken those tents that you can see for Camp 4, but that's actually Lobuche High Camp, which is an 8,000 meter peak right next to Everest. So you're gonna go past that right on the way up.
Imagine how he felt in that moment there, where he thought that was their destination after all of this, and he thought he was there. And then
False summit, it kind of gets you.
he
You
gets
think
told.
that's Camp 4,
Actual
but it's
soul
really just an entirely
crushing.
different camp, and you still have like an hour to go.
Lobuche High Camp.
You've made me interested in watching more VTuber streams. Yippee! I hope you enjoy.
We're going
Just me
up
then.
this, and that's that ridge.
Nya, 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 nya.
That's Camp 4, and that's the South Summit. Yeah, son.
Damn, he thought he was there. That sucks.
You used to be on that small trail down there. Hold on, thumbnail shots. You know, son. No. Is this a downhill? It's the first downhill.
I don't have a chance. I breathe like this while just fishing. Yeah, it's definitely not for everybody. Your body must be so
out a little
strong.
bits before you go up to the Geneva Spur, and there's just basically a downhill, a very, very small downhill.
I'm gonna really quickly pee, but I'll leave the video going
slightly, but it lasts
don't break
a solid
the flow.
10 seconds, and then it's back uphill, up the Geneva Spur, which is really the last steep part on the way to Camp 4. So really just had to get up this thing.
Highest elevation. Here, you can go past if you want. One last push, Tyler. Let's go. Just up here.
So immediately off the bat, as we were getting on the Geneva Spur, I realized how much people were coming down, and it was creating a pretty big traffic jam. Makes sense, as a lot of these people probably summited yesterday or even today, and are now coming down. So they're very weak, they're going down a steep part, and it's a little bit technical. So a lot of these people were causing some traffic, some teams coming down, so I knew I had to make a move here. Didn't want to get caught behind this, and really didn't want to spend any more time on this Geneva Spur, as I didn't want somebody to come down and tumble on me. As we were about to see, somebody was pretty weak and struggling up ahead. But anyways, I didn't want to wait, so I had to make a move before they came down here, and I got caught again, so I had to get up on these rocks.
Yeah. Super fast pee. I didn't want to miss anything. I have the nicest hand wash right now. It is jojoba, vanilla, and almond oil. Oh, it smells so yummy. It sounds so good. It is. It's a semi-fancy brand as well. It's called Bayless and Hardy. But it was on sale. It was on sale because it was like kind of a little bit snapped
So I
off of
managed to
it.
get over
But
those small rocks so I didn't get caught up in the bottleneck. Now I can
you
move
had a
over to the
smug
right
face
side
while
of the
you were
rope.
gone.
Therefore, the people that are coming down can go around me, and hopefully I can get
Nanny,
around
nanny.
them. But the problem is, we are both on the green lines. So, I decided to fully unclip, and I had to switch over to this blue rope. Didn't really have another choice.
You know what I think
I
is
had
cool
to
being an
fully
astronaut?
unclip
No,
to
I
get
hate
over to it, 'cause
space.
I really just didn't want to wait. There looked
I
like there were
hate
about 6
space.
people coming down, and one person up top was stumbling. So, yeah, I really didn't want to get caught up in this, so I'm going to have to grind past these guys and kind of finesse my way up here, make it past, and get to the top.
So cool, because all these people coming down have just summited Mount Everest. So cool. Oh dear, yeah, look, someone's fully fallen over. Did you see that? Look, 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 someone's like fallen. This happens to a lot of people. This guy looks like he's about to speak. This happens to a lot of people where they fall. Not this person. This person lives. But where they fall and they cannot get back up. Like, even if it feels like, you know, they're just tripping, they cannot get back up. It's so impossible, and then they just die. It's really scary and really sad. Like, their bodies just give up.
What up, baby? What's up, Tamari? Thank you. You just coming down? Yeah. Summit? Yeah. Good stuff, bro. Yeah, shit was fucking wild up there. Someone died. It's fucking wild, man. Hope you guys are blessed people.
But this part actually kills me, because why did he say that? Like, actually, why did he say that?
Hopefully we'll see each other at the bottom, maybe, I don't know.
This guy is like on his way up to the peak, and one of the first things you say is like,
that somebody had died.
Someone died.
Up on his summit push, which was nice to know as I was going up.
Yeah, it's so disheartening.
The final few people here. Just had this small little last stretch to get through.
I know he's probably also tired and like out of it, but it's just so like
back at
that is not what he wants to hear.
Gain we had just accomplished.
Yeah,
and
that's
make
crazy.
My way to the final stroll to Camp 4.
See, look how much the guides are helping. He was probably too exhausted to realize.
So
yeah, I know, but it's still
just,
fun.
a few hundred feet or something like that of just flat. It's a little up and down, which is really hard to get over at this point in time because you've just been going hard for a while. Hard day. But right at the end of this ridge will be Camp 4.
The oxygen tanks. Yeah, I was just thinking about them. I wonder if they were abandoned or trashed. This camp here is the one with the most trash. Look at how disgusting it is.
That was a struggle.
Because, you know, people get this high and they're done. They just want to be out, so they don't care anymore and they just leave everything. It's very sad.
Yeah, man. Look how much tense there are.
Yeah, we're at the final camp now.
That's a day right there. Just below
Yippee!
8,000 meters. Tomorrow's rest day.
Yippee, yippee.
And after that, we push for the summit.
38 days just to reach here, and this isn't even the top. It is so crazy.
Sorry, don't need to bring any more gear up. We leave it here.
And you can't have a
Ice and
break.
bottles. That's it.
So rolling into Camp 4, I realized it was the dirtiest
Look
camp
how bad
that
this
we had ever
is.
been in
Look
so
at how
far.
awful this
A lot of
is.
teams just didn't want to carry their weight down, so they just left all the trash that they, you know, used up here, which is really sad to see, and it actually smelled awful. I don't know what I was smelling, but you could definitely smell all the waste that was around you.
It's so disgusting.
There's a lot here. I don't really know what they can do.
You can
about
see
this 'cause
people's
you're
poo
practically in the
bags
death
as well.
zone at this point. You can't
Like, people are just
get
leaving their
someone
bags
to
of poop.
monitor this.
It's
You can't
disgusting.
stay up here for that long, so it's kind of hard to do anything about this. But yeah, it was pretty gross to see.
But it's just like lazy, selfish people. Oh, he sounds so rough.
Hello. We did it.
Anyways, the Sherpas set up our tents, and then next we basically just went to bed. And now it's going to be day 39. Woke up the next day. It was a little bit windy.
And why did the Sherpas set the tent up? Why didn't you do it? Everyone coughing hurts to hear, right? It's kind of heartbreaking to hear people be this, like, sick. Oh, the wind is so loud.
Alright, here's Camp 4. Definitely cleared out quite a bit from yesterday. Our tents are those red ones. Head up there in about 6 hours.
Have you seen videos of people climbing on the K2 summit? A few, but this guy that we're watching now is gonna film a K2 video in around 1 month. So I'm super excited. I hope it's another long one and we can watch it together. And it will be super exciting.
12-hour day, probably.
It will be super exciting to watch it for the first time with you guys, because obviously I've watched this video before.
Highest camp in the world right here. I'm pretty sure. Right below the death zone. Just took a poop right here next to this rock. Really good spot.
But anyways, that ended our final rest day.
Oh.
Now we're going to wake up in the night and push for the summit. So I'll see you all tomorrow.
Nice. The fact he's putting contact lenses in is crazy.
Is it good? Oh yeah. From there we put it. Oh yeah.
Good morning, everybody. It's day 40 of climbing
I'd be
Mount
scared of
Everest.
them
We're all ready
freezing
to
in my
push for
eye.
the summit. So we woke up at 12 a.m., headed out at 1, and yeah, this is it.
Leaving Camp 4.
Heaps of trash, so much. I
Having our
spoke,
way
look at all those lights of everyone summiting.
up.
So cool. I don't know if you heard me because I was
visualize the route
speaking
for today,
over.
I took this yesterday when we got into Camp 4.
It's a
but currently we're
12-hour
heading
day,
up
he
this
said today.
Mediocre, not that
Okay,
steep
let's
slope
listen,
right here.
because it's final
And
day.
as we continue up through the day, we're going to reach the balcony, which is that kind of lump you see at the top here. And then we're going to head up that ridge line all the way to the South Summits, which is the highest point you see there. That isn't the summit is behind it, but it's going to take us quite a bit to get up there, and if there's any time I quit, it's going to be before then, because after that it's pretty smooth sailing. So we're just working up this face right now.
Very exciting. This is when a lot of
The weather
people
was
die.
luckily looking really good so far. It's projected to be a nice day. It wasn't too cold, wasn't too windy, but where we are is pretty
Because
shielded from the wind.
the weather can
start of summit day
change,
isn't
you
very
know.
windy.
You know what the
But
weather's
once you
like.
get
The
to
weather can just
top
suddenly
of that
change.
kind of hill,
And a lot of
I was just
people
showing a
won't
second
give
ago,
up
you get
when
up
they
to the
should.
fixed lines.
You know,
Now
because
we're
they've
gonna be
gone through
clipped
this
in, we're gonna have
whole
our ascender.
journey.
Our ascender's
They
gonna keep us
really
from
just
falling
want to
back. It's just
ascend,
gonna
so they
bite
get
into the
tunnel
rope, and then,
vision.
safety carabiner is gonna stop us
They
from
get
falling.
tunnel
If we
vision
end
and
up
they just
falling, it's gonna
can't
hit an anchor.
turn back,
So we're just
even
gonna
if they
ride these
should.
ropes up. The whole
This is
way
the
to
death zone,
top
right?
is
Yes, I
fixed.
think they're in the death
So
zone
we
now.
shouldn't have
It's
to worry
above
about
Camp
falling.
4,
If we
which
do,
they are now.
And yeah, we're
They're
just
either
gonna
in it
keep a
already
steady
or
pacing
about to
and
enter
get up
into
there.
it. The death zone is where the altitude is so high that your body can no longer keep up. You know, you can acclimatize to the other
So as you can see, we're on
heights,
oxygen.
but
We're on one of the
I
highest
think
flow
it's any
rates you
altitude
can have.
above
We have enough oxygen
8,000
for the day,
meters,
so we're
which
going
is
to
a
be able to get
death
up and
zone.
down. And as you can see further off in the distance, there's already
But yeah,
a decent
the
amount of
air
people
pressure is
already
like
up on
too
the
low for you
balcony.
to
You
survive.
can see their headlamps. So we'll be up there soon.
So
Full moon.
it's
Very nice.
very scary. Spooky, spooky. Spooky, spooky.
See the lights in the distance. We're going up high.
Seeing the lights is kind of cute. Like everybody's making this journey. I hope everyone makes it.
So as we're on the fixed lines, there's going to be a lot of people that are coming down. I'm not sure if this person turned back or not. They were going down pretty early. I
Yeah,
don't think they
coming
would've summited
down.
Yet. But we're going to be having to
Yeah,
clip
why are they
around
coming
them.
down so early?
Well, actually, this person should have clipped around me because I'm going up. It's kind of just, it's kind of common courtesy. I'm not entitled, but yeah, we're just going to have to maneuver around a lot of people.
It's getting steep here.
Hopefully it's because they knew their limit. Yeah, that's true.
Making some progress.
But it makes you worry if, you know, they've only gone an hour up. Like, look, you can see lights on the other faces as well. It's so cool. Everyone's just like a little speck on the mountain.
Such a nice morning. 2:30 a.m. or something. Sherpa is speed demon.
He has so much energy still.
Dude won't slow down. He's going for it.
Look at him go.
Can you believe that guy?
He just like
so that right
marched
there was our
on.
lead Sherpa, Furba. He is extremely fast. So whenever I'm with him, I always get burnt. But I was feeling pretty good today. So as you get higher up on this beginning face, you'll reach these rocks. It gets a little bit technical. Once you get to this point, it gets harder for your crampons to dig into the snow because it's rock and not ice. So we're just working up here. There's some footsteps kicked in because a lot of teams have gone up over the last couple days. Not really too much snowfall.
Oh yeah, look how rocky that is. Wow. Wow, that must be super hard.
Soon enough, after traversing over these rocks, we'd be reaching our first milestone, which is the balcony. It's the first main break spot that people will go to, and you can start to really see your progress.
Good job, guys. Good job, guys.
First break spot.
Wow, look at everyone having a break.
Next stop's the South Summit.
Wow. Seeing all of the lights at night is so cool. And look at the sunrise. The sun is rising. Oh my gosh, it's so cool.
Some water.
You can never see a sunrise like that.
Yeah.
It's like just breaking the horizon. Very cool.
So finally, the sun started to crack out and we could actually see where we were. We have a line of people behind us. Really not that busy out today, but it was really beautiful. So here we are working up the southeast ridge.
Last stretch, let's go.
There's the South Summit. Behind that's the main one. That's the full summit.
That's so cool. I can only imagine how good this feels. Look at those views! It's so cool.
Let's give it like that.
Bro.
Moving in here.
What did he say? He went skibidi bap. I said it wrong. I said it wrong. It's like a tongue twister.
This looks sick.
Look at that! It's so amazing. This must be so freaking exciting. In the interviews I've watched of him, he said like this part was even more exciting than the peak, you know, because you finally realize I'm gonna do it. Like I'm actually gonna do it.
Part here, up to the south summit.
Those views are insane.
Are you kidding me?
You're quite literally
Look at this.
So we
on the
continued
top
up
of the
southeastern
world.
ridge.
Wow.
There was a really nice foothold step in, but you can see where we came from at the end of that was the balcony. And now we're heading up really to the south summits here. It's just a pretty steep slope. Takes a lot out of you. This is where most people turn back if they do. And you could see all the mountains around us. It was just really awesome. Sun was coming out now. You could really feel it heating up.
Makes sense to turn back there, yeah. Honestly, I wouldn't do a climb, especially if it's 40 days, but I would take a helicopter to the top. You can't take a helicopter to the top, it's too high. Helicopters don't fly that high. Miwa, dinner. Yes, please. Yes, please. Oh, look at that. Is that someone's glove or someone's shoe? Did he say? Someone's glove. That is so freaking bad.
Up the route, but here we had some kind of steps, literal steps in the snow.
The steps are so
really
cool
nice.
because
like
of other
slabs.
people's
Not really
feet.
sure how they formed like that, but made it pretty easy for us to get up. So we were really starting to get some elevation gain. Definitely far into the death zone now, but feeling pretty good. Had my breath and was just moving up.
Now I have dinner with a view. Today I have broccoli and beef.
So these little steps here, going to the top. Making good progress. Sun's out.
Look at my view as I eat dinner.
Almost the top of the south summit. Here we are. Approaching the south
I think I'm
summit.
the first person to eat dinner on top of Mount Everest. The broccoli and beef.
Came all the way from down that ridge. We're all the way down there. Just resting on my ascender. Hands free. We've been waiting like a year and 4 months for this. It's finally happening.
Isn't it crazy? He only did all of his training in a year and a half. And he went from being an overweight, like, shut-in. I think that's very cool. He makes a lot of content that he wants to be inspirational for younger people, like encouraging them to go outside more. And I think it's very nice.
So as we started getting towards the top of the south summit, a lot of people had summited by now and we're coming back down. So we're going to have a little bit of traffic jammage going on. We have 3 climbers here that we're going to clip around me. But as we got a little bit higher up, me and Ferba were about to get caught behind a pretty big line of people that we were hoping we would be able to pass at one point.
Was he actually large or like 5 pounds extra? I'm not too sure. I've never seen... I haven't seen his before and after. I'm just repeating what I've heard him say.
Not sure what's up with this cloud coverage.
Imagine proposing to someone at the top and they say no, awkward climb down. I wonder if anyone has proposed at the top. I'm gonna Google it. Has anyone proposed on Mount Everest? Yes! Someone has proposed at Mount Everest. Only on base camp. Boo! Boo! Only on base camp. Boo!
Congratulations.
Thank you.
So as people are going down, you
Oh,
just kinda have to stand
congratulating
there,
people is
get on the
really
other side of
cute.
the rope because you don't want to accidentally push them because there's usually a small portion of time where they're not going to be clipped into the rope as they're trying to get around you.
It's commendable,
As
but
we
also
finally
not
made it to the
realistic.
top
I
of the
don't think most
summit,
people can go from
we
Overweight to
hit
climbing
that
Mount
big
Everest
line I was
without
talking
dying.
about.
Well,
There
he's
was
very
quite a
young.
few
He's
people
only
here that were
19.
going a little slower. They
So
were,
the body
seemed pretty
can definitely
tired,
be
but me and Ferba were
reshaped
kind
and
of looking
looked
for an
after at
opportunity
those
at this point
ages.
to hopefully get around them. So then, as he
Ferba's
usually does,
19.
Ferba said, "Come on, let's go," and we
No,
clipped off
he's
of the
20
rope
now because
pretty
this
much
was a year
completely
ago.
and went to the right here, holding on, making sure that we didn't make any bad foot movements that would cost us a fall.
Beef
So we
is
were
so
able to get around
chewy.
them. Might seem a little bit
And,
rude,
how do
but
you
when
ever
you're
have
up here, you
beef?
really don't want to get caught behind anybody. You never know when the weather might turn, and you don't want to lose your small summit window just because you got caught up behind somebody. So you got to pass when you can.
Yeah.
As we came over the south summits, we now had a clear view of the Hillary
This is
Step.
it. This is the Hillary
And at this
Step,
point,
guys.
I started tearing up quite a bit. I was feeling really good.
This is the
and
Hillary
at
Step.
this
You
point,
guys
I knew I
know. You
would
guys
make
know.
it. The weather was still pretty good. It was getting a little bit windier, but when you finally can actually see the summits, it's right there. Obviously, something can go wrong, but you know, I knew I was going to make it at this point, and that was pretty emotional for me. So.
You told us. Yippee! Yippee! Look at that metal just sticking out. It's spooky. Look, it's up there! It's there! Woo! Let's go.
We're gonna do it, man. Okay, so let's check the oxygen, okay? Okay.
So I decided to put away the emotions because I knew anything could happen, so I'd rather not call it victory now.
Oh, my bad,
and then
my
have to come
bad.
back later, but here we are, about to get on the Hillary Step. Ferba is still hauling, but yeah, I had to really lock in.
Ferb
here.
is
Footwork key.
crazy.
Perfect, just chilling.
Sorry, I'm hacking away at my beef.
Huh? Oh my gosh.
Look, all the way down there, you can see Camp 2. Very crazy. So narrow, it's so narrow, isn't it? It's so spooky.
Approaching the summit.
Imagine, like, you can lose your footing and just fall all the way down and die.
You're all the way down there.
Oh, it's so crazy.
So it definitely wasn't as calm as it was when we were moving up the southeast ridge, but now we are about to get on the summit ridge. Still very summitable. Winds were getting a little bit heavier. Definitely was getting a little bit cloudier, but we were all feeling good, so we just had to keep moving up.
This PV makes it look like the craziest hand cam ever. Yeah, this is me. If I ever do the trek, I will show you guys. I will vlog it for you. Miwa is sending while chewing on beef. It's kind of chewy. The hiking to the base camp looks good. Yeah, right. I think that would be. It's very safe. So I would definitely do it. I think the dead body is coming up, by the way, but don't fear, it is fully blacked out. You can't see anything, but just a little warning. Oh, there we go. This is one of two people, not to speak disrespectfully of the dead, of course, but if you remember the other day when I was speaking about a man who...
So now we are on the summit ridge.
A man who climbed up without oxygen when his Sherpa really told him to, and his Sherpa was begging him to, I think. He still climbed up without oxygen, and then he had trouble on the mountain, and he died, and instead of leaving him, his Sherpa stayed with him, but then his Sherpa died as well. That is potentially, that guy, not the Sherpa, is potentially the guy who pushed up, or someone else, but I don't know who the other person is.
Out all over Nepal, and now, as we went over that small little hill, we could see the summits, and it wasn't too crowded at all.
So yeah, it's pretty crazy. He's only... I think he said he only saw 2 bodies.
In just 5 hours, me and Furba went from Camp 4 all the way to the summits. I'm not gonna lie, it did look a little messy, to say the least. People had left stuff up here, which doesn't make much sense at all, but it really did take away from the moment at all. Even though there wasn't any view, this was the highest you could go. There's no other points besides this. So we made our way up to enjoy our small moment on the summit.
It's just fully trashed. I got bush and rank and 10 both from highest, go higher. Go higher, you can do it. I'm on top of the world, hey! I'm on top of the world, hey! Why did no one sing my song? Frick, they should have recorded a TikTok. Yippee! Isn't it kind of anticlimactic? Like, you kind of expect there to be like epic music playing, but like, it's like, damn, we're just up here now. The people hugging each other is so cute. Yeah, and almost all of these people aren't in the same team, like they're strangers. So you're just sharing this amazing moment with so many strangers. Isn't that so special? Oh, yeah. I don't know if you heard what he just said, but I think that's Phoebus, the Sherpa. He found a little statue of a goddess. I don't think they speak about it in this video. He found it further down the mountain. So it must have fallen out of someone's pocket or whatever. And he picked it up and he took it all the way to the summit for that person who lost it. Isn't that so sweet? That is so freaking sweet.
All the way down the valleys.
I'll eat my beef whilst you watch the view.
Shout out Miss Holbeck's class, 7th grade class. We did it.
So I meant to take a picture of my dog up with me and an actual picture and take a picture of him on top, but I ended up forgetting it. So here's Pheriche taking a picture of my dog on my phone and with me.
Oh, that must have sucked.
That was nice to share with him, but we didn't intend up spending too much time up here, but we decided to wait for our team even though it was windy and cold, and it was awesome just to see everybody get up there, everybody show off their banners and kind of share the moment with a dozen or so people that were up there. So once we got too cold though, we decided to head back down and we were out of there.
He said in another video that he spent about an hour on the summit, which is crazy. I feel that's a pretty long time just to be exhausted and stood up there. But I guess you want to savor it as much as possible.
So here we are moving down the summit's ridge, and
down, it looks like
I don't know what is
up.
up with me and the Sherpas, but this is my personal Sherpa, not Pheriche, and he was going fast. I don't know why we were going so fast down. We had made great time. We were feeling good. We had plenty of oxygen, but my guy was going so fast.
The Sherpas that are in this company are actually just zooming. They're like, come on.
My own carabiner, but hey, you know what?
It's
I'm not
like,
gonna complain.
it reminds me, have you ever like walked anywhere with a kid? Bro, like look at that random Coke bottle on the right. Are you kidding? Why has someone left that? Have you ever walked with like a kid that's like grumpy and you're trying to make them hurry up, so you just keep walking because you know they have to catch up with you? That's what this reminds me of. How do you even bring a Coke bottle up this high? Why would you ever do that? Also, it's just so poopy. And they're also not drinking Coke on the top because it would be freezing. It would be frozen. Or maybe it's like a pee bottle. I don't know. I'm on top of the world. Hey!
Had to be extra careful going down the Hillary step. It is more dangerous going down the mountain. That's when most of the deaths occur because people are tired and it's just harder to go down. If you fall, you're going to fall down the mountain, not into the slope. So we really had to make sure to be careful when we were clipping around people who were going up.
The Sherpa's zooming so fast that he's doing the clipping for him. He's really in a rush. He needs to poo. Maybe.
Now we made some great timing back onto the southeast ridge. Look at my man. He is flying. Like I said, we didn't really need to go this fast.
This man is in the death zone right now. Look how.
But yeah,
he's a trooper.
You haven't met the Sherpa yet, but this was Pangboche Sherpa, I believe. He was just for my summit day. Besides that, I didn't have a personal Sherpa.
I did wonder,
did
you see?
But here we are, making it down the ridge. And by this point, I was pretty exhausted. Going down.
Did you see the canisters there of oxygen? I wonder if they're like spares or something. I do wonder why they're there. Or if they're like ditched old ones. I do wonder.
Made it back to Camp 4.
Let's go!
That's a summit right there. All the way from up there. Honestly, coming down was harder than going up.
His hand looks crazy. Yeah, it looked super
Our
red.
work done. Just have to go down there now. Let's go, baby. With that, we had summited Mount Everest, but we still had a long way to go. We have 2 days to do the entire descent, and the descent was going to get a little bit shaky, pretty sure, because the weather has gone a lot more warm.
Pause. Isn't it so insane? Look, it took him 41 days to make it to the top. That's with acclimatizing, getting there, and everything. 41 days, and then it takes him 2 days to get all the way down. It's so crazy. Two days.
So the Khumbu Icefall is going to be melting a bit, but yeah, so we got some rest that night, and tomorrow we are heading down. Currently around 9 a.m.
He sounds different now.
Heading back down.
His throat is probably so sore.
Camp 4 looking prime right now. So nice. Not a lot of people.
Some developers should watch this and create a Roblox game out of it. That's what I'm saying.
It was a good day. Time to go home. So that was a joke. Camp 4 was not looking in its prime. Because we had left and
look how horrible it is.
Most of the teams had already summited. We got to see the byproduct of
this
that.
Is so horrible.
That's a lot of trash, a lot of stuff, a lot of broken down tents just left here by
so much garbage
that just don't really care.
A Pringles can. I'm seeing socks. I'm seeing just so much garbage.
So exiting out of Camp 4, you have this little pathway, which is kind of nice actually. Just going across this slope. Once you get to the end of this, you'll get to the Geneva Spur. But it was pretty tame right here. Didn't have to worry about falling or really clipping in too much. Once we got to the Geneva Spur, there was a nice line here. This kind of built up, not because there's a lot of people necessarily, but because some people were pretty exhausted, I'm assuming, and needed to actually rappel down the spur. Usually we'll just arm wrap it, but if you're really tired and you don't trust yourself, then
so
you can probably rappel.
I didn't see anyone rappelling.
So the Geneva Spur.
It's so interesting. I thought rappelling was
steep, rocky, I guess, technical parts of.
Look at the steps like built in almost. That's so cool.
Really, it's just taking it easy.
Mary, thank you for the membership.
One carabiner in currently.
Thank
not two,
you.
just for efficiency. We're all feeling strong.
I thought rappelling would be the most efficient way for energy, but it appears not.
And then just really making sure to watch where we're placing our feet. And if we end up falling, that carabiner that you see attached to the rope is going to catch on an anchor and save us.
Do you guys think you could do this? Now that you've watched the journey, do you think you could do
After we got up the
this?
spur, we were going to
After a
pass
year of
Lobuche
training?
Camp soon. But from here, it's kind of smooth sailing. We'll have the yellow bands coming up, but it's mostly just pretty steep slopage. But as long as you're
And we're back at
staying in
high
control,
camp.
you'll be fine. There's Lotse right there. There's the high camp for it. Look at that high camp. That is one sketchy high camp right there. Yeah, I mean, we just had to make
Just
it down.
the
We had probably
snow
a
mound stuffing
few
you from
hours ahead of
falling.
us. Yeah.
3 months trailing? Nuh-uh. Maybe for a quick evening stroll. An evening that lasts 40 plus days.
So what I was pointing to right there was the yellow band. So you get onto these rocks here. They're all made
It's
out of limestone, and
limestone.
it looks like a yellow band if you're looking at Everest from afar. But it's a little bit of a technical part of the climb. It gets a little bit steep lower, but the main
Look, he's standing on the
annoying part
ropes.
about
That
it is
stresses me out so
it's
much.
rock and not snow. So when you're digging your crampons into the rock, they don't actually dig in. So you really have to be careful where you step, and it could be a little bit tedious at times, especially because once you get lower here, you'll see in a second, it's pretty steep, so it creates some lines.
I'd break the record for a fast climb. Let me Google what the fastest is. Fastest Everest Ascent. What? What? The fastest ascent of Mount
So while I was
Everest.
on this steep part of
Pause.
the yellow
The fastest ascent of Mount Everest from South Base Camp, which is the one we've seen, using supplemental oxygen, was held by Lakpa Galu Sherpa, who reached the summit in 10 hours and 56 minutes. 11 hours is insane. Holy freaking moly. That is insane. Also, all of these records are held by Sherpas because like the fastest woman is a Sherpa because their bodies acclimatize better. Oh, this is so interesting. There's a 2 p.m. rule on Mount Everest, and every climber on Mount Everest, I didn't know this, follows the 2 o'clock rule when climbing, and due to harsh and unpredictable weather, climbers must reach the summit by 2 p.m. That's very interesting.
band, some random dude started
11
coming
hours
down
is
on the
insane.
rope that people are supposed to take up.
That
So
is
I'm on the down
so
rope,
crazy.
And this guy starts coming
I can't even.
Looking back at this footage is crazy to me that
That
he
is
did
so
this.
insane.
I don't know why he was in a rush. And it's really dangerous to be doing that. I felt like he was going to step on my face with crampons. So
Was the Sherpa
now I'm
sprinting
rushing
the
to
whole
get
way?
off
He
of it.
must have
And it
been.
was just a whole scenario.
Think
Oh
of
my gosh,
everything
it was
we've
awful.
seen. That is. I don't even understand how that's possible. Oh, I spoke over this part, but look, this is kind of crazy. Sorry. Rewind. This is so crazy, look.
Yellow band, some random dude started coming down on the rope that people are supposed to take up. So I'm on the down rope, and this guy starts coming down.
This is
Footage
so
is
selfish.
crazy to me that he did this. I don't know why he was in
And
a
look, his
rush.
crampons could have hit him.
And it's really
It's so
dangerous
bad.
doing that. I felt like he was going to step on my face with crampons, so now I'm rushing to get off of it. And it was just a whole scenario.
Look
Oh
how
my
bad
gosh,
that
it
is.
was awful.
It's so selfish. Look, and he just shoots him. He just like hits him. Oh, it's actually insane. You said you should be selfish. Yeah, but he's going down the up rope. There's a difference between selfish and like stupid. Like, there's a big difference between those two things. Like, now he's just endangering other people for no reason. Like, actually no reason. Just because he didn't want to wait for his turn.
So as you can hear, I'm pretty out of breath after that whole incident.
Reckless.
I mean, I had to lock in. That was just looking at that footage now. Thought it was crazy.
It's even worse
moments,
than reckless.
but that guy was really
an awful
on top
person.
Of me and he just did not need to be. So.
That guy's just
That's
like
one thing you should not do, especially on Everest. At what are we, 26,000 feet right now?
Why did they just get like a sledge and sledged? Wait, that would be such a strat. You get a sledge, and then you ice axe Everest further down. Oh, it's a bit risky, I suppose.
You can see all the people up there. Should just be able to get over this little ridge. Camp 3 will be there. It's freaking hot.
Didn't someone die trying that? I'm sure many people have died. Maybe not a sledge, but I know people try skiing and snowboarding and stuff.
This thing right here. And Camp 2. It's down there. That's where we're trying to get for today.
Yippee!
We came all the way from up there. You can kind of see we were behind that corner. That's the Geneva Spur. And boom. People coming up. We're also up there, South Summit, so it's making our way down.
Look how rough his skin is.
I'm dying, but
look at how rough that is.
We'll get down, stay hydrated. And from here, it's just the Khumbu Icefall, then we're home, so. Yeah.
There's Camp 3. Almost there. And we gotta go down more. We'll take a break there. A nice one.
Imagine parachuting from the top. I don't think you get very far. It's not like there's just a sudden drop off all the way down. It's a huge mountain. You like jump and land a meter away.
We're hopping off the O's. Too hot in those. Yeah, I think I get a little bit more trash up here. Yikes. But,
oh, look how bad it is. Look at all the garbage. Oh, it's so bad.
Heading down now. Last steep part. Besides where you might find the Khumbu. So yeah.
He looks like he was eating powdered dough.
So I'd rolled into Camp 3, took a break, and now we are heading down the Lobuche face, right below Camp 3. This is gonna put us on a
funny because when he removes his
at the
helmet,
very end of it, which will lead us to
you
Camp
can
2,
see
so
he has a strap of normal skin under where his helmet strap was, and then everything else is just red. I can't imagine how awful his skin feels. Yeah.
So the past few days have been really sunny out, and the Lobuche face had melted quite a bit. You can see a lot of exposed ice and rock, which makes it a lot more dangerous because there is chance of either snowfall, icefall, or rockfall.
You have to be so precise with your footwork here. Oh, here's the big
Hopping off
crack.
the Lobuche face here.
Look at the crack.
Whew. Feels good to not have the mask on anymore. Still carrying the bottle though. Here's the crack. Not so fast, buddy.
Why does he look inside it every single
Lobuche
time?
face is
Why
the
has he
end right
stood
there.
over it, bro? Move.
I never really captured this corner well.
It's scary.
This is the entrance to the Lobuche face right here. This is gonna bring you all the way to Camp 3 and 4. And the Bergstrand is right here.
That's such a sharp corner.
A little technical, but then it's pretty much completely flat to Camp 2.
So I hopped on this.
Whoa, look at that!
Bergstrand,
Look at that!
which
Look
starts
down
off
there!
with this nice
Look
little
down there!
steep
That is so scary!
wall. It used to be a lot more
Oh, that
vertical
is
and a
so
lot more ice
scary.
here, but
Just
like
like
I said, a
a
lot of this
huge,
has melted,
ominous hole.
and it's much more deformed now. I liked it more the first time. It was a little bit more fun. Now it's a little bit unpredictable, and I don't know. You can't really trust the snow sometimes. But you're just moving along these fixed lines, trying to get down this last technical part.
I liked him on the first time. Is that what he said? Yeah, this looks... I'd be slipping, I'd be sliding. My legs would be buckling. Would the sense of victory cause mental struggle while going down or help? I think from what I've listened to, people don't allow themselves to think anything like that because it's not a victory until you're safely off the mountain.
Dude, using oxygen, what a tourist. I didn't use it the entire time.
So with that, we were off the entire Lobuche face, and now we are in this big kind of plateau. A little bit of slopage, but nothing really too crazy. All the way to Camp 2.
No more rope.
No more steep.
I called him a tourist.
Alright. Almost at Camp 2.
Giggles,
Just
giggles.
From here on out.
I could do this bit.
Came all the way from up there. Crazy to believe.
I could do this bit here. Put me on this and I can walk
Be
across
back.
this bit.
Soon.
Fox.
My feet are blistered. That's alright.
Oh,
From the
oh
Lobuche
my
East.
goodness, yeah, I didn't even think about... Ew. His feet will be like... Oh no, I wouldn't do this bit. Ew. I will not do that. Literally putting my hands up to the screen to cover it. The look down. And you know what makes the look down even worse? Oh, look, an avalanche. His camera is mounted on top of his head, so to look down, he has to fully bend over. Which makes it so much scarier. Thinking of what position he's in.
We're safe.
It's all about luck. See, look at that. Like, there's just a random avalanche. And luckily it didn't hit them. You know, and now they're just like, oh, nice. The avalanche
Wow,
looks
it's
like a
still
big
coming
cloud.
Oh, jeez.
Oh, look, it
What
triggered
the
another little one.
frick?
Imagine how much your eyes would hurt looking at all of this. It's like pure
So we're
white
currently witnessing
everywhere.
the biggest avalanche I've seen right off of Namche right now, which is the peak right next to Lobuche. And it actually fell right on the route that you would usually go to climb up Namche, which that would definitely kill you. The scale of that one. But
That's
luckily,
so
we're far out of
scary.
it. No
People
way that
could have
would
been
make us here.
climbing that. That is so scary, and just like
Here we
per
are.
chance.
Back in Camp 2.
Because this
second
is what makes this mountain so
camp.
scary. Not only is
Base
it,
Camp.
look at it, look. Sorry, wait. Look at his chin. You can see
Best
the
camp.
strap, where his strap was for his helmet. It's like the only part of his skin that isn't fully ruined. But this is why it's so scary, because not only is it, you know, such a crazy challenge for your body and your mind, but you can, like, an avalanche could just happen and kill you. You know, it's like crazy
That's
RNG.
base camp.
Miwa's
I mean,
also all
yeah,
white,
it's
but
fine.
my eyes don't hurt.
I'm struggling.
Honestly, being all
But,
white is a
did
very
it.
big disadvantage for like thumbnails and stuff.
Now let's go to the Khumbu. I already said that.
I just look like a white blob when I make them.
So we made it back to Camp 2 successfully, and we had some food, and we're going to spend the night here, and then tomorrow we're going to head all the way to Camp 1 and through the Khumbu Icefall back to base camp.
Look at that. So beautiful.
Time to head out of here.
And boom, it's the next day now, day 42. We're heading out of Camp 2. We got Pheriche right in front of us. And we're feeling
Well, is
good
it gonna
today.
look
We're
like when
get
the
through Khumbu
glasses come
Icefall,
off?
and we're finally
Well,
getting
he's
back to
been
base
changing his
camp,
glasses up
where there's
quite
Wi-Fi
a
and
lot,
we'll be
so I think
reunited with
that will be
society.
fine.
So yeah.
Feeling any better, by the way? Not really, but I'm having a good time with you guys. This is a good stream for a sick day. It's like I'm sick in bed and you put on a little movie for me to watch.
Which is this very flat section of the climb.
I could do
You
this.
really want to go here during the morning time, because once it gets hot, all the sun will reflect off the snow off of you, and you will burn up.
I could
my
do
throat
this
got sunburned
for
from
real.
breathing through my mouth, the upper part
Make
of my
sure you
nose,
stay hydrated.
everything.
Yes, I've
It is
already
brutal, so we're
drank
trying to get through this as
just
fast as
over
we
a
can.
liter today.
Just left Camp
Don't
2.
worry.
Back there. Now we're in the Western Khumbu. All the way to Camp 1. Pretty flat. Chill till we get there. And then we head into the Khumbu. Here we go. Heading down.
Great to do it,
Let's do
Dan.
Colin, per usual.
Well, I would only do that bit. I better assume you a thank you.
Once you get closer to Camp 1, there's a few crevasses that you have to cross and these giant snow bridges.
Look
No
at how
ladders or
spooky
anything
this
yet.
is.
You just gotta clip into these ropes and step up on these little snow bridges. We usually only go one person at a time because there's always the
Look at how
worry that if
terrifying
there's too
this
many
is.
people on one of these, it'll collapse.
And the reason this is extra scary is because that is snow, not ice. So it can just crumble. Or there could be nothing under it, like it could look safe and then it could collapse. Oh, it's so scary. I have very bad balance as
Now the
well,
sun
so I
has
think
come
I would
out.
just fall.
Good timing. We were just entering Camp 1 right now. You can barely even tell that's Camp 1 down there because, well, it's not really the most popular camp to begin with. And
Yeah, I
everybody
can't
was
even
pretty much
see
gone
it.
by now. So yeah, we were just gonna
Where
fly
even
past
is
this.
it?
First, we had to get down this hill here, which me and Pheriche didn't have our crampons on, so we were kind of walking a little bit quick down this to keep our momentum.
This is where our Camp 1 spawns.
This is Camp 1.
It's a ghost town here now.
There's like one single
Couple lost
tent.
tents.
That's so funny. That's
Bag
because
over
this is
there.
the end of the season now.
Nothing. We once lived here. Camp 1. Entering the Khumbu.
P. Someone wrote P. Oh, I was wrong. I thought they got
So
a
now we're entering
helicopter
the Khumbu
out.
Icefall. This is our fourth and final time.
Yeah,
We just
my
had to
bad.
make it through it one more time, and we are finally done with it.
Jump. How can I ever trust you after this? My bad. This is so terrifying.
hearing
Well,
word.
this is the most,
We got something
in my
sketchy here.
opinion, the scariest part of the whole thing anyway. And this is the end of the climbing season.
Wow.
So,
Indeed sketch. Holy.
look at this. This is extra scary because this is the end of the climbing season, so the routes that were originally made have fully changed, you know, because I told you the Khumbu Icefalls is always shifting. Look at this next bit. Because, like, the ice is melting and shifting and collapsing because, you know, it's very, it moves a lot here. Look how scary this is.
Get it, man. Oh my. Oh.
I could not do that. I would actually.
This is what happens at the end of the season. The glacier melts.
Look at that. And there's nothing supporting it, and you have to jump onto it. Oh, dude. Actually. Oh, I'm gonna punch him. Why is he saying skip?
So if this was earlier in the season, there would definitely be a ladder there. But pretty much everybody has left, so nobody cares about the icefall anymore. But yeah, basically those cracks are just going to open up once it warms up and really widen. So that was sketchy, especially when we have...
So scary.
I mean, I had probably 45 pounds on my back.
So not only was there that massive crack, there's also the tower.
Wow.
Hanging
And that
above
will
it,
definitely collapse at some
waiting
point.
to collapse.
Yes.
Wow.
Sketch.
That is so scary. And that could just kill everybody there. And it could go at like any moment, you know? Look, it's the
So here
ladder!
we have our first ladder, which wasn't actually a crevasse ladder, but instead just this one that slanted upwards just to get down from this little shootout you have here. And it really
The
wasn't
ladder
into
isn't
the
even
snow.
connected.
You can see
Look!
it's not even touching the top of it, so it was kind of difficult to get on.
That
It
is
looks
so
like it's defying
scary.
gravity.
That is so scary.
Bruh. Ugh.
And this is his final few hours, and
There
it's
we
so
go.
hard.
Good as new.
That was stressing me out. I thought he wasn't gonna realize it was hot. I
left
struggle
me.
with the ladder and the ladder. Look at Shep just left.
Got some ladders.
I struggle with the ladder in a normal
the
environment.
steep
Me
part.
too. It's freaky.
Pretty sketchy.
Remember, this
And you
is
have
reminding me of the time
one
my dad
ladder
made me climb
there,
a step ladder and
one
I
over there.
cried because it was too high, and
The
I was like
Icefall is
three
destroyed.
steps up. So yeah, maybe Everest isn't for me.
Dropping in.
Literally not even a full-size ladder. It's just like a step ladder. And you're saying you could do part of Everest? Yeah, because I'm built different. Could you do this part? How much money to do this jump? Like, you teleport in here and you have to jump across. How much money to do it? Real answers only. $1, bro. You're boring.
Wow.
10,000.
Cash out
That's
on
a good
video?
answer. I'll do it for free. No, you wouldn't. I'm serious at $10. No, you're not serious. Like 10K. That's a good answer. Like 8,000.
Me?
It'd be cool to do the jump, so free. Yeah, I'm gonna
Hold it down,
beat you up.
Kerba.
How much to do this then? Hey, how much to do this? Walk on this ladder. How much? How much? How much? How much? free. Okay,
So
how
we weren't
much
done with the ladders,
to
though.
do that
We had another
spooky
one
jump
coming right
earlier
up.
on the hanging ice? On the hanging ice bit. $10. $10. Oh. Okay, actually 50. You are so cheap. Do I get the ropes too? Yes, but I'm on the other side shaking.
2 ladders down, huge. Currently at the big walled section where you have to rappel down. Making our way through here.
Like at
We've
the gym,
spotted base
like the
camp.
gym ropes where you like lift them up and down. That's what I'm doing to them.
Pretty far down there still.
So this vertical wall here is the biggest bottleneck in the Icefall this year, but luckily we're at the end of the season, so there's really nobody here. Here I am rigging my figure 8 belay. Essentially, as the rope goes through this 8 belay here, if I hold onto the rope, it's going to create tension and I'm not going to go down. But if I let go of the rope, it's going to give me enough slack so that I can actually lean back into the rope and go down this. So really it's just a lot of tension being created on the rope. It allows me to go down safely and slowly, and I can watch where I place my feet.
No, yes, yes.
Suka. I never thought that I'd need to know all the knots. Oh yeah, true. How much to jump? No, that's too silly. That's too silly.
Pheriche.
I can't believe nobody in the world has proposed on top of Mount Everest. Oh, he fell.
Wow. I didn't even know that could happen.
So right there, my safety carabiner, which was on the rope, which would go down to an anchor if you were to fall, ended up going through my figure 8 belay because it was it's a big pear-shaped one that I find it easy to work with when I have mittens on, but I ended up going through that and it jostled me a little bit. But anyways, we got to the bottom of this, pulling out the slack out of the rope. So
I didn't
Furba
see
can go
because
down
bringing
now.
a couple would be
And
stupid.
yeah,
Yeah,
we're
that's
finally
true.
done with this vertical wall. I really don't like the big vertical crack at the
I
bottom,
understand
especially
why
since the
people
rope just
wouldn't do
kinda
it because like
goes into it. So
climbing.
I mean, if you're figure 8,
That's not the right
belay
mindset to
failed,
have if you're climbing this
there's nothing really
mountain.
stopping you from descending off into that thing. But yeah, we were finally done with it.
But yeah, I've watched like horror interviews where like a man had to like watch his wife die on the summit
Solid.
because yeah, that's what I meant earlier when I said you shouldn't do it with your children because it's scary.
Right after the wall, you have another ladder that comes right up. Only one rope on the side this time, and a lot of it's melted, so you got to be a little bit careful here.
See, it's so much more melted this time. So scary. He was shaking so much, yeah. And he's the Sherpa.
Now the sun was out completely, and we're really starting to feel that sun.
To be fair, if you're
When you have all
climbing
this
Everest
light
together,
reflecting
surely
the
you'd be
sun,
married already.
Then it gets
Very
pretty
good
hot.
point.
But a lot of the rest of the Icefall is just
Very good
traversing
point.
over these giants.
I'm not climbing
I don't
Everest
know
with
what you call
someone
them. It's
unless
just a
they're
big
married
jumbled
to
mess
me.
of ice that you're traversing over. So you really have to be careful where you step. There's going to be some cracks, going to be some more ladders coming up, but I really like this view that's coming up here. The whole Icefall is just completely crumbled in this little zone here, which is really awesome. It is really beautiful. It's one of the most dangerous parts of the climb, of course, but I never felt like I was too in fear, but I guess you never really know what would happen because, well, the way people die in the icefall is sudden because a giant cornice just breaks off or anything like that. But yeah, it was really awesome. I definitely want to get out though.
Well, any of these pieces can just randomly fall and just like kill you. Hello, welcome.
Ooh. So there was 2 different routes we could have taken here. One was a normal route, and then one was this really sketchy rappel. I thought I was going to be done with these, but there ended up being another one that I was going to have to figure 8 belay. Ferba went first, and he said the S word while he was going down it, so I was assuming it was going to be sketchy. So maybe the rope was old or tight or something like that. But I decided to go with him.
He said the S words. What the flip?
We were feeling good, so why not? We're just gonna get after this wall here, and then we were at the football field next.
He said Skippity.
Garrett, what's he got me into?
He said Sigma.
You know it's sketchy when Ferba's going down and says, "Oh shit."
That would scare me so freaking much.
Ooh.
Ooh, oh look why his foot went. That was spooky.
That was fun. Not my proudest rappel. New ladder.
Yeah, it's so cool. I want to feel what it's like to put the crampons in the ice. Yeah, it looks so satisfying. Like stomping, but only on like snow or ice.
Clean.
I'd be scared of stabbing myself though. It's like the whoa. Oh, I would be done for here. I would be done for.
Ooh.
How much money? Like 30,000.
Now we're at this small little section here that has just a few exposed cracks. Nothing really too big. Went over that big one that we had just jumped over, but honestly, there's nothing compared to that one way earlier on. That thing was crazy.
10,000.
Yeah, I was just trying to get over these.
10,000
at the point
actually.
where it was
10,000.
getting a little bit more flat. We weren't getting as much elevation decrease, which is very nice.
Another one.
They are so spooky. Would you go skydiving? No.
Ferba going in. No problem.
So here we are at one of those classic going down, and then there's just a giant crack. There's a good few of these in the icefall.
My worst fear, if I were doing this, is getting a bad foot grip on the ice and it breaks and my leg directly with crampons. Yes, that's what I meant to say earlier, but I got distracted. I'd be so scared of stabbing myself with the crampons on my feet. Like the first time I went figure skating, I thought the blades would like slice me if I fell over. I was so scared of them.
So I remember this slope from last time, but you just arm wrap down this. But you can see after you get down this, it really looks like it starts to flatten out a bit.
Yeah, look how textured it is
Basically,
behind
the
me.
Icefall,
So cool.
you'll go down quite a bit of elevation gain, and then it's flat for a while. Then you'll roll back into base camp. So the end was in sight, but at this point, I was really tired. My hips, I don't know what it is about this pack. It's the Denali 100 pack, and I'm not gonna lie, I don't know if it's just my hips specifically, but it really doesn't sit well on them. So I'm probably gonna switch over, and yeah, my hips were just getting really rubbed up on. I have like permanent marks just from training with this pack, so a little bit of pain, but it never really did too much to me at all. But yeah, I was getting pretty exhausted here. A lot of weights. It was like I think 22 kilos or something like that. And yeah, I was just trying to get out of here, and we were going fast. It was hurting a lot.
Wow! Look at the color of it. So beautiful. Oh, there's stood in it, you guys. I want to know the bill waterproof, right?
Clip was iced up completely on the way up, and now it's melted. And so has practically the entire rest of the glacier. As you could tell from all those exposed cracks that it opened up much more than they were when we had gotten there. There's rock sediments everywhere closer to the bottom, and it literally created rivers. You'll see in a second, one of them gets really intense, and it made it pretty annoying to maneuver over, especially with crampons.
Yeah,
but
crampons on rock is
the end of the
so
season,
bad.
It's gonna melt over a little bit, and yeah.
Wow! That's so crazy. It was like a hot tub, but a cold tub. It's so intense. It's melted so much.
Luckily for us, this river was kind of the last obstacle before we were pretty much out of the Icefall, which was very nice to know.
Wow.
And there's a party. It's not for us, but we're fasting anyways. Yeah.
Who are these people? What? They were drinking.
Leave no trace. Leave no trace. All right, everybody. Made it back to base camp.
This is base camp. Where is everyone?
Right by the Icefall. And as you can see, it's changed a lot.
Oh, he's just stood further out.
All this ice. See those rocks right there? Used to be ice. Used to have these big dome tents. Now
yeah,
there's really
it's
just
so empty
few companies
now.
left. Ours included. I was with Madison Mountaineering.
Yeah, look at his skin.
So we're still here. Probably going to fly out by helicopter. Helicopters pick up right there. They fly out. We'll do that tomorrow morning, most likely. Because I already did the trek out, okay? Day 27, I did the trek out already. So, yeah, it's honestly kind of sad. Seeing what used to be
what the hell?
All bustling.
What the hell, Ante?
Gone again.
What the hell, Barry?
But yeah, it is an actual wasteland out here. But anyways, because We're not going down anymore. Flying out tomorrow. That
What the hell,
concludes
LeBron James?
the descent and the whole Mount Everest expedition. So, just want to say thanks because
You're
I post
welcome.
these videos literally to this channel. I had a video that had like 300 views.
I want to
and
make him hot
people
chocolate and
decided
give
to
him
watch
some
it,
nice
so
stuff to
I
shower
don't know. I
with.
guess
Yeah, he
I just
deserves
post
like
these
the world's
videos.
best
People
shower
like them. I
right
had
now.
literal like snot on my face half of the videos, and people still watch them. I was rambling most of the time. Main reason I made these was just so I could inspire like maybe 10 people. That's all that really held any value to me. But it turned into something a little bit bigger than that, which is pretty cool. I'm just gonna keep doing that same thing, posting whatever. I love doing hard stuff. I love following a disciplined lifestyle. I'm gonna keep posting about that. Hopefully encourage some more of you to follow along or, you know, do it with me. It's always more fun doing this together. So definitely not gonna stop climbing. Gonna do much more climbs. Climbing is the funnest thing.
I can't speak over his
like a year and
outro.
4 months ago. I kid you not. A year and 5 months ago, when I first started training for Mount Everest and I decided I wanted to do this, I could not run more than a mile, like at a 12-minute pace. My life has
That's so
completely
crazy.
changed since I've started training for mountains, Mount Everest. You know, the summit was awesome and being up there was awesome, and I definitely did get emotional at some point, but you know, when I really look back at how much my life has changed, you know, the direction I took it ever since I started this.
He must be
Just
feeling
being a
so
Minecraft
freaking
YouTuber,
good
sitting in
right
my room
now.
all day long. I was pretty overweight. I couldn't even, like I said, run a mile to where I am now. That's where the true fulfillment, purpose
Isn't
comes
that
in.
so impressive?
So I'm just gonna keep doing that.
I think that's so freaking
However,
cool.
I do on this channel and really post it. I don't really try on these videos. I just post whatever, and you know what
And he's so
what
young as
resonates
well.
with
He's
people,
only
that resonates with people. What
19.
doesn't
To have such a
is whatever.
crazy like
So
life turnaround,
that's gonna end it for
that doesn't
this.
take you,
I'm
you
gonna be
know,
posting
5
more videos
years.
for sure. So stay tuned for those.
Um,
Subscribe if you haven't, and follow me on Instagram if you want as well. I post some
so
stuff
crazy.
there, some exclusive content. No, I'm just kidding. This is farewell for now. I'll probably be posting in like a week.
Okay, that was the end of the video. Wow! Did you like it? Did you like it? I thought it was very cool. This guy, his name is Ryan Mitchell. If you want to watch more of his stuff. I think it was so freaking epic. I think it was very, very cool that someone has filmed it like that, you know, like thanks to how he filmed it, we got the chance to like go along with him, you know? It's very cool. Thank you for sharing with us, of course. And like I've mentioned several times, because I'm so freaking excited about it, he's filming another one of the mountain K2, which is the second highest mountain, but more deadly than Everest. And hopefully that should be out in 2 or 3 months. I pray he has a safe journey, safe climb. We basically climbed it too. Yeah, we can brag about it now. Maybe we can watch another one of his videos, just for some more insight. Maybe just a little one. There's which one should we watch? What about the truth behind Mount Everest controversies? I would like to watch one like this. And then maybe we can learn about some Mount Everest controversies.
Months ago, I summited Mount Everest, and while there, I witnessed several serious problems going on that need to be talked about.
Because it would be nice to hear him speak more about his experience,
info being passed around. So after documenting literally every moment of my climb, I'm going to share all the things I've found surrounding these issues and
his skin is
controversies,
better.
starting off with, of course, the trash. From my experience, there was some degree of trash prominent on every single part of the climb.
The
Let's
trash
start
is
off
so
with the
bad.
trek to base camp. Around 30,000 people will trek to Everest Base Camp every single year, and just about 1% of those will climb to the top. But even with these numbers, surprisingly, the trek-in was way cleaner than the actual climb. Throughout the trail, there were several of these stone trash cans that you could throw away whatever you had into very easily. And there was also
the summit
recycling
was
centers
so
around the
ugly.
mountain that were turning trash into art. So really, there was no excuse to leave any of your waste behind. One thing I did notice was, of course, as we went higher up in altitude, the more trash would accumulate. For instance, going through Gorak, Shep, and Lobuche, there was definitely more trash compared to any of the other villages, but it wasn't anything severe yet, I would say. Even arriving at base camp, the entire zone was pretty clean, despite the entire place being a civilization, which we'll go into more later. Now, this cleanliness of the mountain is because trash can easily be brought
I think
down
it's
by
nice to
porters,
hear about the
trekkers, and
problems by
helicopters.
someone
But
who's
once you start
actually
moving
been there,
past
you
base
know.
camp into the Khumbu Icefall, things get a little bit more dicey. The problem is, once you start pushing into 19,000 feet, you're now risking your life as you move through the Khumbu Icefall up into
We've
the
been
higher
there, we've
camps.
been
Climbing
there.
becomes more difficult because of the altitude, and the terrain is ultimately more technical, so
The
bringing
scary
down any
jump.
sort of trash is going to be a lot harder than what it was previously. Now, as I was moving through
It's
the
like
Khumbu
we have
Icefall,
our
I
own
did notice a
memories.
few bottles and pieces of trash here and there, but honestly, it wasn't anything severe, and same goes for Camp 1. This makes sense though, because neither of these are popular campsites, and most teams will just end up moving through them. But once we get to Camp 2, things get a little bit more active. Camp 2 was almost as much of a civilization as base camp, and
So
there was much more trash
beautiful.
left behind by various different climbers compared to any other previous points on the mountain. The good news is that helicopters still fly up here, and there is a lot of foot traffic, which means there is still efforts to bring the trash down. Camp 3, on the other hand, is much more dangerous.
You have to spend at least
less
a week or
accessible,
two at
and
such high
therefore was
altitude
the
to get
first
used to the
location on
air.
Everest that
Yeah, we
was
just watched
visibly the
5
most
hours
trash.
about it.
As the season went on, more and more trash started
I'd like
building
to
up
think
at
we're all
Camp 3,
pretty
which is
knowledgeable
around
about it now.
23,000 feet. Things like cooking supplies, leftover tents. My expedition leader, Garrett Madison, actually commented about how some teams will cut their logo out of their tents, so when they go down and they don't need a tent anymore, they can just leave theirs there. Because how is it going to be traced back to them? There's no repercussions. Things only get worse from here though, as pushing right beneath the death zone at Camp 4,
I learned it in
it
7th
was an
grade.
actual
That's
dump.
cool.
Like, simply put, this place was trashed. Just look at this video I filmed. I can barely name
Ew.
most of the things that are in this shot. Essentially, so many teams had summited right before we had gotten up there, so as they were coming down, they thought, hey, we don't need these supplies
speak
anymore.
so
We're gonna get
fast.
out of here. We don't need these things. So let's just leave them behind, get rid of some of the weight, and nobody will even know. It even smelled horrible up there, which is very weird because at altitude, I lose my sense of smell, but I walked in there and it smelled like something. I don't even know what. If you thought it ended there though, well, you would be wrong, because as we were pushing up the summit ridge,
I'd bring
and
a steam
making our
deck
way
for
to the
some
actual
power
summit, there was a
washing, bruh.
Coke bottle, empty Coke bottle, laying there right on the ground.
Hey,
which
I pointed
it's
that
just
quick
absolutely
butler.
unacceptable because, I mean, that thing is light as feathers. There's no reason
Normal
you should not
speeding
be
is
able to
speed.
carry that down. Remember, the higher
For
up
an
you go on Everest, the
American.
more trash you're going to see. Because if people don't bring down their own trash, other people are essentially risking their lives to bring other people's waste down. There's no helicopters that fly above Camp 2, and nobody wants to stay in the death zone long enough to pick up all of it. And of course, if you want to actually get rid of some of the poop, it's frozen in the ground. You have to dig at it with an ice axe. Personally, I'm not
Ew.
really qualified to give a solution to this problem other than that climbers just need to be better. Myself and my team brought down every single piece of trash and poop we produced, even if it weighed literal pounds, brought it all the way down to the base camp waste deposits, and we didn't complain, right? You just have to do it.
Poopy.
Take it in, take it out. Simple. So is Mount Everest covered in trash? Well, really, the only bad spots are at Camp 3 and Camp 4, which in the grand picture isn't a lot of the mountain, but it's still unacceptable, and, you know, people leaving their trash up there just need a lock in. Now, one of the next biggest issues that people talk about regarding Everest that could contribute to the trash is the lines. There's been several famous
line?
videos.
This line, You may have seen this. I think I'm correct. This famous video, this is of the summit of Everest. This was, I think, the same year he summited, but because he went later on in the season, he missed this, which is so lucky, you know. He missed it by a few days, I think. Unless he says wrong now, then
for
frick me.
showcasing large lines on Everest, which gives off the external impression that the entire mountain is an incredibly overcrowded mess. So here's what I found. Now, there was some small lines on the trek into base camp, but that's not really going to be our focus because of course there will be. There's 30,000 people going to the same spot. But again, as we get into the Khumbu Icefall, things get harder to traverse, everyone slows down, and of course that's going to cause some buildups. The first significant line I encountered was going through the Khumbu Icefall. Now, during this season, there was this giant ice wall that had formed.
It's nice to hear him speak about it more in depth.
I mean, just coming up on this thing, I saw a huge line of
don't
people,
wanna
and I was like, oh boy, here we go. It was just a very technical wall that some people had to be pulleyed up with by like a rope and a pulley system, as well as
I've
their
seen
bags
these
because they were
clips
too heavy.
before.
Which is obviously going to cause some slowdowns and
I said
lines,
I've
which
seen these
myself
clips
and many
before.
others caught on camera. There's some places that you just don't want to get caught standing around, and the Icefall is one of them, because at any moment a 10 megaton piece of ice can just crush you. Like, not even kidding. Luckily, I got through the Icefall fine, and it was smooth sailing all the way up until Camp 2, where I witnessed the most extreme and large lines of the entire season. You see, as I mentioned previously, my team and myself were a couple days past the majority of the other teams on the mountain. So as we were at Camp 2, we could see
the Black
every single
Mamba
team that was ahead of us moving up from Camp 3 to Camp 4. I mean, my
that
teammate
is
Tyler
crazy.
described it as a black mamba, and there's just no other better way to describe that thing. If you saw a viral video of lines on Everest this year, this is most likely where it took place. And these same people went up to the summit together, and that just created even more lines, which were all documented as well. Fortunately, these lines and crowds cleared out as we moved up from Camp 3 to Camp 4, and although my Sherpa Furba and I did have to pass some people on our summit push, the crowds never affected us too severely. So is Everest an absolutely overcrowded mess? Well, in my opinion, not really. I guess it depends on what you consider overcrowded, but the whole reason that it seems crowded and these large lines do build up is because of marginal weather windows that forces everyone to go up at the same time.
That's what I said.
And,
That's what I said.
90% of people going up at the same time, it's obviously going to create some lines because they want to get to the summit, so they're going to take that chance as soon as they can. Like I said, our summit day really wasn't that crowded. I mean, we had moved up a couple days past the majority of the team, so of course there was going to be less people. And I'm assuming as the season went on and on, it got even less crowded. So the whole overcrowded controversy is a bit blown out of the water in my opinion. As long as everybody's confident, prepared, and actually trained to be there, then I don't really see it as a problem. But of course, that's going to bring us into our next major issue.
What is it?
It's currently a common perception that everybody climbing Everest should not be there. They're just inexperienced idiots that cause all the lines that we've just went into. Now, let me clarify. I am nowhere near a professional climber. I don't consider myself a professional climber. I simply just trained my body to an extreme level.
But literally climbed Mount Everest and said he's not a climber.
And I made it happen. With that being said, as you start climbing Everest, you do realize it's been made as easily as possible for everybody involved. There's fixed lines 95% of the way from base camp to the summit, that 5% being in the western Khumbu, which is just because it's so flat there, you don't need them. Guides, Sherpas, and porters do most of the heavy lifting and setting up of camps, meaning you really don't need as much technical training as you did years ago, and by years, I mean decades. One instance that does fit this stereotype that I noticed was climbing through the Khumbu Icefall. So we just started our climb, we're moving up this thing, and I noticed a climber that was being short roped by their Sherpa, meaning they were just connected to them being dragged up. They didn't even have a backpack on, and they were on oxygen. Bruv, oxygen in the Khumbu Icefall? You're supposed to hop on that after Camp 2 minimum. Even though I didn't film it, this was the most extreme example of an inexperienced climber I had ever seen on my entire Everest expedition. Luckily, I did not notice any more instances of this as I moved from the Khumbu Icefall up to the summit, because likely if you were in that state or condition, I don't think you would have made it up very far. Because I didn't see much more instances of that, I do think that my team and many of the other climbers that are there do have the physical and mental and technical capability to make it up Mount Everest in today's environments. I mean, as you can see from my footage of multiple occasions on the Ascent, there really isn't anybody just being pulled up by Sherpas. But of course, the fact that there even is an example of this is kind of concerning. It definitely is an issue that could be solved by the Nepalese government saying, hey, you need to do X, Y, and Z before you even attempt Everest. Unfortunately, there is a lot of lower cost, sketchy guiding companies that will take you up Everest regardless of the experience you have.
Why would you ever pay for a lower cost one?
That's why it's very important to only go on expeditions with established, reputable companies that actually require previous experience.
Like Madison Mountaineering.
You might get paired up on a team with someone that has no idea what they're doing, and it's just a recipe for disaster. Now, the next major issue that's talked about a lot, and is kind of the reason why a lot of these other problems happen, is the over-commercialization of Everest. The current impression is that today, as long as you pay enough money, you can assure your spots on the summits of Everest, versus 50 years ago, I mean, you had to go through hell, get frostbite, carry all of your own gear, be self-sufficient, all just for a smidge chance of summiting. While this isn't entirely the case, over-commercialization of Everest is visible from base camp all the way up to the summit, so let's break it down. Like I stated previously, upon entering base camp, I was welcomed with an actual civilization. There was dozens of different companies, hundreds of tents ranging from single-person homes to gigantic mega domes. Now, we have to realize there are so many different companies offering different amenities and services at base camp. You can go on the extremely low end of $30,000 and get a single tent that you'll spend most of your time in, food that may get you sick, and much less support on the actual mountain. There's also the higher end in the hundreds of thousands of dollars where a guide service will give you as much support as you need, as much oxygen as you need, great food, literal mega domes with lounges and espresso machines inside of them, etc. 99% of people will find themselves somewhere between...
Wait. Gold digger tips. If you are a gold digger, go to do the 2-week trek to base camp, find the fancy domes, and then go speak to the people in them.
Between these two sides,
because they've paid hundreds of thousands of dollars to be there.
What company you get with,
so
you're still
you
gonna have to
should
get
go
down on your own, or else you will be left to die up there. Unless if you're this guy who just got carried by a Sherpa on his back. I do not think anybody climbs Everest thinking they can just buy their way to the top. It's always going to be dangerous and difficult. But with that being said, it can be made more easy and accessible with how much you're willing to spend. I actually made a video where I was completely transparent about the $75,000 I spent towards my guiding company.
That's not adding up.
Really nice base camp tents, had amazing chefs, oxygen past camp 2, and a personal Sherpa, which I only had on summit day. Of
so
course,
he paid $75,000 just for his company. That's crazy.
The main reason I went with this company and spent that price was because of their safety.
That's not including his gear
either. Which, in my opinion, are the two most important factors. Now, there's also a lot of talk about how the commercialization of Everest affects the Sherpas and the local Nepalese people, so I went out and actually asked them about it while I was there. Here, I asked a store owner in Namche, one of the villages that you trek through on the way to base camp, about the whole situation. It's been getting popular to climb Everest, a lot more people. Has that been good for your business?
Yeah.
Nice. I also asked a few other porters and locals about the whole situation, and for the most part, they said it benefited them financially because of all the money that was coming in. But there was one Sherpa I interviewed at base camp that had quite a different opinion.
I think that's kind of a bad take. Sorry. I know I'm sat in my bedroom and I've never been to these places or spoken to these people, but like, just because it benefits them financially doesn't mean it's like good, you know? I'm just very protective of these people.
How long have you been a Sherpa for?
I'm doing this since 2019.
2019, so 5 years. What do you think about the growth of kind of popularity of climbing in general?
Not that much good English.
You don't think it's good?
Yeah.
Do you think that this needs to be more regulated?
Yeah.
Really? So what's the biggest problem, you would say?
The Icefall.
Icefall dangerous?
Yeah.
Yeah. You're climbing Everest?
Yes.
So why? Because a lot of people think it's dangerous.
He looks so freaking cute. Am I allowed to say that?
Money's problem.
He looks like a little teddy bear.
Are you a Sherpa or a guide?
Yeah.
Sherpa.
Sherpa.
For how long?
I'm east of the East Mountain is the 17 years.
17 years.
17!
So how much
So
times have you
crazy.
summited Everest?
It's 9 times summit.
9 times.
Yeah.
So
9 times,
how do you
she's a
feel about
legend.
the Westerners and everybody coming to climb it?
Climate is this every year is change.
For the better or worse?
Yeah.
Better?
Yes.
Any problems?
Is
Trash?
Is the Icefall is very danger.
I felt dangerous, yeah.
Is every
Khumbu
year is change.
Icefall.
Do you think
Danger.
people should still be allowed to go?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, awesome. Thank you. I appreciate your work.
Yeah. Okay.
Very impressive.
Perspectives of Sherpas are always going to
I'm unsure that the person being interviewed fully understood all of the questions. I'm unsure about it. It would have been nice to hear from them, perhaps in their own language. Not that this guy should have done that. That would have been very, very hard.
vary on this
But-
matter. For the most part, all of the Sherpas I met were literally some of the happiest people I'd ever met on Earth. But obviously there's some in completely different situations that we need to consider.
My stream's
All in all, though, it
paused on.
is
I didn't even
without a
look at
doubt
it.
that
Was it funny?
commercialization of Everest is a spectrum, and it can cause many of the issues and problems we've talked about in this video. It definitely is outrageous that some climbers, like we mentioned before, do think that they can just pay an absurd amount of money to be brought up the mountain. But unless the Nepalese government limits their permits, there's always going to be companies trying to set up operations in the regions and capitalizing as much as possible. Now, aside from the trash, lines, inexperienced climbers, and the commercialization of Everest, one of the most talked about issues is the deaths. 2023 was one of Everest's most deadly years yet. In 2024, it came close with a tragic 8 casualties. So the data shows that, yes, the issue that many people talk about of rising deaths and even people's bodies being left up there, whether it be a Sherpa or a climber, are true. While I did encounter a few pretty intense rescues, such
That's
as
an alive
this climber
body.
right here being
They're alive.
dragged down the Lobuche face, likely
That's not a dead body,
suffering
don't
from
worry.
HAPE or haste, I didn't see any dead bodies during the entire climb up until Camp 4 to the summit. While moving up the triangular face, we had noticed a climber that was just to the left of the fixed lines. We shined our headlamps on him and he was just right there. He was a couple days old. He's from all the groups that had gone up previously, like I mentioned. There's also another climber who passed right on the trail. It was a Kenyan climber, and he was right beneath the summit. It's unsure of whether or not he had made it or not, if he was on his way up or on his way back
Well,
down.
that's the guy
but
without
he was climbing
oxygen.
without oxygen. And
Yeah, that's the one
he never
I
made it back
mentioned.
down. It's safe to say that they had died from extreme altitude sickness, which is either going to be HAPE or haste. And it's unsure if their bodies were brought down. I mean, they were right on the trail, so I think most of the ones that are on the trail are brought down. But of course, there are dozens out there that have fallen so far or are so deep in the snow that they're unretrievable. Despite the mountain being more accessible, easy, and kind of, I guess, tamed in a sense, the deaths are still clearly prominent and rising. So what are the actual causes for that? Well, like the 2 climbers I just mentioned, most of the time it's going to be either HAPE, which is when your lungs fill up with fluid, or haste, which is when your brain swells. Both of these are just due to a decrease in the oxygen saturation at such high altitudes. When you move from Camp 4 to the summit, the oxygen saturation is about 40 to 33% of what it is at sea level. So a lot of
I can't
climbers
even
will just
imagine
get
what
so
that
weak,
feels like.
so tired that they get the summit, but they physically cannot make it back down. Or their brains are just so
Have you
out of
ever
whack
been
that they
anywhere
make a
with
decision,
thin air?
very rash decision,
I don't think
and
I've
it seals
ever
their
been
fate. While there was
anywhere.
a few deaths this year due to fall, most of the time it's going to be related to the altitude, because you're living on a lifeline up there, you're sucking out of oxygen, and you can't spend too much time in the death zone because your body just cannot adapt anymore. Besides, for the summit push, there's also a lot of deaths that occur in the Khumbu Icefall. Tragically, most of these are Sherpas, ice doctors, and porters, because they're the ones that are passing through it the
Yeah,
most,
that's so
whether it be fixing
horrible.
lines or bringing gear up, all to make climbing the mountain possible for anybody. With the cause of deaths in mind, the only logical reason why the deaths would be rising is because of the skyrocketing interest of climbing Everest. I mean, every year there's hundreds of climbers making their way for the summit now. I think this year there was 300 to 400, and 2019 was the biggest year historically. The best way that these deaths can be prevented is with proper decision making and preparation, and most importantly, knowing when to turn back, and going with the right team. Usually people don't just die on a mountain with the snap of a finger. It was usually a sequence of events that unfolded which could have been mitigated or avoided, such as pushing up during bad weather or when climbers' health was worsening. Things like that in hindsight could have been avoided or mitigated. Overall, all of these issues revolving Everest have become extremely controversial and definitely can be worked on. If you do feel passionate about any of these issues, especially the loss of high altitude workers in the Khumbu Icefall, which I just mentioned, please check out the Juniper Fund. I've linked it to this video, but its mission is to provide financial relief and support to families of high altitude workers that's lost their lives on the mountain while trying to provide for their family, whether it be a Sherpa or porter like the ones we mentioned
check it
previously.
out if you guys
anyway,
are
I hope you all found
interested.
this video thought-provoking, and
Please check it out if the Juniper Foundation, or was it the Juniper Fund? Google. The Juniper Fund. That's so cool. I love when they show what it goes toward. Purchase a yak. Cute. Yippee! Moving back to wait. No, I want to go here. Moving back. Well, what did you think? Sorry, I need to exit the video. What did you think of your newfound Everest knowledge? Did you like watching the expedition? I hope you enjoyed it. I thought it was very... It was very interesting. I think it's so cool. I mentioned this earlier, but I think it's so cool when people make content about like things that I would never experience, you know? Like I would never ever go to these places. So you get to witness things you wouldn't normally outside. It's always wild when I learn something new and I'm like, whoa, there's so much knowledge that I just didn't have before. Yeah, it's so fun to learn about new things. Impressive how many facts you had the whole time, Professor Miwa. Well, I've only picked them up from videos. I've watched so many, you kind of just remember them. But yeah. I'm really glad you guys liked it because it's I just like it, I like it too. Are you into cave diving as well? No. Cave diving is gross. You look so cute in this outfit. Apart from when my earmuffs come off if I turn. But yeah, it was very beautiful. I can't even imagine. Can't even imagine like how big that mountain is. It's so crazy. And I'm happy I got to share my special interest with you. A really good YouTube channel. He was called Ryan Mitchell, and his other account is called Ryan Unfiltered, where he speaks a little bit more. But another good channel is called Everest Mystery. And I really like that channel. It's very fun. And even though we were jokingly hating, or not hating, but you know, we were making jokes about Ryan Mitchell being like a dude bro, but I really think what he did was super cool, and I had a very, very negative perception of people who climb the mountain until I watched his videos on it. Like, I used to think everybody was like an egomaniac and abusing the locals and, you know, just very bad. But his video, you know, because it's one of the first of its kind, showed me that there are many respectful climbers that take all of their trash and, you know, respect the locals and respect the mountain. So I think what he's done is very cool, and his story is very inspirational. In one of his videos, he said he had a class of like 7-year-olds watch his videos in class, and then they wrote him thank you letters. Is that not so sweet? I feel like I need to hit the gym in the morning now. I guess we can all always strive to be more healthy and see more of the world, right? And get out more. I think that is a good moral. Miwa, you're so pretty. I love your voice. Good night. Good night. Thank you, thank you. But yeah, this is kind of the perfect stream because I'm not feeling too good today. So it was super nice to just chill with you all. I really had lots of fun, and I'm happy I could share this with you. I'm very happy. Hope you feel better soon, Mia. Thank you guys. Secondhand altitude sickness. Yeah, I watched too. I watched too many funny videos about Everest. My bad. My bad. My bad. My bad. Tomorrow I have. Tomorrow I will be streaming Elden Ring for the first time in quite a while. Quite a while it's been. So I'm excited to get back into it. It's not Night Rain. I thought it would be wrong of me to play Night Rain before I've even, you know, like, played more of Elden Ring. It's been months? No, it hasn't. There's not even been a single month, you baby. Rusty Miwa, I know, I'm gonna be so rusty. I forget control so easy. But I'm excited to get back into it. I've been in more of a gaming mood lately. I've just been having a lot of fun with all of the games that we've been playing. You ever think of playing Expedition 33? I would love to, but I'm playing Neo Replicant currently as my story game. So maybe I'll play that after. I'm always super late to the game trends, but it's fun. First battle, wait, how do I dodge? First battle, no, that's not how Miwa does it. Miwa asks how to dodge at the final battle. That game is phenomenal. It's fun, it's fun. Back to the gamer arc. Wouldn't say back to it. Back to it. Was I ever in a gamer arc? Imagine if you mixed Persona 5 with Elden Ring. Well, I don't know if I like the idea of that, if I'm honest. If I'm fully honest... Oh, sorry, I need to stretch a little bit.
You two done? I hate to break up the...
Sorry. I pulled open someone's stream. I pulled open the stream. I was trying to find someone to raid. My bad. Please don't demonetize me, streamer who I just opened. Please allow me to play the 2 seconds of your voice. But yeah, I will be ending it here so I can rest up before tomorrow. But I'll see you tomorrow for another decently length stream. I really hope you enjoyed today. I hope you had a good time. I had a very good time. Thank you for the subbies and thank you for the memberships. Lubbers. I'm just so happy. It feels so nice to share like my interest with people. I hope I could inspire you a little bit. Well, I'm mainly he inspired you more. But I hope maybe you are a little bit more interested in either Mount Everest or mountaineering. And yeah, I encourage you to check out more of the channels I mentioned. I had a very fun time. And the time really just melted away. I have no idea how it's been almost 6 hours. I think it was maybe 1.5 in my head. But yeah, I will say goodbye now. Please look after yourself. But oh, I would like a shower. Yes, I kind of want to shower. But you should shower too. You should also eat yummy food and look after yourself and get lots and lots of sleep. And bye 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 bye. Lovers, 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 lovers. Mwah.